Mark my words. Mason Dixon, Tropical Mysteries. Book 3. Nick Thacker. Chapter 1. There comes a time in my life when I wonder whether it's worth it or not to kill all those people. Okay, fine. Maybe not every man's life, but at least in mine, that's where I'm at. Wondering, deciding, convinced that I've made a mistake once or twice over the years. Killed a guy, or gal, who wasn't bad. I'm good at two things. Making drinks is one of them. Killing bad guys is another. I prefer one of them, but I would never admit that to anyone. I mean, how do I know? Were they all bad? And if they weren't, were the ones that were bad all bad? Or were they only partly bad? And was the bad part of them worth killing? I've definitely offed some of the genuinely all bad ones, and I've made the world a better place because of it. That's a fact. But I've got a sense that maybe there should have been more to it. Perhaps they just hadn't ever been faced with their own mortality before. If they'd had that opportunity like I've had many times over, might they have changed their ways? Not to wax philosophical, but that's the kind of crap I think about all the time, and I have plenty of time to do it. I own a bar. Well, the bank owns a bar, and they let me put my name on it. So it's a good thing I'm good at mixing drinks. I can pour like a pro, but my real passion is mixing up a fine concoction of delectable nectar and nailing the presentation. Most of the orders that hit us are the typical, I'm not sure, but my old man used to drink these drinks I can make with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back. So I've got plenty of time to think through my opinions about the meaning of life. Joey, my barman, manager, cook, and all-around worthy sidekick, knows when I'm in a particular moment like this and usually lets me finish my thought. But he also knows, somehow, what it is I'm thinking about, and more often than not, he even knows my opinion about that thing I'm thinking. Happened last night. We were in the bar. I was waiting and serving, and Joey was in the back whipping up his now famous, at least in Edisto Beach, South Carolina, breaded catfish nuggets, more breaded than nuggeted, and I was thinking about the reason I've done the things I've done and trying to figure out what I think about all of it. Joey comes out with an order, slides it down the bar, and gives me a wink, which means the order's on the house, intended for someone he knows, and then starts to turn away. "Something on your mind, boss?" Joey asks, just before he whirls away and starts back toward the kitchen. I grunt, my usual mechanism of mid-thought verbal self-interruption, and nod. Just, trying to figure out if it's all worth it, if those guys didn't deserve it after all. I make a clicking sound with the insides of my cheeks, squinting down at him. He's almost a head shorter than I am, and he smiles. "How the hell do you do that, Joey?" I ask. "Do what?" "Knock it off. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The order's still on the bar, and I wouldn't usually let it get more than 30 seconds cold before it reaches the designated eater. But since this one's a winker, and that designated eater is his girlfriend Shalice, whom I'd spotted in the corner earlier, I let it pass and turn my attention back to Joey. He makes eyes at Shalice, who gives him a glance that could only mean, "Hurry up with my food." I smile, wondering when these two lovebirds are going to tie the knot. After everything they've been through, I figure they'd be inseparable. I didn't realize that meant she'd be in the bar just about every night Joey is working. He shrugs, wiping his hands on the sides of his apron. "I guess I'm just really in tune with your most intimate thoughts, man." I squint squintier, adding in a nice Clint Eastwood-style lip turn, another trademark of mine, and shake my head. "You wish," he sniffs. "Look, brother, I think about that stuff too. All the time. It's not that strange, What we do, it's not exactly light on the mind." "Right, so what do you make of it?" "Just, maybe that it doesn't matter." "Joey, that's probably the single most unhelpful thing you've ever said." "No, hear me out, boss," he says. "I'm saying it matters, but once it's done, it doesn't. It can't. We vet, we wait for a mark, then we move. That's it. You do your due diligence, I do mine, and we trust each other. You're a good guy, and I think I am too, so that's that." I turn around and grab a bottle of Hornitas Black Barrel, a new favorite of mine, and pour 2 lowballs. I'm not generally a fan of tequila, but there's a certain delicious whiskiness to this one, as it's aged in charred oak barrels and has that wonderful caramel and vanilla flavor I can't get enough of. Joey sidles up to one of the 2 stools we keep behind the bar for just this purpose, apparently done with his bread nugget orders. We both take a slow, long sip. Another reason I love this tequila: it demands slow drinking, and shooting it is more wasteful than trying to sip through a sieve. He closes his eyes and smiles. So you're saying that we're the good guys, and since we're good, they were all bad? He shrugs again. Maybe. I guess. I don't know. I just think that since we're not the bad guys, anyone trying to do us in or screw with us probably ain't good enough to worry about. You're making a lot of assumptions, I say. You're thinking a lot of assumptions. Fair enough, I say. But still, how can we know? How do I know that when I'm dead and gone, I'll be able to stand in front of those pearly gates and say with all honesty that I've done okay down here? Didn't ever strike you for the religious type, boss, Joey says. Didn't ever ask, I answer. It sounds harsh, so I add a bit of clarity. I grew up Catholic. Mom was devout, but Dad was a bit unrefined. He never really took to it, and then with my brother, I don't need to finish. He knows the rest of the story. That my little brother was a bit more eccentric and artistic than my old man thought necessary for a young man, and often accused him, with no attempt at subtlety or understanding, of being homosexual. For what it's worth, it never bothered me in the slightest whether he was or wasn't something or another. He's my brother. He's family. Dad, on the other hand, wasn't so easily smitten with the idea. The verdict's still out, but Dad has essentially written off his second son as worse than the proverbial prodigal one. The verdict also is still out whether this prodigal would have been received with open arms if our old man was still around and the unfortunate opportunity to reunite presented itself. You think this place shouldn't belong to you? Joey asks. I look at him oddly. I mean, you're not one to really give a hoot about your own life, but when it comes to your bar, he's right. I don't give 2 hoots of a damn about myself most of the time, but as soon as you cross me on my own property, I guess, I say. I think about his question again. Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like we worked tooth and nail for this little slice of paradise, and yet sometimes I wonder if it was worth everything we gave, if what we had to do to protect it was right. He nods slowly. Yeah, probably best not to wonder about things like that. Can't help it. He stops me, waits for me to look at him. Look, Mason, I think life is important and all because it was given to us. It's necessary, but there's little reason to enjoy life if there's nothing to enjoy about it. So owning a bar is the reason for my life? He laughs. Maybe, but probably not. I just think that protecting this place, putting what you've put into it to make it yours, working every day in here to make sure it's you. It's a part of you now. It is you now. Nice sentiment, but the bank owns it. True, but that's just the game. You have to play the game. The point is, this place is worth fighting for. No matter how you feel about yourself or the rest of your life, it's worth it. I nod. I'm just thinking a lot lately, that's all, I say, feeling the awkwardness that had suddenly crept into the conversation and wanting to disappear it. It's nothing. Just trying to sleep at night. You've never in your life had trouble sleeping at night, Joey says. He couldn't be more wrong, but for all he knows of my private life, I've always been Sleeping Beauty. Since I met Joey, he's taken it upon himself to give me grief for the number of hours I sleep, even though he knows they're solid and sound. Around 4 hours on weekdays, 5 on weekends. When you're my age, you just don't need that much sleep. I don't know, science, I guess. Well, let's just say I've been thinking a lot about the choices I've made, wondering if they'd be any different if I knew who they all were, each time, like really knew. Probably, Joey says, as unhelpful as ever. If we knew everything about everybody, we'd probably tear ourselves apart just trying to figure out how to talk to them, much less how to get a drink down here. The voice comes from my left, and I involuntarily stand up and walk over. Sorry about that, I say. Didn't see you come in. Chapter 2. It's a lie, of course. I see everyone who comes in, but I don't want to let on that. Aside from the little bell above the door that alerts us to new arrivals, I've got a multi-view security monitor set up just beneath the bar. The thing about people who visit bars like mine, small town, out-of-the-way dives that fall somewhere between hole-in-the-wall mom-and-pop setups and your local neighborhood chain restaurant bar, is that they don't come in for no reason. They're here to see a friend, or they're looking for some real human interaction they're not getting in their lonely bungalows. Those are the locals, the regulars who know Joey and me well enough to patronize our place because, hell, their friends are bartenders. Most people fit into one of those two categories, but there's a third type at a place like mine: tourists. Tourists are easy to spot anywhere, especially in Edisto Beach, South Carolina, where the population's small enough that everyone knows everyone's dog. A quick call can get the owner to come pick it up. Tourists, though, stand out like a raised pinky on a wine glass. They act elegant or awkward, surprised by everything that's even a little different from what they're used to. They smile at me like they're watching their 2-year-old niece mash Play-Doh through the teeth of a comb, and they order drinks like I'm some shiny, shirtless bartender at the beach resort they wish they were at. Pina coladas, Mai Tais, Bahama Mamas, anything rhymey and fruity sounding. Rum and Coke with a lime, because oh my word, my neighbor Marjorie went to Aruba, and that's how they do it there. It's called a Cuba Libre, Susan, and that's how everyone does it. This guy who walks up to my bar doesn't have the hallmarks of a tourist, and his buddy hiding away in the corner looks jumpy enough to chew his own fingers off. The bigger guy, hair slicked back, shoulders squared, doesn't sport the usual tourist gear. No fanny pack bulge around his waistline, no overpriced DSLR hanging off his neck like an awkward accessory, even though the 1,000-plus smartphone he's carrying has a better camera on it. His eyes sweep the place with the familiarity of someone who's been here before, but I know for a fact I've never laid eyes on him. In a town this size where every face is a rerun, he's a channel I've never tuned into. Edisto Beach may not be big, but it's got a rhythm, a pulse that thrums through the people who call it home, and everyone who crosses the threshold of my bar either matches that rhythm or sticks out like a cracked drum. This guy, though, he's offbeat, but in a way that isn't glaringly obvious to a casual stranger. He doesn't fumble with his surroundings like a wide-eyed outsider. Instead, he moves with an unsettling confidence, too calculated, like someone pretending to be comfortable in someone else's skin. That's the thing about small towns. You know when something doesn't fit. And this guy, he doesn't fit. He's trouble. So when he walks straight toward the bar, waits until he's settled, ignores everything in the world except my conversation with Joey, and then interjects at the perfect moment. I know something's off. Got it, boss? Joey asks. His voice is casual, but I can hear the slight shift beneath the surface. That subtle tightening of tone that tells me he's already measuring up the guy just as I am. I nod, but my eyes are already fixed on the new arrival, studying every inch of him without trying to make it obvious. He exudes the kind of confidence that masks intent. A man who wants you to blink first, to lower your guard just long enough for him to make his move. But I've danced this dance one too many times. Why don't you check the fryer, I suggest, my voice carrying a little more weight than usual. It's an innocuous enough command, something any regular customer would brush off as part of the normal rhythm of the bar. But Joey and I know better. There are no fries in the fryer, not now, probably not for the rest of the night. It's a coded message, one we've used before. We've got a mark, trouble on the horizon, and Joey needs to arm himself, just in case. As he moves toward the kitchen, I feel it. The shift, the slight unease that comes with acknowledging there's about to be a change. Once you notice someone like this, someone who isn't here for the beer or the banter, the entire room takes on a different color, a darker shade of anticipation. I don't watch Joey leave. I don't need to. He'll reach for the Remington hidden behind the freezer, his pulse steady as ever. And me? I'll stand here, a man seemingly out of the game, with a smile that says, I'm just the friendly bartender pouring drinks, until I'm not. If I haven't mentioned it yet, I'm out of the business. After my old man got us involved in a high-speed boat chase and a freighter explosion off the coast of Charleston, I finally throw in the stained bar towel. I'm done. Joey's done. Shalice, Joey's girlfriend, still waiting for her now cool fish nuggets and chips, was nabbed from my boat, the Wasima saw. The saw originally belonged to the father of a girl I was once involved with. Hannah then became her boat and eventually mine after she gifted it to me. If it weren't for the questionable life and how we make a living, it would have been for her, for Joey, and before them, it would have been for my late wife, Shannon. But deep down, it's for me. I alone decide to be done, long before my father ropes me back in. So now, whenever that rare fourth category of visitors shows up, the marks, Joey and I waste no time. Marks aren't like the others. They don't stumble in looking for a drink or a bit of idle conversation. They have a purpose. They're here to tug on threads from the past, hoping to weave us back into the kind of trouble we've spent years trying to outrun. And we both know the stakes, better than most. Chapter 3. Joey, sharp as ever, keeps his eyes on the second camera bank in the kitchen. That's his station. It covers the angles you wouldn't think mattered in a bar, but they do, especially in our line of work. No one ever suspects the guy flipping beer-battered fish in the back knows exactly when to drop the fryer basket and grab the Remington off the rack. They don't see the way he waits for that subtle shift in posture, the flicker of the hand that signals something's about to go down. Joey doesn't move until it's time, but when that moment hits, he moves fast. Real fast. I've got my own piece under the bar, so I'm prepared at all times, but so far I haven't needed to use it in a long time. Out of the business and all that? I really hope that's not about to change. I give him a slight head lift, the kind you see those younger, trendier bartenders toss out like it's second nature. A quick upward chin jerk that says, "Sup, what you want?" Paired with a back nod, it's casual, indifferent, a routine gesture I've perfected to keep things as minimal as possible. I'm not here to make friends, just keep the drinks flowing and the peace intact. But this move isn't about a friendly greeting. Not with this guy. It's more a signal, a test even, a way to size him up before he opens his mouth. The moment he crossed the threshold, I knew he wasn't here for a quiet drink or to catch up with an old buddy. The way he scanned the room made it clear. This wasn't his first dive bar, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be his last visit to one. There's no hesitation in his stride, no uncertainty in the way he commandeers his space as he nears the bar. I can smell trouble on him before he gets within arm's reach, like the musk off old leather or the lingering scent of gunpowder that clings to clothes after a range session. There's a hardness about him, faint but unmistakable, like the kind that comes with knowing you've seen too much of the world, but somehow the world hasn't had its final say on you yet. So no, there's no point in being overly polite to this joker. From the second he stepped in, I had him pegged. He's the kind you don't turn your back on, not for longer than a heartbeat anyway. He could be a mark, fits the bill physically. Broad shoulders, solid frame, and the type of face that people don't tend to look twice at, which makes it useful when you're luring someone in. But something's off, the vibe doesn't sit right. Marks are sent with a purpose, a clear objective, a line to follow from A to B. This guy, he's too relaxed, too at ease in his uncertainty. Marks don't pause. They come at you with intent, even if it's hidden beneath layers of false charm or aggression. They have a job, a purpose. I've seen enough of them to know. But my old man wouldn't have sent one to me. I mean, that's not just a working theory. It's a fact carved in stone. Because you can't get into the game when you're dead, died ugly and in pieces. And no way in hell would he let anyone send the nightmare my way from beyond the grave. No. If my father had still been breathing, maybe I'd be looking at things differently. I might even take the guy's presence as a message, a warning, or the inevitable pull back into that world I've been clawing my way out of. But my old man's cold, buried, dust now, and that's supposed to mean the threads he wove, the strings he tugged, are severed for good. Which means this guy, he's something else entirely, and that scares the hell out of me. So this guy's something else. And that terrifies me. He's an unknown, and in my lines of work, bartending, and killing bad guys, fear of the unknown is a significant cause of anxiety and sometimes a major cause of death. Whiskey on the rocks. This is interesting. I put the comma in there for him, but he says it. Whiskey, pause, on the rocks. Whiskey on the rocks is a drink ordered by a man with clarity, a man who's done this 1,000 times because he knows exactly what he wants. He's confident, sure, without hesitation, the type that walks into a room and owns it by instinct, not effort. To him, the drink isn't just something to kill time. It's part of his ritual, something stronger than beer, yet refined enough to demand a bit of class. Whiskey needs nothing, but when it gets dressed with a few cubes of ice, it's about tempering that edge, chilling the bite while keeping the heat at the heart of it. It's a statement. I know my drink, I know myself, and by extension, I understand you know your craft too. But whiskey, on the rocks, now that's a different beast. That's someone on another wavelength entirely. It's someone who wants to get the business of drink ordering over with so they can move on to more pressing matters. Maybe the whiskey is just shorthand, something simple to blurt out because, hell, he likes it enough. But it's that pause right before the rocks, the comma in his words, that hangs in the air, unnerving. It tells me he's unsure. He's deciding mid-sentence just how he wants to take his drink. And here's the thing. If you actually know what liquor you're drinking, you've already figured out how you like it. Simple as that. No hesitation. You don't get halfway through ordering a Jack Daniels and then puzzle over whether you'll have it neat, on the rocks, with a twist, or however else. You already know. That's as solid as it gets. So when a guy orders whiskey, on the rocks, it tips me off immediately. The drink choice is not the focus. He's here for something, but it sure as hell isn't for the whiskey. He's here for me. Chapter 4. If you know what liquor you want, you probably already know how you like it. No one orders Jack Daniels and then decides they want it the way they always have it. On the rocks, neat, with a twist, whatever. You already know. The bar's dim lighting and the familiar hum of conversation create a cocoon where choices are intuitive and unspoken. A whiskey on the rocks means this guy isn't here for a drink. He's here for something more, something deeper. I pour him a whiskey from the deepest well I've got, letting the amber liquid swirl in the glass like secrets trapped within. I throw in 2 rocks, ice cubes clinking together as they settle, cool and indifferent. Then I slide it across the polished mahogany bar like a message delivered in silence. I serve him, of course. I'm not a barbarian. But as he grips the glass, I can sense that his mind is far from the bourbon swirling within. Each sip will be a distraction, a momentary balm for whatever demons lie just beneath the surface. He takes a sip, his eyes flickering momentarily in my direction, as if he's weighing the worth of the drink against the heaviness in his heart. But he's not here for the drink. Not really. I nod and turn around, careful to check his spot in the long, narrow mirror that stretches horizontally across my back bar, while I ice the glass and pour from a thick plastic 1.75 that I haven't even bothered to add a quick pour spout to. Whiskey, I say, pause. On the rocks. He tries to smile. It doesn't work. What are you here for, I ask. He frowns. Odd question. Maybe you a tourist? He shakes his head. Local? Must have just moved in then, 'cause I haven't seen you around before. Another head shake. Okay, then you're waiting for family. Who are locals? Briggs? Richards? They've both got a son-in-law supposed to be in town this week? Nope. I sigh, not trying to hide the eye roll. All right, buddy, I played the game. Guessed. 3 no's. So I figure you're here for me. I figured it right away, actually, and I've got my friend back there with the shoddy, ready for whatever game you're actually here to play. Finally, a real smile. It's one of those fleeting, almost mechanical ones that barely reaches his eyes but affects his entire face. That slight twitch at the corner of his mouth is all I need to see. He's dropped a layer of pretense. For just a second, I can glimpse the man beneath whatever mask he's wearing. There we go, I say, matching his smile with a practiced, casual one of my own. What's worth a cheap drink and a long trip with a buddy who doesn't look much like anyone's buddy? I gesture vaguely toward his corner-bound partner, who has been pretending not to listen in this whole time. He's failed miserably. His stiff posture alone gives him away. You, just like you said, he answers. It's simple, direct. No flowery explanations or excuses. He's different from the usual marks, and even more different from my run-of-the-mill tourists. My mind races behind the calm mask I keep locked in place. I've encountered people like him before, all business, no bullshit types. People who don't waste time with small talk because they know exactly what they want and aren't afraid to go after it. Usually people like that are dangerous. Fine, I say, letting out a slow breath, acting as though this is routine. I get that a lot. Just want to talk. I doubt that, I reply, leaning a bit closer, my tone sharper now. You don't send a guy to the corner like he's on a timeout just to have a friendly chat. His eyes narrow, as if I've touched a nerve. He's definitely hiding something. I want to start by talking, he corrects himself. His words rush now, like he didn't want me to catch the desperation. We're talking now, aren't we? I volley back, tapping the bar nonchalantly, my fingers drumming a slow, deliberate rhythm. The sound underlines the tension. I'm enjoying this game just a little too much. Another bad habit from another life. His next move is predictable, yet it still sends a shiver down my spine. Maybe somewhere more private? He suggests, his voice laced with an unsettling undertone that raises the hairs on my neck. It's the kind of offer that dangles like a baited hook, tempting yet treacherous. I can feel the weight of his gaze, a relentless force that doesn't waver as I contemplate my response. He doesn't break eye contact, which leaves me with a sinking feeling in my gut. It could mean just two things. He's either about to seal a deal or he's gearing up to make trouble. The air between us thickens, charged with the kind of energy that warns of imminent danger. I scan the dimly lit room around us, searching for an exit, for a way out if things go sideways. I cock an eyebrow, taking my time before responding. Maybe you and your buddy over there can hop back in your jalopy and ride out the way you rolled in. Save us both the hassle. My voice is casual, but there's an edge to it, one I don't bother hiding. I lean on the counter just a little, making myself seem at ease, but it's a practiced move, ready to shift in an instant. He huffs, a mix of frustration and amusement, like he'd expected this from the start. Fine, whatever. Your bar, your rules, he says, shrugging as if he's trying to make the whole thing seem beneath him, like he's not sweating the fact that I haven't bought into his game. I glance at the water stain his drink left on the bar, grabbing a rag and wiping it off slowly, more for effect than anything else. My eyes flick from him to his friend still sitting stiff in the corner. No reaction there, just stone-faced tension. Damn right it's my bar. I say it without looking up, keeping my voice steady, unfazed. Then as I toss the rag under the counter, my eyes dart back to him. So let's play. It's not a question. His smile tightens at the corners, a flicker of something darker slipping through. Good. He knows we're out of the warm-up phase now, and things are about to get real. Chapter 5. Playtime. One of my favorite moments in pre-negotiation. Finding out exactly what's for sale and what the currency we're paying with looks like. The man smiles again, but there's something off about it. His glasses catch the light in a strange way, thick lenses that clearly don't belong. They're a costume, not prescription. No one wears Coke bottle frames like that unless they're stuck in a 1970s time warp or playing some caricature straight out of a forgotten era. It doesn't fit him, not in this place, not now. His thinning hair is combed in a way that's supposed to look neat, but ends up only accentuating his awkwardness. The shirt, a bland pale blue, buttons stretched tight at his gut, screams its support. Someone who'd usually be crawling under desks or juggling memos at some soulless office job. But the clock on the wall, ticking loudly, says it's too late for someone like him to be here. We're here for you, he repeats, voice steady, too calm for the setting. The pause that lingers after his words twists the air into something heavy, suffocating. That smile again, calculated, practiced. Too many teeth. I got that already. What flavor of me were you hoping to get? The kind of flavor that tastes bitter. Okay, point his. That was a good one. Totally set him up, though. Done. That's my perma flavor. His smile shifts to something almost genuine, and he lets out a little chuckle. Good to hear, Mason, but seriously, I'm here to warn you, and to ask for your help. I frown. No sense playing the fool. The guy knows my name. Okay, I'm listening. Fellows. Your name is Fellows? It is. Nothing more. Just, it is. Okay, point two. You're a fine player, Fellows. Fellows, then. I can work with that. What are you here to warn me about, Fellows? They're coming for you. I'm here to let you know. They who? The guys you pissed off up north when you blasted Elizondo off the face of the earth. Elizondo, the man now reduced to a gruesome collection of scattered remains, had owned the shipper, a rum runner by trade. The ship had been his linchpin, a way to quietly carry out his smuggling operations under the radar. He thought he could grow his empire beyond the shadows by roping my father into his plans. His goal? Control of a massive liquor importation scheme that had been teetering between legal and illegal spheres for years. But it wasn't just the questionable legality of what Elizondo was doing that set things spiraling into chaos. The man had crossed a line that couldn't be erased when he decided to use my people as leverage. First, he took Shalice, a move too bold to go unanswered. Then, as if to send a message, he threatened Joey and me directly. It was no longer about business or territorial disputes. Elizondo had made it personal, and in our world, that was unforgivable. Elizondo's not someone I worry about anymore, I say. Elizondo's not someone Elizondo worries about anymore, Fellow says. He takes a brutal sip from the whiskey on the rocks, his nose wrinkling. Listen, Mason, I'm just here to warn you. These guys, they're not messing around. I see. That whiskey isn't messing around either, I remark, watching the amber liquid swirl in his untouched glass. A low chuckle escapes his lips as he nudges the drink away from him, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Believe it or not, I'm not much of a drinker. I tilt my head, studying him. He didn't seem like the kind to waste money frivolously, not with that sharp, calculating gaze of his. Then why order it? I lean in slightly, my voice dipping lower. You realize I'm still going to charge you for it. His eyes flick to mine, something unreadable passing through them. There's a beat of silence before he finally responds, voice softer but no less sharp. With a flourish, he slaps a 20 on the table. I know, figured it's the least I could do. You own a bar, after all. I'm not sure if that means he feels for me because he's warning me about some super scary bad guys, or because owning a bar is tough enough as it is. You're here to warn me about something, I say, my gaze steady on him. Someone, I'm guessing. Why do they care about Elizondo? And what exactly do they want to do to me? Fellows shifts in his seat, avoiding my eyes for just a second too long. He shakes his head slowly, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. No, it's not about Elizondo. They don't even know about him, outside of knowing that you did him in a few. I didn't do him in, Fellows, I cut him off, my voice edged with a simmering impatience. He was on a ship that just happened to be filled with his freshly distilled explosives. I just happened to be the one holding the match. Can't fault me for dropping it. Chapter 6. There's a pause. The weight of each word settles in the air between us. I lean forward, letting my elbows rest on the table between us, lowering my voice. Accidents happen every day, I say. Some of them we make happen. Doesn't matter, Fellow says. They've got your mug plastered on their wall. You're the target. Or mark, I guess, if you're still using that term. I frown down at him, the dim lighting of the bar casting shadows across his face. He's sitting on a bar stool, the edge of his glass catching the light as he swirls the remaining liquid. I can't help but notice how his eyes don't quite meet mine, restless and searching, like he's looking for something in the dark corners of the room. He's close enough that I can smell the faint scent of whiskey rising off his breath, the bitterness mixing into the air between us. It's like the whiskey has an aversion to him, not the other way around. as if it collects just inside his mouth and stays there. Maybe he's been telling the truth the whole time, and I'm just too jaded to notice. I shift my stance, my height giving me just enough of an upper hand to settle my nerves, though it's a small comfort. I'm not doing much of anything these days, I say, my voice quieter now but steady. Just pouring drinks, trying to make a living. Fellows nods, second-guessing his earlier decision, grabbing his glass and taking another sip. He squints through it, the pain evident on his face. Pouring drinks and floating that yacht of yours. What's it called? The Seesaw or something like that? Wassamasaw, I say. And I just got her back. She was run up onto a bank and had quite a few bullet holes in her gut after the Elizondo incident. Sent her up to Charleston to get fixed up. Fellows nods. The guy I'm here with, back there, he wants your help. His words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The casual tone we've lingered in collapses in an instant. I knew it was coming, had been waiting for it, but the quick pivot still lands hard. He's reminding me why he's really here, pushing aside the pretense of casual conversation. Fellows isn't playing nice because he wants to be friends, or because he's some wandering soul looking for a chat. This isn't about sharing stories over drinks. There's something else, something lurking behind those cool eyes, and it has everything to do with the man waiting in the shadows. I can feel the weight of it now, the real reason behind each word, every glance. He's not here to pass the time. There's a job, and I get the feeling the clock's already ticking. What does your friend want? He shakes his head. Not my friend. Brother-in-law. Sorry. You and me both, Fellows says, actually rolling his eyes. I almost feel bad for the other guy. Thankfully, he can't see Fellows' face. He's a banker, pretty high roller too. Does well with real estate deals, but he's sharp enough to have his hand in plenty of honeypots. I squint back at him. Interesting choice of words. Yes, he says. It is. He's in some trouble, and I thought you might be able to help. Why's that? Well, because you're already involved. Like hell I am. He bankrolled Elizondo. Elizondo had been a player, someone who operated just outside the margins of legality, always skirting the fine line between legitimate business and the underworld. Not because he was on the line, but because he always made sure to grease the right hands after crossing the line. A bigwig importer, he'd built his own network that rivaled the established corporations, pulling strings and greasing palms all along the East Coast. It wasn't easy work. Hell, it was downright dangerous, but Elizondo had been smart. Smart enough to keep authorities at bay, smart enough to outmaneuver competitors, and smart enough to see the bigger picture when most only saw the next quick deal. But all the clever maneuvering in the world couldn't save him from a few 100,000 gallons of ignited gasoline. The explosion had ripped through his flagship vessel, sending shockwaves for miles. The man was ocean dust, dispersed into the cold waters of Charleston Harbor, mingling with the salt and sea life, becoming one more relic of ambition gone wrong. He'd had it coming, sure, they all did in the end. But what stood out with Elizondo wasn't just his savviness or the empire he built. It was the way he went out, fiery and explosive, a sudden undoing, proof that no matter how sharp you were, sometimes all it took was a single, dramatic misstep for the whole thing to go up in flames. Yeah, I'm a little proud of it. I'd always wondered where he got his money. Men like him never dipped into their own pockets if they could help it. Their wealth was often tied up in shadowy investments and hidden accounts. But more often than not, it wasn't really theirs to begin with. It's far easier and far smarter to use OPM, other people's money. Wealthy investors, gullible partners, even unwitting strangers, all with the promise of easy returns or a quick profit. He'd mastered the art of convincing them with little more than a smile and half-truths that sounded just believable enough. What fascinated me most about him, though, was how seamlessly he wove those connections. There wasn't a hint of hesitation, no trace of guilt. He maneuvered through the world as if it was his personal playground, and he was just repurposing the pieces to build his empire. The brilliance of it lay in the fact that while the money appeared to be his, it never truly touched his hands. If anyone came knocking when things went wrong, the real owners would be left holding the bag. And him, he'd be long gone. So he's pissed because he thinks I killed him? Nope. He knows what happened, and it actually worked out well for him. There was a contingency in his contract for reversion rights. Elizondo croaks, my bro-in-law gets a nice payday. So it's the other guys who are pissed, Elizondo's guys. Chapter 7. Right, Fellow says, his voice gravelly with fatigue. The ones who wanted Elizondo's business to work. They had a massive stake in it. And well, thanks to you, it all went up in flames. I let out a slow breath, the weight of his words settling on my shoulders like a lead blanket. So they're probably not too happy with me, I mutter, more to myself than to him. Fellows doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he lifts his glass to his lips, tilting it back until the last amber drop disappears. He coughs, a rough, hacking sound that echoes in the dimly lit room. With the back of his hand, he wipes his mouth, leaving a slight smear on his weathered skin. I watch him carefully, noting the slight tremor in his hand as he sets the empty glass down. Raising an eyebrow, I silently offer him another drink. But Fellows shakes his head, his eyes meeting mine with a mixture of weariness and something else, perhaps a hint of warning. You're a cop, aren't you? I ask. He seems surprised at first, then relaxes. He hesitates, but eventually gives in. What gave it away? Couple things. First, your eyes. The way you won't stop looking around, even when you're not looking at anything. You're staring at the mirror behind me, keeping an eye on your banker brother, but also on everyone else in here. You got a quick look around when you came in, reached for your side. Nothing holstered there tonight, though. Then relaxed. You've got a piece, I bet, but it's in a chest holster or something. But your eyes are the main thing. Shifty, but not in a drug dealer sort of way. More like a checking the scene kind of way. Good eye. It's gotten me out of a few jams. I suspect it has. Fellow sighs and relaxes again, like a worn cushion giving way to the pressure of the years. I've been on the force longer than I haven't, and I'm ready to be done. But there are a few guys in my department who are more crooked than a crazy eye, and they've got their sights on Billy, my brother, since they're bankrolled by his enemies. Got it. So you figured you could hide him out down here? I ask. Well, I look at Fellows waiting for the tell, the thing that'll clue me in to what's really going on. He's a cop, so it's not easy to spot. But then I see it, a simple, honest smack of his lips. He's sorry, apologetic. No, Fellows, you've got to be kidding me. He looks down at the bar, then back up at me. I'm sorry. They were already moving on him, and I couldn't just let them. You brought them here? I suddenly feel the bar's walls closing in around me, becoming much smaller and weaker than the concrete walled enclosure I purchased years ago. I want Joey here, and I want Shalice to not be here. I didn't bring them, Dixon, Fellow says. They were already on to Billy, and I had nowhere else to go, so Literally anywhere is somewhere else to go, asshole, I shout. Your cronies are coming down to my bar, in my town, looking for your brother. You made this my problem? I wasn't trying to, I just needed to get him somewhere I could. What? Get him somewhere what, Fellows? Somewhere safe. You're a cop. Don't you have safe houses, support staff, anything? No. No more explanation than that. I suspected as much. This guy is risking his neck to save his skeevy-looking brother-in-law, and it's probable actually, that his shifty buddies on the force won't take too kindly to his subterfuge. Cop or not, Fellows is on the wrong side of the law, even though he's on the right side of it at the same time. This is getting confusing, and I need a drink. How long? I ask, pouring myself something from a shelf I can barely reach. It's mostly there for decoration, as no one has the guts to order it, also because I charge $250 a shot for it. How long until what? Fellows asks. He shifts, I pour. His brother squirms in his seat in the corner. How long until I'm picking up shards of your brother's torso and my broken pint glasses from my floor? Fellows sighs. They chased us out of Charleston. Didn't see me, but they know Billy was in the car. We lost them just outside the city, but they know which direction we were heading. So maybe they don't know where you are now, I say, hoping. He shakes his head. I wish, As soon as I got here, I kept Billy out of the light, but I saw a car parked across the street, watching your building. One of yours? Undercover, but yeah, it was Mays. He's one of the ringleaders. Big guy, looks like a crooked cop from an old TV show. And Mays was scoping out my bar? Yeah, Fellows says. Understood, I say, turning to leave. Understood, Fellows asks. Yeah, I say. Understood. I heard you. I acknowledge you. Whatever. So where are you? Give me a minute, I snap. I stride to the kitchen, walk inside, and immediately catch Joey staring at me. News, Assad, he asks. News, I answer, nodding. This guy, Fellows, he's a cop, not crooked, but knows plenty of ones who are. He dragged his brother-in-law down here because the guy got himself into a sticky deal. What's that got to do with us? Nothing, I say, except that he's afraid some Charleston thugs are going to make it about us. Gotcha. So what's our move? I sigh. Nothing yet, I guess. Things are moving along, but I'm not about to get us tangled up with something if we don't need to. And Shalice, he smiles, she'll be okay. Isn't her first rodeo. Chapter 8. My eyes drift over to the space behind me, where a small arsenal of brewing equipment rests. 5-gallon buckets stand like sentinels, their plastic sides dulled by use and time. In front of them, a few 6-gallon glass carboys catch the dim light, their contents a mystery. Ain't that the truth, I mutter, more to myself than anyone else. The air is thick with the sweet, pungent scent of fermentation. It's a smell that brings back memories, some good, some not so much. Joey shifts his weight, his boots scuffing against the worn linoleum floor. He's been antsy lately, and I can't blame him. This business isn't for the faint of heart. How's the whiskey coming? I ask, breaking the silence that had settled between us. Joey shrugs, his face a mask of practiced nonchalance. But I can see the worry in his eyes, the slight tremor in his hands. You tell me, boss, he says, his voice low and gravelly. You're the moonshining expert. Distilling. Moonshining makes it sound illegal. It is illegal. He's not wrong. Distilling alcohol for any reason is still a federal crime in the United States, even though it's typically a safe, easy-to-control hobby. Hobby brewers are allowed to make an absurd amount of beer each year for personal use, but home distillers haven't been able to cook their own liquor since Prohibition. From what I've read, the whole mess is about taxes. The government wants its cut. So they tax professional distillers into oblivion, making it nearly impossible to get a distilling license unless you got a lot of money, and then they make home distilling completely illegal. The irony is that every distiller I know started by learning how to distill on their own, illegally. There aren't many classes, training courses, or resources to teach newcomers the craft. We're hobbyists too, though. Getting into distilling was something I've always wanted to do, a secret dream that burned in my gut like the first sip of raw whiskey. When we finally took the plunge, it was like striking liquid gold. Now we've got a stack of 5-gallon buckets full of homemade moonshine, each one a testament to our dedication and growing skill. The clear liquid inside catches the light, promising a kick that could knock the boots off a seasoned drinker. But that's just the beginning. 3 carboys of liquor sit in different stages of development, like children growing up before our eyes. There's a sour mash I've been working on, its pungent aroma filling the air with the promise of a complex flavor profile. Next to it, a fresher, all-corn bourbon waits patiently, its sweet scent reminding me of summer fields and lazy afternoons. The fermentation process is well underway now. I lean in close, watching the lazy bubbles rise through the airlock with an almost hypnotic rhythm. I close my eyes for a moment, imagining the finished product. In my mind, I can almost taste it, a smooth, spicy concoction that dances across the palate. It's sharp at first, with a warmth that spreads slowly, leaving behind notes of complex flavors that linger long after the first sip. This is the kind of drink that will make even the most discerning critics sit up and take notice, or it'll make them go blind, not sure which. As I open my eyes again, I'm filled with a sense of excitement and nervousness in equal measure. So much rides on the success of this brew. It could be the key to our future, the thing that puts our little operation on the map, or it could all go wrong, leaving us with nothing but empty barrels and broken dreams. But that's the thrill of it all, isn't it? The risk, the uncertainty, and the sweet promise of success, all distilled into one perfect moment. The 5-gallon buckets are holding one step of the process, turning what's called the high wines into fully distilled and ready-to-drink alcohol by adding clean water to cut it and running it through the still again. The high wines are high ABV alcohol, around 90% purity. It's basically ethanol, undrinkable and unenjoyable. Once the process is done, the distillate needs to be cut with fresh water again, then stored in charred oak barrels for months or years, depending on the size of the barrels, until the high wines earn some color and flavor, becoming what we in the business call money. Or since I don't want to get arrested for selling illegal spirits, good drink and shine. I like to think of myself as a whiskey connoisseur, which is pretty clear from the fact that I own a bar and spell whiskey with an E. I'm American, so whiskey has an E in it, the way it should be. But I don't necessarily consider myself a distilling connoisseur. Producing great spirits is a lot of science, with just enough art to make it drinkable. Beer is different. Anyone who drinks a lot of beer gets the itch to make their own. They claim things like, beer is too expensive, or, what else are we supposed to do with the basement closet? And then they buy a carboy, some tubes, and thermometers, and they're in business. I've had, and made, plenty of good homebrew beer. It's easy to make, harder to make well, but overall an approachable hobby. Whiskey and other distilled spirits are trickier. Once you get past the I'm breaking the law issue, you're in a realm of pseudoscience mixed with Southern redneck art. I love art and science, so I figured I'd give it a shot. But part of the frustration is that it takes a long time to let the spirits mellow and gain color and flavor, only to find out that your first batch, and usually your first 20 batches, is crap. So I decided I needed a partner, someone I could trust to help with the chores and, most importantly, be my official taste tester. I looked Joey up and down, wondering if he really is as gullible as he seems at the moment. His wide-eyed expression and fidgeting hands betray a nervousness I've never seen in him before. It's unsettling, to say the least. A plan develops in my mind. This is going to be amazing. Chapter 9. You're my partner, Joey, I say, keeping my voice low and steady. The dim light of the warehouse casts long shadows across his face, making it hard to read his true emotions. Joey shifts his weight from one foot to the other, his gaze darting around the room before settling back on me. I can tell it's made him uncomfortable. I'm not an emotional guy. What's that supposed to mean, boss? He asks, a slight tremor in his voice. I take a step closer, close enough to smell the cheap cologne he always wears. It means I trust you. You're a good guy. The words feel heavy on my tongue, laden with unspoken implications. There's a moment of silence between us, thick with anticipation. Joey's eyebrows furrow, and I can almost see the gears turning in his head. Finally, he breaks the silence. And, he prompts, his voice barely above a whisper, and I want to get your opinion on this before I age it. On the whiskey? Yeah, the whiskey. I move over to the stack of buckets, take the stopper off one of the lids, and grab the thief, a little spring-loaded tube that lets you pull a tiny shot of booze from the inside of a carboy. I click the top down, dip it into the bucket, and pull out some high wines. Here, I say, pouring a bit into a shot glass. Joey takes the glass, gives it a swirl, then eyes me suspiciously. This won't make me go blind, will it? You'd be far less useful as an employee if you were blind, Joey, I say. He laughs, not exactly reassuring. It's an old wives' tale, I tell him. It would take some serious oversight or a really pissed-off distiller to leave enough foreshots in it to cause permanent optic nerve damage. He laughs again. You know, for an idiot, you know a lot about distilling. Thank you, Joey. I give him my best fake smile. Bottoms up. I watch as he brings the glass to his nose, nosing it like I taught him. After a few seconds, he takes the shot, swishes it around, and swallows. That's when two things happen simultaneously, and I start laughing before I even realize why. First, Joey's eyes widen in horror bulging out like he's in a scene from Mars Attacks. His eyeballs look ready to pop right out of their sockets, and I swear I can see the whites all the way around his irises. It's a comical sight, made even more ridiculous by the sheer unexpectedness of his reaction. The second thing is his mouth opening again, before the booze even has a chance to settle. It's like his body has gone into full revolt against the liquor he just downed. His lips part, and for a split second, I think he might actually be trying to say something. But instead he dribbles some of the alcohol out, his vocal cords letting out a weird groan. It's not quite a burp, not quite a gag, but something in between. The sound echoes in the suddenly quiet room, a bizarre mix of confusion and discomfort. Droplets of amber liquid trickle down his chin, catching the dim light of the bar and making him look like a malfunctioning robot. I lose it. What the hell? What the hell was that? Joey finally manages to spit out, half reenacting the drinking process in reverse. I'm doubled over, laughing. What do you mean? What is this? He asks. It tastes like shit. It's high-quality whiskey, Joey, I say, still laughing. It just hasn't been cut and aged yet. He spits onto the kitchen floor, shaking the shot glass. It tastes like lawn clippings soaked in diesel fuel. You're not far off, I say, trying to regain my composure. It's fresh because it's young, and it basically is fuel. This is around 180 to 190 proof before it goes into the barrel. His eyes somehow widen even more. You made me drink this shit? I offered it to you, friend. You're my partner, and I want you to be an equal partner. That means you need to understand every step of the process. All right, I don't think I need to understand anything if it means poisoning myself. He spits again, grabs an empty glass, fills it with warm tap water, and chugs it. Shit, I think I'm actually drunk now. How much of this swill do we have? I roar with laughter again. Relax, you're going to be fine. It won't hurt you. I do a quick count of the buckets in the corner, then raise an eyebrow. About 30 gallons. 30 gallons? Christ, how much of it do we need? And you're wrong, old man. This stuff could kill someone. I'll keep that in mind. I chuckle to myself as I mop up the puddle. My eyes dart frequently to the small, grainy screen mounted on the back wall. The security feed flickers, showing the empty bar area and a couple of stragglers in the restaurant section. As I finish cleaning, I hear a faint noise from the front. My heart rate quickens, and I strain my ears, trying to discern if it's just the old building settling or something more sinister. I grab the mop handle tighter, ready to use it as an impromptu weapon if needed. Slowly, I edge toward the swinging door that separates the back room from the bar, my eyes never leaving the security monitor. Fellows is still at the bar, nursing the same drink I poured him half an hour ago. I haven't thought much about his problem, but I know from experience that situations like his don't just go away. I should probably ask Joey what he thinks. I look around to find him and spot him through the shelves, hunched over the second security monitor, the one that shows the cameras on the lot outside, the alley in the back, and the street out front. Joey suddenly appears in front of me, shotgun in hand. We've got company, boss, he says. Chapter 10. Coming up from the alley, Joey's voice is low, urgent. Okay. My response is as simple as it needs to be. Armed, at least a pistol. Okay. You're not worried, he asks. Ain't our fight? I continue wiping down the counter, my movements slow and deliberate. Joey's fingers tighten around the shotgun. He glances towards the door, then back at the bartender. It will be if they start shooting at your bar, he says, cocking the weapon with a sharp, decisive click. Don't get antsy, I say. This fellows guy thinks we're going to have a fight on our hands, but more than likely, it's just a misunderstanding. Isn't that literally what a fight is? Joey says. I shrug. Good point. Okay, well, in that case, let's go see our boy Fellows and his little twerpy friend. Maybe they'll just leave and save us the trouble. I walk out, Joey close behind with another batch of frayed catfish. He's somehow been cooking while keeping an eye on the high ones. When we reach the bar again, Joey gives Fellows a quick glance, but doesn't hold it for long. Fellows has his eyebrows raised, like he thinks we've been having a covert meeting about him in the kitchen. Everything okay? Fellows asks. Company, Joey answers. Let me guess, Fellows says. Big guy, looks like a crooked cop from an old TV show? No, Joey says. All four of them look like that. I raise my voice and address the room. So sorry to cut your night short, folks, I say, loudly and clearly, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. A few confused glances come from the younger patrons, the ones who haven't been in Edisto Beach long, either visiting or freshly moved. The oldies, as I like to call them, just nod along knowingly. I'm not sure what they think they know. Even though I've done little to hide my other gig from the town, Edisto Beach is a tiny place, and it's full of old people. And old people love to talk. They talk about everything, especially what that young whippersnapper, me, is up to down at that Young Guns bar, mine. They're probably suspicious about my moonlighting hobby. I've closed up shop plenty of times for last-minute reasons like have to fish and can't wait until closing time, or my mom's sister didn't know she was pregnant. Now I've got twin nieces. I figure everyone sees through my stories, but I haven't given them much to see on the other side. The folks stand up, most of them walking out without bothering to pay their tabs. Another feature of a bar in a place like Edisto is the necessity of extending credit. Everyone here thinks they're good for it. I have tabs open on all of them, and they are. I usually close them out every other week after they've come in a few times and given me the look that says, "You ready to settle up?" "You sure that's a good idea?" Fellows asks. "Telling everyone to leave?" "What do you mean?" Joey asks. "We don't want them here, do we?" "I mean, they're going to be dumping out into the parking lot right when those guys show up." "Why?" I ask. "Are these guys the kind of grunts who'll start shooting at innocent bystanders?" Fellows glances around at the nearly empty bar. "I don't think so. They're respectable mob men, dirty cops even, for whatever that's worth. But who knows? Maybe they pop off a shot just to rile us up." I grit my teeth. I'm not the type to waste time overthinking decisions when they need to be made fast. This is one of those moments, and I've already made my call. I want as few variables as possible. That means sending everyone home, even if there's a small chance someone could get hurt, because there's a much higher chance they'll get hurt if they stick around. Plus, there are quite a few oldies here tonight who served, and they're the take-no-shit type. Many of them carry, and while I wouldn't bet on them in a surprise attack from younger, better-armed men, my oldies are still fighters. As one such oldie stands to leave, he turns and looks over at us. His name is Jessup McNabb, probably the most southern-sounding name I've ever had in the bar. Thankfully, his personality matches the name to a T. Jessup is a true southerner of the take-no-shit, but be polite about it variety, and I'd bet my last dollar he's seen action in the armed forces. His usual counterpart, a fisherman named Roger Pennington, isn't here tonight. It's strange to see Jessup without Roger. They're usually thick as thieves, swapping tales of the sea and war over whiskey neat. "You need anything?" Jessup asks, his voice a low rumble that seems to come from deep in his chest. He's got an underbite that juts out like the prow of a ship, and a drawl so deep you could practically swim in it. But it's his eyes that grab my attention every time. Old, permanently wincing, as if they've seen too much but are still determined to keep watch. Those eyes make me trust him implicitly. Jessup's the real deal, a southern fisherman who's weathered more storms than I've had hot dinners. He's seen a lot, done even more, and has probably been around the block so many times he could walk it blindfolded. I can feel it in my bones. He's got our backs. But Jessup's not part of this mess we're in. He's just a good man in a bad world, offering a helping hand to folks he barely knows. It's comforting to know that in this dark, twisted game we're playing, there are still people like Jessup McNabb keeping watch from the sidelines. I shake my head. "Thanks, Jessup. Appreciate it, but we're good here." He sizes me up for a few seconds, his eyes narrowing as he tries to figure out if I'm just being polite or if I really don't want his help. The air between us crackles with unspoken words, a silent conversation passing in the span of a heartbeat. Finally, he gives me a nod, a barely perceptible dip of his chin that speaks volumes. His gaze shifts, and he shoots Fellows a suspicious glance, the kind that says he's not quite sure what to make of the situation. Without another word, he turns and walks toward the exit, his footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. I feel a small sense of pride blooming in my chest. Jessup will be just fine out there, I'm sure of it. If anyone outside gives my patrons trouble, he'll see to it they pay for it. I would never ask it of him, and I know he knows that. But I also know he's just one guy, one old guy, and whatever mess he's been through, it happened long ago. Not sure he's ready for whatever this is. Chapter 11. Before Jessup's out the door, I pivot on a heel, my attention already shifting to the next potential problem. My eyes scan the room, searching for Billy, the cop's brother-in-law. I need to check on what he's doing, make sure he's not stirring up any more trouble. In this line of work, you can never be too careful, and I've learned the hard way that it pays to stay one step ahead. He's still sitting in the corner. I wait for the door to swing shut, watching as the last of the patrons leave. The rustle of coats and murmur of voices fade, replaced by the sudden silence of an empty bar. Almost empty, that is. Unfortunately, they haven't all gone. Shalice walks up to the bar and takes a seat next to Fellows. The low heels of her shoes click on the hardwood floor, each step deliberate and purposeful. Fellows doesn't even look up from his drink, but I can see the slight tension in his shoulders. Shit. I've completely forgotten she's still here. Joey's in the back, probably counting the night's take, but she's not looking for him. Her eyes scan the room, searching until they lock onto mine. With one glance at her face, I know she's looking for me, and I know exactly what she's thinking. Her expression is a mix of determination and something else. Anger? Fear? It's hard to tell in the dim light of the bar. But one thing's certain, whatever brought her here tonight, it's not good news for me. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. What the hell have you gotten me into? Her eyes are wide, her mouth shifting as she tries to figure out what emotion to land on. Shalice, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. The room feels smaller somehow, the air thick with unspoken words. Why are you still here? Her nostrils flare, a telltale sign I've come to recognize all too well. She's pissed. It's not just her nose. It's written all over her face, in every twitch of her eyebrow, every clench of her jaw. Her body language screams frustration, lighting up like the Vegas Strip on a Saturday night. I couldn't miss it if I tried, even if I wanted to look away. But there's something else, something that doesn't quite fit. The weird thing? She's mad, not scared. Most people, when confronted in a situation like this, they'd be trembling, eyes darting for the nearest exit. Not Shalice. She stands there, feet planted firmly on the ground, eyes boring into mine with an intensity that would make lesser men flinch. You're not concerned, I say. You're just pissed at me. She looks down at the bar. Feels like déjà vu, Dixon. I nod slowly, understanding dawning on me. This isn't the first time we've been in a situation like this. Shalice and I have history, and it's clearly not all roses and sunshine. Look, I begin, trying to keep my voice low and steady. I know this looks bad, but... Bad? She cuts me off, her voice sharp enough to slice through steel. Dixon, there are armed men coming here. This isn't just bad. This is potentially life-threatening. I lean in closer, my voice barely above a whisper. I've got it under control, Shalice. Trust me. She scoffs, a bitter sound that echoes in the nearly empty bar. Trust you? Like I trusted you last time? The words hang between us, heavy with unspoken accusations. I feel Fellows shift uncomfortably beside us, clearly sensing the tension. This isn't like last time, I insist, even as I hear the hollowness in my own words. We're prepared now. We know what's coming. Shalice's eyes narrow, searching my face for any sign of deception. And what exactly is coming, Dixon? What have you gotten mixed up in this time? Before I can answer, the distant sound of car doors slamming echoes from outside. Joey appears from the back, shotgun at the ready. Fellows straightens up, his hand moving slowly towards his waistband. I lock eyes with Shalice one last time. I promise I'll explain everything later, but right now I need you to trust me one more time. Can you do that? For a moment I think she's going to refuse, but then, almost imperceptibly, she nods. As she moves toward Joey, I can't help but wonder if I've just made another promise I can't keep. Chapter 12. I want to explain more, to give her a reason why this shit keeps pulling me in. I know she won't be able to hear it, and why should she? She's not like me, not like Joey. We've been through things because of choices we've made. She's been through things because she was along for the ride. I can see it in her eyes, the weight of past experiences etched into the lines of her face. For a moment, I'm tempted to tell her, this isn't my fault, that I didn't exactly invite these goons to my doorstep. But I stop myself. What's the point? She knows all that already. Shalice understands what I do, what I've done in the past. She's seen the ugliness of this world up close. She knows I've dragged Joey into all of it. Not entirely my fault, as he practically forced my hand. But that doesn't change the fact that he's in deep now, just like the rest of us. And Shalice, she knows firsthand what it feels like to be caught in the middle of it all. The memory of the Wassa Massa during the Elizondo mess flashes through my mind. I can still see her face, pale and drawn, when we finally got her back. She was kidnapped, held hostage as collateral, while I went after Elizondo. It was a rough time, to put it mildly. I can only imagine what she went through. I know the physical torment is nothing compared to the emotional, the mental, the fear, the uncertainty, the constant wondering if each moment might be her last. It's the kind of experience that changes a person, leaves scars that don't show on the outside, but run deep beneath the surface. Now, as I look at her standing there, ready to face whatever's coming our way, I realize just how much she's endured because of me. It's a sobering thought, one that weighs heavy on my conscience as we prepare for the storm that's about to break. So in a way, I'm surprised she's still here. I'd have thought she'd leave immediately, not wanting to get involved in something like this again. Then again, maybe she's more scared of running outside, where the idiots are hiding, than staying here, where it's comparatively safer. For the moment, I glance toward the door, my heart rate picking up. Whoever's outside won't stay there long. Billy's enemies will be closing in, surrounding us like wolves circling prey. I feel the adrenaline kick in, my blood heating up inside me, readying for the fight that's sure to come. Shalice, however, seems oddly calm. She holds up a hand, cutting off my unspoken offer of escape. "Just get me a drink," she says, her voice steady and unwavering. I cock my head, studying her face. Is this bravado? Shock? Or does she truly not grasp the danger we're in? "Seriously, Shalice, if you want to..." She doesn't let me finish. "I want a drink, Mason," she insists, her tone brooking no argument. Her eyes meet mine, and I see a flicker of something there. Determination, maybe, or resignation. Whatever it is, it's clear she's made up her mind. I hesitate for a moment, torn between the need to prepare for what's coming and the desire to honor her request. In the end, I decide that if these might be our last moments of peace, I might as well pour the damn drink. I reach for a glass, the familiar motions a stark contrast to the chaos I know is about to unfold. I nod again. "You got it. Strong, I presume?" I reach for the tap, pulling the handle with practiced ease. The dark, viscous liquid pours into the glass, its rich aroma filling the air between us. The Old Rasputin, a stout from North Coast Brewing Company, is a beast of a beer, clocking in at nearly 12% ABV. It's not for the faint of heart, but then again, neither is Shalice. The silence stretches between us as I slide the glass across the bar. She doesn't speak, doesn't even look at me, but her fingers curl around the cool glass. I watch as she brings it to her lips, taking a small sip. Her eyes close for a moment, savoring the complex flavors. This beer is something else. Deep and dark, with hints of coffee and chocolate, it's like drinking a slice of the night sky. There's a reason it's named after the infamous Russian mystic. It's got secrets, this brew. Layers upon layers of flavor that unfold on your tongue, each sip revealing something new. I pour myself a glass too. What the hell, right? If we're going down this road, might as well do it properly. The first sip hits me like a freight train, reminding me why I love this stuff. It's not just a drink, it's an experience. In moments like these, when words fail and the air is thick with unspoken truths, this is what I reach for. Not the fancy bourbons or high-end scotch, though those have their place. No, give me this inky black elixir any day. It's a companion for the dark nights of the soul, a silent confidant that never judges, never asks questions it shouldn't. She looks at it strangely. It's good, I say. Malty, just like you like. Notes of cinnamon, caramel, vanilla. I don't care about the beer, Mason, she says. It's fine. I'm trying to figure out what to do about this. She waves her hand, gesturing at the empty bar behind her. She looks at me like I've grown a second head, her eyebrows furrowing in confusion and disbelief. For a moment, I think she's going to ignore the question entirely, but then she lets out a short, bitter laugh. Are you serious right now, Mason? We've got armed men closing in on us, and you want to know my favorite color? She shakes her head, taking another swig of her beer. Jesus Christ. I shrug, trying to keep my voice casual. Just thought I'd ask. Seems like as good a time as any to get to know each other better. Her eyes narrow, searching my face for any sign of mockery or hidden agenda. Finding none, she sighs heavily. Green, she says finally. My favorite color is green. Happy now? I nod, filing away this small piece of information. It's not much, but it's something. A start, maybe. Look, she continues, her voice softer now. I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Mason, but small talk isn't going to change the fact that we're in deep shit. Again. I lean against the bar, my fingers tracing patterns in the condensation on my glass. I know, I admit, but sometimes in moments like these, it's the little things that matter, the details we overlook. She studies me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, her lips quirk up in a small, wry smile. All right then, Mr. Philosopher, what's your favorite color? I can't help but grin back. Red, I tell her. Always has been. Of course it is, she mutters, rolling her eyes, but there's no real heat in her words. For a brief moment, the tension in the room eases. We're just two people, sharing a drink and swapping trivial facts. But the illusion shatters as a car engine revs outside, too close for comfort. Shalice's smile fades, replaced by the steely determination I'm coming to appreciate. Well, she says, draining the last of her beer, I guess playtime's over. What's the plan, Dixon? Right, I say. Well, hopefully this is nothing, and it all blows over. Maybe this Fellows guy and his little buddy aren't such a big deal after all. Fellows shakes his head, a grim expression etched on his face. Not likely. He mutters under his breath, his fingers drumming an anxious rhythm on the bar top. Fine, I say, my voice tight with frustration. I scan the room, mentally going through our options, limited as they are. The weight of the gun at my hip feels heavier than usual. Then hopefully we make quick work of these guys. Shalice's eyes widen, a mix of shock and disbelief flashing across her face. She takes a step back, her hand gripping the edge of the bar so tightly her knuckles turn white. You're going to kill them? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. The question hangs in the air, thick and oppressive. I can feel Joey and Fellows watching me, waiting to see how I'll respond. I shrug. I don't know. I'll try to be nice, but if they get too close or too handsy, I'll make sure they know their place. She sighs. I can see her thinking. You're insane. You don't know when to quit. You can't change who you are, Mason. You're a... Whoa, I think, forcing my thoughts back. Calm down, fake Shalice. No need to get personal. But fake Shalice isn't wrong. I'm a hack, a bar owner who can't keep his bar open during regular hours, barely making enough to pay off the place. I've fought and killed men my whole life, and I'm not exactly proud of it. But that was my past, and that was who I was then. Now I'm different, right? The Shalice and the me inside my head goes silent. Thanks, guys. Chapter 13. She takes a sip of the beer, winces, swallows painfully. I thought it was fine, I ask. Not your type? Not so much, she says. Or maybe it's the nerves. I hear they make everything taste strange. If that's true, I've never tasted anything the way it's meant to be tasted. Without asking, I take the beer away and pour her something else. Something a bit more reserved this time. Old Granddad, an 86 proof bourbon with a historical past and a special place on my bar's shelf. I'm not sure if Shalice is a bourbon girl. She usually drinks beer or fruity cocktails, but I pour it anyway and slide it over to her. She smiles briefly, then lifts the glass to her nose. Bourbon, she says. Old granddad, probably higher proof than the typical 80-proof stuff. I feign shock, my eyebrows shooting up as I lean back against the bar. You're good. Really good. Didn't know you were a bourbon gal. She laughs, a sound that cuts through the smoky air of the bar like a knife. Her eyes sparkle with amusement, and for a moment, I forget about the trouble brewing outside. I'm not, she admits, her finger tracing the rim of her glass. I saw the bottle you poured from, and Joey's got me reciting stuff about all the whiskey you have here. I watch as she takes another sip, her lipstick leaving a faint mark on the glass. She savors the taste for a moment before continuing. It's from Jim Beam, and he named it after his granddad, Basil Hayden, Sr. Well, I think you're ready for a job, I say, laughing. The sound feels strange in my throat, almost foreign. It's been a while since I've had a reason to laugh, and the irony of finding humor in this moment isn't lost on me. I grab a rag and start wiping down the bar, more out of habit than necessity. Maybe we should put you behind the bar instead of me. You'd probably make better tips. Yeah, I might be interested. She fidgets, her expression playful. A mischievous glint dances in her eyes as she leans forward, elbows on the bar. You gonna pay me better than you pay Joey? Nope. I don't even need to think about it. The word leaves my mouth before I can blink. Joey's more than just an employee. He's the backbone of this place. My manager, kitchen staff, and all-around right-hand man rolled into one. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be a bar. Hell, there wouldn't even be four walls standing. I like to think I'm a capable owner, but the truth is I'm more of a capable barman. Give me a shaker and some booze, and I'll whip up something that'll knock your socks off, but ask me to balance the books or design a new menu. That's when things start to fall apart. Joey's the one who keeps this ship afloat. He's got a knack for numbers that makes my head spin, and don't even get me started on his cooking. The man can turn a handful of ingredients I can't even pronounce into a feast fit for kings. And the way he's transformed this place, it's like he's got some sort of magic touch. Every time I walk in, I half expect to find myself in some swanky uptown joint instead of my own humble bar. She giggles. Okay, fair enough. What about benefits? Nope again, I reply, shaking my head. Benefits is just a fancy HR word for more money to the man. I hate paying taxes, though I do pay them, on time, every quarter. But I really hate giving the government more than their fair share, especially when they blow it on useless pseudo-welfare programs that line the pockets of the rich. I've found that benefits are best bought individually. As a business owner, I've done just fine buying my own health insurance. No need for dental or vision coverage in my world, and I refuse to live somewhere that demands I give up my rights for the semblance of security. My apartment is a sublet from a guy who's too smart to care and too old to deal with it. He vetted me the old-fashioned way, by feeling me out, shaking my hand, and deciding I was worth the risk. We signed a simple contract, pay the rent or get out. I agreed without hesitation. Now I'm living happily just 2 blocks from my bar. It's a sweet setup, free from the bureaucratic nonsense that plagues so many others. Sure, it's not conventional, but neither am I. And in this dog-eat-dog world, you've got to play by your own rules to stay ahead of the game. So there are no benefits to speak of. If me or Joey has a problem, we ask the other one to help out. Not sure what that means if I need a long hospital stay, but I figure I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Okay then, Shalice says, can you at least promise I won't get caught in the bar when a bunch of mob assholes are bearing down on us with guns, ready to kill whoever's in their way so they can recover a guy they think is valuable? I raise an eyebrow. Touché, Shalice. Nope. 0 for 3. She smiles. I lean forward, my fingers interlaced on the scarred oak desk. So what do you say? The words hang in the air, heavy with possibility. Job, I believe I've made a compelling case. Across from me, she shifts in her seat, her eyes never leaving mine. There's a hint of interest there, buried beneath layers of caution and skepticism. We'll see, old man, she says, her voice low and measured. Get me through this, and we'll talk. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. I reach for the bottle of Old Granddad, the amber liquid sloshing gently as I pour myself another finger. The whiskey burns pleasantly as I take a sip, savoring the familiar warmth. I set the glass down, giving her my best, weathered, knowing look. Years of experience and countless close calls are etched into every line on my face. I'll do my best, I tell her, my voice gruff but sincere. You know that. The words hang between us, a promise and a challenge all at once. She stares ahead, her knuckles white as she grips the glass. The amber liquid inside barely moves, a stark contrast to the trembling of her hands. Her eyes, unfocused and distant, seem to be looking at something beyond the confines of this dimly lit room. I lean forward, my elbows resting on the scuffed wooden bar top between us. And Shalice? I add, a smile playing on my lips. It's an attempt to lighten the mood, to pull her back from whatever dark place her mind has wandered to. The smile doesn't quite reach my eyes, though. There's too much at stake here. She blinks, her gaze slowly focusing on me. Only Joey gets to call me old man. Chapter 14. Fellows turns to me, ignoring the young woman sitting right next to him. His eyes are filled with a mixture of frustration and uncertainty as he asks, "Okay, now what?" I can't help but glare at him, feeling the anger and resentment bubbling up inside me. "You're the one who brought this down on us," I snap, my voice low but sharp. Fellows opens his mouth to respond, but only manages a weak, "Well," before I cut him off. "And you're a cop, Fellows," I continue, my tone dripping with sarcasm and disbelief. "Why not just walk out there and arrest them all?" The absurdity of our situation isn't lost on me, and I can't help but challenge him to take action, even though I know it's not that simple. Joey stands sentinel next to me, nodding. His eyes scan the surroundings, alert and focused on any potential threats. "They're not the type to respond well to authority," he says in a low voice, his expression grim. There's a hint of familiarity in his tone, suggesting he knows these people well. I take a moment to process his words, considering our predicament. "Right," I respond, my voice tinged with resignation. "I figured as much." I pause, studying Joey's face before continuing. "But you missed your window to leave with the rest of them. That means you're fighting." I let the implication hang in the air for a beat before adding, with a mix of hope and uncertainty, "Hopefully on our side." Fellows nods, glancing through the mirror behind me at his buddy in the booth seat against the wall. A look of resignation passes over his face as he sighs. "Yeah, I figured as much." I watch him intently, my senses on high alert. He reaches down to his side and, for a moment, I'm reminded that he appeared unarmed earlier. However, to my surprise, he begins fumbling around in his pocket. After a few tense seconds, Fellows pulls out a small pistol. At first glance, it looks like a miniaturized version of a real weapon, almost toy-like in its appearance. But I quickly recognize it as a Taurus PT-111, a compact firearm designed for concealed carry. Despite its small size, I'm acutely aware that this gun still packs a serious punch. The situation has suddenly become much more dangerous, and I find myself reassessing my options as I eye the weapon in Fellow's hand. I raise an eyebrow. "I thought you said you were a cop. Never seen a cop mess around with a toy like that. Where's the Glock?" He shrugs, his expression a mix of resignation and mild frustration. "Yeah, I wish I'd had more time, but it's all I had on me. My other piece is in the car." Joey chimes in, his voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "And your car is outside," he says, pausing for effect. "Where the bad guys are." "Exactly." I sigh, making a point to sound annoyed. The situation we're in is far from ideal, and I want Joey to know I'm not thrilled about it. "Joey, grab the other guns from the safe," I instruct, my voice tinged with resignation. We keep a tiny safe in the kitchen for moments just like this. Apparently, I'd honestly never thought we'd need them, always considering it more of a precautionary measure than a practical necessity. The idea of actually using the weapons stored inside had always seemed like a distant, unlikely scenario. Now that the moment has arrived, I can't help but feel a twinge of concern. The weapons inside the safe are overdue for a thorough test and cleaning. We've neglected them for far too long, and I silently chastise myself for not being more diligent. Oh well, this unexpected turn of events will have to serve as a good enough test. It's not ideal, but we'll make do with what we have. I tilt the monitor under the bar, adjusting it carefully to get a better view of the security camera feeds. The screen flickers to life, revealing a grid of tiny images, each representing a different area of the establishment. Despite my efforts, the individual feeds are too small for me to discern any meaningful details. Frustration creeps in as I squint at the pixelated scenes. "Joey," I call out, my voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and concern. "What are our friends doing back there?" There's a brief moment of silence, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Joey disappears into the kitchen, leaving me to ponder what might be unfolding beyond my limited view. The seconds tick by, feeling longer than they should. When Joey returns, his expression has changed. The usual light-hearted demeanor is gone, replaced by a solemn look that immediately sets me on edge. He pauses for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. "Preparing, it looks like." "Preparing? I guess they're expecting more help." As if on cue, I hear the sound of tires pulling off the main road, crunching against the gravel in my tiny lot next to the bar. My eyes dart to the nearest window. 3 vehicles pull into my lot and park haphazardly, forming a half circle. It's an ominous sight, like predators surrounding their prey. The engine's cut off. Before the last car even stops, shadowy figures start pouring out. It's like a gangster version of a clown car. More and more men file out of the vehicles, their silhouettes stark against the dim lighting of the parking lot. Chapter 15. I don't need much imagination to guess what they're holding. The way they move, the shapes in their hands. It's clear these aren't friendly visitors stopping by for a drink. "They're here," Fellows says, his voice tense with apprehension. "And they're not leaving without Billy." I try to brush off his concern, but I can feel the unease settling in my stomach. "Maybe we can have a quick chat with the lead goon," I suggest, trying to sound more confident than I feel. "Which one is he?" I move closer to the window, straining my eyes to spot their leader in the darkness outside. But it's futile. They're too far away, shrouded in shadows. All I can make out are their silhouettes, ominous figures with guns drawn, dark shapes standing out against the night sky. The flickering streetlight does little to illuminate the scene. Its inconsistent glow only serves to create more shadows, making it even harder to discern any details about our unwelcome visitors. I squint, hoping to catch a glimpse of something useful, but the darkness continues to guard its secrets. "The main guy's Rafe," Fellows says, leaning in conspiratorially. "Rafe? What kind of weird goon name is that?" I can't help but scoff, my eyebrows furrowing in disbelief. Fellows shrugs, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Short for Raphael," he explains. "Big Italian guy, skinny but with huge shoulders." His hands gesture vaguely in the air, as if trying to sketch out the man's imposing silhouette. I peer out the window again, trying to match Fellow's description. The evening shadows cast an eerie pall over the landscape, making it difficult to discern details. My eyes scan the property line, searching for any sign of movement. At the far end of the perimeter, a figure catches my attention. It stands backed against the small half wall on the northern edge of my property. As I focus, I can make out more details. The figure is tall and thin, with unnaturally wide shoulders that give it an imposing silhouette against the darkening sky. A chill runs down my spine as I realize this matches exactly what Fellows had warned me about. I turn to Joey, my voice barely above a whisper. "I see him," I say, pointing towards the ominous figure. "What's our move?" Joey asks, his voice tense with anxiety. I take a moment to assess our dire situation before responding. "We don't have one," I admit. Letting out a sigh, I continue. "They've got us outnumbered and outgunned. There's no way we can take them on directly." I pause, considering our limited options carefully. After a moment of deliberation, I offer the only strategy that seems viable. "I think we wait it out, see if they're really serious about Billy." It's not an ideal plan, but given our current position, it's the best we can do. We'll have to hope that patience and caution will work in our favor. "They're serious, Mason," Fellow says. I whirl around, expecting to see a broken, scared man. Instead, I see the cop in front of me. But something's different. Fellows has shifted. He's hunched over his drink, nearly empty, staring into the glass, slowly swirling it in his hand. His shoulders are rounded heavy. The weight of the situation seems to press down on him, transforming his usually confident posture into one of resignation. The dim light of the bar casts shadows across his face, deepening the lines of worry etched there. Fellows doesn't look up as he speaks, his voice low and gravelly. "They're not leaving until you give them Billy," he says. "How do I know you can't just call some of your cop buddies who aren't on Rafe's payroll?" "I can call them all I want, Dixon, but they're not coming." "Jurisdiction?" "Sure, yeah, jurisdiction. And the fact that they're not getting anywhere near a guy like Rafe. You know anything about the Italian mob?" "He's mafia?" "No, but he acts like it. Big on honor, family, respect, all that Godfather stuff. He's got this old-school mentality about how things should be run. He wants to bring back organized crime like it used to be. And to be honest, he's making progress. The guy's got ambition, I'll give him that. He's slowly but surely building his empire, old-fashioned style. You wouldn't believe what he did last year. There was this incident with his niece. Some punk kid from one of the Charleston gangs messed with her. Well, he didn't take kindly to that. In just one weekend, he took out 3 entire gangs in Charleston, wiped them off the map, all because of what happened to his niece. That's the kind of man we're dealing with here." I raise an eyebrow. "So he's a bit protective of his family and his money, and he thinks Billy's been screwing with his money." I glance over at Billy, who's still hunched over the table, looking like the broken man I expected to find in Fellows. His posture speaks volumes about the weight of his situation, shoulders sagging under an invisible burden. "But if Rafe's all about respect and honor, shouldn't he be open to a deal?" I ask, grasping at straws, hoping for a diplomatic solution to this mess. Fellows shakes his head, his expression grim. "Maybe," he concedes, but there's no real hope in his voice. "But I doubt there's a deal he'd take. Billy's already screwed him over, and there's no going back." His words hang heavy in the air, painting a bleak picture of our options. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I can't help but probe further. "How's that?" I inquire, wondering just how deep this rabbit hole goes and what exactly Billy did to burn his bridges so thoroughly. Fellows sighs. "I can tell this is going to be a complicated mess. Billy has tangled himself in Rafe's affairs, and now Rafe's out of fortune, blaming Billy. That's the gist, but I need the details. The way out is always in the details. I've learned this through years of experience, and it's never failed me. No matter how convoluted a situation might seem, there's always a thread to pull that unravels the whole thing. You just have to find it." "It's a long story," Fellows says, his voice heavy with reluctance. "I'm not going anywhere," I reply, my eyes drawn once again to the window. The men outside haven't moved from their positions, but I notice a change. A few have gathered around Rafe, engaged in what appears to be an intense discussion. Their body language speaks volumes. They're getting restless, and that's never a good sign in situations like these. I don't think I can explain it all before an explosion cuts him off. Chapter 16. I duck instinctively, my body reacting before my mind can fully process the danger. In the same instant, I see Fellows and Joey drop to the floor beside me, their hands quickly moving to protect their heads. The explosion comes a split second later, a deafening roar that seems to shake the very air around us. It rips through the lone uncovered window, the one we hadn't had time to secure. The force of the blast shatters the glass, turning it into a deadly spray of sharp projectiles. Wood splinters join the airborne assault, pieces of the window frame torn apart by the sheer power of the explosion. The debris flies toward us in a lethal cloud, and I can only hope our hasty dive for cover will be enough to protect us from the worst of it. "Was that a grenade?" Joey asks, his voice tight. I nod, the realization settling in. The sound had been unmistakable, a noise I hadn't encountered in years, but one that was etched into my memory. Just before the blast, I'd heard that familiar thump. It was a sound that transported me back to a time I thought I'd left behind. There was no mistaking it. gun-mounted grenade launcher. The implications of its presence here sent a chill down my spine as the memories of past encounters flooded back. Fellows was right. These guys aren't playing around. They're packing serious heat. The arsenal they're carrying is well beyond what you'd typically see on the streets. Either they've got military connections or their black market skills are top-notch. The precision and quality of their weapons suggest a level of access that's hard to come by through ordinary channels. Regular thugs don't carry this kind of firepower. Not even in my circles, where we're no strangers to heavy weaponry. This is a whole different league, and it's clear we're dealing with professionals who mean business. Okay, they came to play, I say, standing up. Let's back up a bit. I take a deep breath, assessing the situation. I need to keep everyone calm, but I'm not sure I can keep myself calm enough to help anyone else. They're pissed, but from what I can tell, they're just trying to scare us. They want Billy, but I doubt they care much about us. We stay out of their way. They'll leave us alone. I pause, letting my words sink in. It's important that everyone understands the gravity of the situation without panicking. They're organized, not stupid. They're not going to rough us up for no reason. I look around at the faces of my companions, hoping my assessment has brought some measure of reassurance. We're in a tight spot, but if we play it smart, we might just make it through unscathed. You sure about that? Shalice asks, still sipping her bourbon like it's just another night. I give her a smile. The older I get, the more I think I know, and the less confident I am about any of it. Fair enough. I glance toward the front entrance, my eyes scanning the familiar surroundings with newfound urgency. It's the only way out on this side of the building, a fact that suddenly feels more significant than ever before. The restrooms are opposite the kitchen, a layout I've never given much thought to until now. But there's no door to the outside over there, no alternative escape route that could offer us a different option. We need to leave, I say, my voice low but firm. We can probably force our way out the back, get to the woods. It's not an ideal plan, but it's the best we've got. The dense foliage of the nearby forest offers our best chance at cover and escape. My bar sits on a strip of land between the beach and the street, with a patch of trees behind it. It's a unique location, offering both the allure of the ocean and the protection of nature. The layout has always been a selling point, but now it might just save our lives. Locals call it the woods, though it's more like a dense thicket. Not exactly a forest, but it'll provide enough cover. The tangled undergrowth and closely packed trees should make it difficult for anyone to follow us. It's not much, but in our current situation, it's a lifeline we can't afford to ignore. I silently hope that our familiarity with the area will give us an edge. We know these woods, every twist and turn, every hidden path. It's not much, but it might be the difference between freedom and capture. As we prepare to make our move, I can't help but feel a mix of fear and determination. This is our chance, and we have to take it. They're waiting at the back door too, remember? Joey says, his voice low and urgent. I nod. Yeah, I know. But if we go out the front, we'll walk straight into their headlights. The thought of being caught in that bright glare makes my stomach churn. Fellows, who's been quiet until now, chimes in with a question that catches me off guard. And Billy? He asks, his tone laced with concern. What about him? I respond, confusion clear in my voice. I hadn't given Billy much thought in our escape plan. You're just going to leave him? Fellows presses, clearly troubled by the idea of abandoning our companion. I feel a flash of irritation at the question. We're in a tight spot, and Billy's fate is the least of my worries right now. I don't care what he does, I say firmly, my tone leaving no room for argument. He's not my problem. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I know they sound harsh, but in this moment, self-preservation is all that matters. He's as good as dead if he stays here, but I'm not about to put my life on the line for him. If he wants to run with us into the woods, fine. From there, he can use Joey's boat at the dock, get out to the harbor and head south or north. I don't care. But nothing, fellows. You two hacks drove down here with the mafia on your tail, and you brought them to my doorstep. I don't owe either of you a damn thing. Joey grabs my shoulder, and I whirl around to face him. My nerves are on edge. What is it? I snap, my voice sharper than I intended. Joey's expression remains composed, a stark contrast to my agitated state. His voice is calm and rational as he speaks. "Boss, we can't just forget about this or run from it." He pauses, letting his words sink in before continuing. "They're not going to let us go." I feel a surge of defiance rising within me. After a moment, I meet Joey's gaze with steely determination. "They won't have a choice," I declare, my tone leaving no room for argument. The weight of our situation hangs in the air between us, but I'm resolved to find a way out, no matter the cost. "You say that now, but what's to stop them from tracking us down wherever we go?" "They wouldn't be stupid enough to do that," I say, my voice tinged with disbelief. The idea seems so far-fetched, so utterly ridiculous, that I can't fathom anyone actually considering it. He doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he raises an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of amusement and skepticism. The gesture speaks volumes, challenging my certainty without uttering a single word. His silent question hangs in the air between us. "You sure about that?" It's a simple inquiry, but it carries weight, forcing me to reconsider my initial assessment. Perhaps I've underestimated the situation, or overestimated the intelligence of those involved. I pause, considering the situation carefully. If I were in their shoes chasing down someone who'd stolen from me, I'd stop at nothing to get it back. The thought sends a chill down my spine, and if anyone helped the thief, they'd be in my crosshairs too. There's no escaping that harsh reality. I sigh, taking a deep breath. The weight of the decision settles on my shoulders. "Okay, guys, you win," I concede reluctantly. "What's the call?" I look at them expectantly, waiting for the brilliant plan they must have concocted. Chapter 17. Joey shrugs, his face a blank slate. The lack of response is unsettling. "Wait, you don't actually have a better plan?" I ask, disbelief coloring my voice. The realization that we might be just as lost as before hits me like a ton of bricks. He smiles. "Nope, I just feel bad for the guy." I rub the bridge of my nose. "You've got to be kidding me." Joey blinks, taking in the tense atmosphere of the room. The gravity of their situation weighs heavily on everyone present. "Fine," Dixon says, his voice laced with frustration. "You bleeding hearts want to stay and die for some banker we don't even know? Great." He pauses, his eyes scanning the faces of his companions, searching for any sign of agreement or dissent. After a moment, Dixon continues, his tone shifting to one of grudging acceptance mixed with determination. "Just tell me where we can find weapons that come close to matching theirs so we can make this a fair fight." His words hang in the air, a challenge and a plea rolled into one. Joey, however, is quick to respond. His voice is calm but firm as he addresses Dixon's concerns. "That's not the point, Dixon," he says, shaking his head slightly. It's clear that Joey sees the situation from a different perspective, one that goes beyond mere survival or evening the odds. "That's not the point?" I almost yell. "How is it not the point? This isn't about some thugs blowing the windows out of my bar." He shakes his head. "It's about you. It's about you, Mason. We're all here because of you." He gestures around at Shalice, Fellows, and Billy, then looks me dead in the eye. "We're in this together, whether you like it or not. You started this bar, you decided what it would be, and you decided who you would be." I glare at him, feeling like a mother eagle eyeing a snake creeping into her nest. "Want to try that again?" "I'm serious, Mason. You're always talking like your life happened to you, like things didn't go your way because of your old man, your past, or your career, like you're just a victim of circumstance." I want to shut him up, tell him my life is none of his damn business. The words are on the tip of my tongue, ready to lash out and put an end to his unwelcome lecture. Who does he think he is, anyway? He doesn't know the half of what I've been through. If this speech is supposed to rally us into fighting an army with broken bottles, it isn't working. In fact, it's having the opposite effect. Instead of feeling motivated or inspired, I'm just getting irritated. We're in a dire situation, and the last thing I need is a half-baked pep talk about personal responsibility. But I stay quiet, waiting to hear his point. "Mason, listen, you're a good guy. You're not like them. You fight for what's right. That's why we're here. Why we trust you to get us out of this. But first, you need to make sure the idiot outside knows exactly who he's messing with. I shake my head, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. It's not just about what I want, Joey. There's more to it than that. It's more complicated. Joey's eyes narrow, his frustration evident in the tightness of his jaw. It's really not, he insists, his voice carrying a hint of exasperation. It is, I counter, my own voice firm despite the turmoil churning inside me. The simplicity with which Joey views the situation only serves to highlight the complexity I see. He leans forward, his gaze intense as he studies my face. You know what your problem is? The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with unspoken accusations and observations. I wait, my breath caught in my throat. Part of me dreads hearing his assessment, while another part craves the insight he might offer. I brace myself for his next words. You say you need help to remind yourself you're human, but it's not about needing help. You want us to need you because... Finish that thought, I dare, my patience wearing thin. He shakes his head and looks out the shattered window. The broken glass reflects the dim light, creating a kaleidoscope of shadows across his face. His expression is a mixture of frustration and concern, etched deeply into the lines around his eyes. You can't stand the idea of anyone dying under your watch, he says softly, his voice barely audible above the distant sounds of chaos outside. I scoff, the sound harsh in the tense silence that follows his words. My hands clench involuntarily at my sides as I respond, Yeah, I can't. So that makes me a monster? That's not the point, Joey says. You're missing it. You think we're all under your watch, like we're your responsibility or some minor characters in your story. But we're here because we chose to be here. And you don't realize it yet, but you chose this too. He straightens up, shoulders back, eyes locked on mine. You need to figure out what you really want, Mason. What you need. You're just waiting around, letting life happen to you. I want my bar. Okay, these guys are about to take it from you. I sniff, like hell they will. Joey smiles. It's working, isn't it? Don't flatter yourself, Joey. You're not some inspirational speaker. Just got lucky. Chapter 18. Joey runs back into the kitchen around the same time I hear banging on the back door. The urgency in his step matches the frantic pounding, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the once quiet space. The door to the alley is thick, an industrial one meant for the kind of heavy-duty use that patrons never see. It's a stark contrast to the polished front of the establishment, designed for functionality rather than aesthetics. Despite its utilitarian appearance, it provides a sense of security against whatever threat lurks on the other side. It's not much to look at, but it'll hold out anyone trying to get in, unless they start shooting at it. This sobering thought sends a chill down my spine. The door's strength, while reassuring, suddenly feels inadequate against the possibility of escalating violence. I find myself hoping that whoever is out there doesn't have access to firearms, clinging to the temporary safety the sturdy door provides, especially if they start shooting at it with that grenade launcher. Open up! A man's voice shouts from outside. The command echoes through the room, causing a moment of tense silence. We're looking for Billy Renaud! I watch Billy's reaction closely. He slinks deeper into his chair, his body language screaming discomfort and fear. The sight of him is pitiful, to say the least. He looks like he's been run through a chipper shredder, battered and worn down by whatever circumstances have led to this moment. His suit, which I can tell must have set him back a few Benjamins, tells a story of its own. Once crisp and impressive, it now hangs wrinkled and droopy from his thin frame. The fabric seems to be barely clinging to his body, as if it's desperate for something substantial to hold on to, but finding nothing. It's a stark visual metaphor for Billy's current state, expensive trappings failing to disguise the diminished man beneath. Billy, I say, my voice stern, come over here. He shakes his head, then swallows. Billy, don't make me say it again. Billy gets up, his body trembling visibly. He takes a few unsteady steps, making his way over to the bar. I watch him, feeling a mix of frustration and pity. This is your fault, Billy, I say, my voice firm but not unkind. What do you want me to do about it? Billy turns to face me, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His face contorts, a mix of guilt and remorse etched across his features. He opens his mouth, struggling to find the right words. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, he manages to stammer out, I didn't mean... I'm sorry. I stare at him, unmoved by his display of emotion. The damage he's caused is too great to be brushed aside with a simple apology. Save it, I growl, my voice laced with frustration and anger. You brought this down on me, on my bar. I pause, letting the weight of his actions sink in. The way I see it, we just throw you to the wolves, let them figure it out, and we're good to go. Billy's face pales at my words, and he takes a step back, his voice trembling as he pleads, Please. I'm about to dismiss him entirely when I feel a hand on my shoulder. Joey, my ever-present voice of reason, gives me a look that speaks volumes. I sigh, my resolve wavering slightly. But my friend Joey here won't let that happen, I admit grudgingly. He's somehow convinced me you're worth saving, or at least trying to save. He nods, then looks out the broken window. I'll make it up to you, he says, his voice tinged with regret. Oh? I respond, skepticism evident in my tone. His gaze returns to me, determination replacing the regret. I'll pay off your bar, he states firmly. I can't help but scoff. There won't be much left of the bar when these guys are done with it, I point out, gesturing to the destruction around us. He shrugs, unfazed by my pessimism. Doesn't matter, he replies. You'll collect on the insurance policy or not, and I'll still pay for whatever place you want. His next words carry a hint of excitement, a stark contrast to the current state of affairs. Build something new, completely fresh, he suggests, as if already envisioning the possibilities. I eye him suspiciously. Thing is, Billy, you're not exactly known for keeping up your end of the bargain, am I right? Billy's shoulders slump as he takes in my words. He runs a hand through his disheveled hair, a look of weariness settling on his face. He sighs deeply, the sound heavy with regret. It's more complicated than that. I'm not a crook, I swear. His eyes meet mine, pleading for understanding. Yeah, I got into some bad stuff with these guys, he continues, his voice low and tinged with shame. But it wasn't because I was trying to rip anyone off. He pauses, struggling to find the right words. After a moment, Billy finishes softly. I just needed to do it. The confession hangs in the air between us, laden with unspoken desperation and the weight of difficult choices. His eyes, filled with a mix of regret and defiance, dart around the room, avoiding direct contact with mine. I can't help but feel a surge of frustration at his vague explanation. You just needed to bankroll a crooked rum importer and slip in a nice reversion clause that got you a fat paycheck? I ask. The absurdity of the situation isn't lost on me, and I struggle to understand how Billy could have gotten himself into such a mess. Billy's shoulders slump slightly as he responds. Like I said, it's a bit more complicated than that. His voice is weary, as if he's carried this burden for far too long. I can see the toll it's taken on him. The once confident man now reduced to a shadow of his former self. The tense atmosphere is suddenly shattered by another loud bang on the door. The goons outside are getting impatient, their presence a constant reminder of the danger we're in. I hear the man's yell from the shattered window on the side of the building, louder than I hear his voice from the kitchen door. Last chance. Send Billy out here now. The threat in his voice is unmistakable, and I realize that time is running out for both of us. Or what? I yell back. There's a long pause, some shuffling, then even louder, closer, and it's not the same voice. Come on, Dixon. This isn't your fight. You made it my fight, pal. I think your new friend did that. I glance at Billy, hoping for some input or support. You got anything to add? I ask. He doesn't say a word. Instead, Billy just shakes his head, his shoulders slumping as he sulks down onto a nearby bar stool. His body language speaks volumes. Great, I say, unable to keep the sarcasm out of my voice. Thanks for the help. Billy's lack of engagement is disappointing, but I don't have time to dwell on it. I turn my attention back to the window, steeling myself for what comes next. Taking a deep breath, I shout again to whoever's waiting outside. All right, we're sending him out. My words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of the decision we've just made. There's no response, but I figure it's because they know I'm bullshitting. The silence is deafening, hanging in the air like a thick fog. I can almost feel their skepticism seeping through the walls. They're not going to believe me for a second. My story is flimsy at best, and these aren't amateurs I'm dealing with. They've probably heard every excuse in the book, and mine isn't even particularly creative. But in the interest of self-preservation and not messing with a potentially simple solution, they also don't start firing or launching more grenades through my windows. It's a small mercy, really. Maybe they're weighing their options, or maybe they're just toying with me. Either way, the temporary ceasefire gives me a moment to breathe and think. The tension is palpable, though. I'm acutely aware that this fragile peace could shatter at any moment. One wrong move, one misplaced word, and I could find myself dodging bullets or worse. For now, I'll take the silence as a win, however small it might be. You can't just let them take me, Billy says, his voice trembling with fear. They're not going to let me live. I take a moment to process his words, then respond calmly, I figured as much. Billy's eyes widen in disbelief. Then, what's your plan? I reach for a bottle tucked away on a nearby shelf, one I'd acquired at a liquor expo a few months back. Blanton's single barrel, expensive stuff, but tonight seems like the perfect occasion for it. I pour 2 fingers into a glass and take a contemplative sip before addressing Billy's question. Plan? You really don't know me that well, I say with a hint of amusement. Listen, Billy, here's the plan. I figure we've got about 5 minutes before those thugs out there get antsy and start shooting more fireworks into my building. I pause, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. Then I continue, my tone becoming more serious. So that gives us a bit less than 5 minutes for you to tell me exactly what sort of deal you made with them and why it's all going to hell. That's what we're doing. Shouldn't we what? Hold hands and sing a song. Walk outside and beg them for mercy. I snap, my patience wearing thin. I glance at the empty space on my wrist where a watch should be, a stark reminder of how little time we have left. The absence of that familiar ticking only amplifies the urgency of our situation. Start talking, I urge, my voice tight with barely contained frustration. Time's running out. He hesitates, the weight of our predicament evident in his furrowed brow. I can see the internal struggle playing out across his face as he grapples with what to say. The seconds tick by, each one feeling like an eternity as we stand in tense silence. Finally, he opens his mouth to speak, but before he can utter a word, something catches my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a shadow moving toward us from the end of the bar. My heart rate spikes, adrenaline flooding my system. Without thinking, I jump into action. I run around the bar, my movements quick, purposeful. My hand reaches out, fingers searching for the familiar shape of the shotgun. The cool metal against my skin is both a comfort and a reminder of the danger we're in. Whoa, it's okay, Mason. Just me. Jessup? Chapter 19. Jessup McNabb stands at the end of the bar, a dumb grin plastered across his face. His hands are raised near his head, palms turned upward in a gesture of mock surrender or perhaps confusion. The sight is both comical and slightly irritating, given the circumstances. I take in the scene before me, realizing with a mix of surprise and exasperation that Jessup hadn't left the bar as I'd assumed. He's still here, looking as if he hasn't moved an inch since I last saw him. The bar's dim lighting casts shadows across his features, emphasizing the foolish expression he wears. Shaking my head slightly, I can't help but voice the question that immediately springs to mind. Why are you still here? I ask, my tone a blend of curiosity and mild annoyance. The query hangs in the air between us, awaiting Jessup's explanation for his unexpected presence. He shrugs, his shoulders rising and falling in a casual motion. Had to pee, and I figured you'd probably never tell me the truth about needing my help, he says matter-of-factly, a hint of amusement in his voice. I consider his words for a moment, realizing the truth in them. There's no point in denying it now. Yeah, that's probably true, I admit, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. The air between us feels lighter now, the tension dissipating as we both acknowledge the unspoken dynamics of our relationship. It's a strange comfort, knowing that he understands me well enough to see through my facade, even if it means he had to resort to trickery to get me to open up. So I figured I'd make it easy for you. Here I am. What's the plan? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Jessup, thank you. I appreciate it. But we're not playing cops and robbers. This is a strange situation, and I'm afraid things are only going to get more dangerous as the night goes on. You mean dangerous like a bunch of gangsters blowing up half your bar? I glance over my shoulder at the still smoldering blackened char that used to be a window. The acrid smell of burnt materials lingers in the air, a stark reminder of the recent chaos. The once clear glass is now nothing more than a gaping hole, its edges jagged and melted. Yeah, I say, my voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and resignation. That's what I mean. The destruction before us seems overwhelming, a testament to the intensity of what we've just been through. He shrugs again, his nonchalant attitude a stark contrast to my own unease. His eyes scan the damage with an air of indifference, as if such sights were commonplace to him. Seen worse, he remarks casually, his tone suggesting that this level of devastation barely registers on his scale of experiences. I believe it, I say, but Jessup, this isn't a game. Those guys out there are... Jessup cuts me off, his weathered face hardening with determination. I ain't wantin' no games, Dixon. I fought for my country in Nam, and we never got the credit we deserve for that. He pauses, his eyes distant, as if reliving memories from decades past. After a moment, he continues, his voice gruff with emotion. Way I see it, this is a lot like Nam. Confusing as all get out, getting stuck between rocks and hard places, and plenty of good men finding themselves in a war they didn't want. I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the old veteran, but reality quickly sets in. Well, it's not going to be much of a war, I reply, my tone tinged with resignation. We don't have any weapons. You mean you don't have any extra weapons, he says. That's fine. I've got my own. He reaches behind his back and pulls out the oldest piece I've seen outside a museum. The metal gleams dully in the light, its surface marred by countless scratches and dings. Despite its age, there's a certain pride in the way he handles it. It's seen better days, but I keep her oiled up and clean enough, he explains, turning the weapon this way and that for my inspection. I shake my head, feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration. This whole situation is spiraling out of control, and now we're talking about ancient firearms. Jessup, I can't, I begin, trying to find the right words to express my reluctance. But before I can finish, he holds up a hand, cutting me off mid-sentence. Don't mention it, he says firmly, making it clear that any protests on my part would fall on deaf ears. I wasn't going to thank... I'm here to help, boss. Put me to work. I take a deep breath and look around at my ragtag crew. The scene before me is a snapshot of chaos and uncertainty. Joey and Shalice are holding hands in the kitchen doorway, seeking comfort in each other's presence. Fellows, usually so composed, is wide-eyed with shock. His gaze is fixed on the hillbilly cowboy who's just emerged from the restroom, an unexpected addition to our already volatile mix. At the end of the bar, Billy continues to shake uncontrollably. His trembling form is a stark reminder of how quickly things have spiraled out of control. The fear etched on his face mirrors the unease I feel settling in my gut. As I survey this motley collection of individuals, each reacting in their own way to our predicament, a grim realization washes over me. This situation, with all its unpredictable elements and frayed nerves, is not going to end well. The writing is on the wall, and I can't shake the feeling that we're all hurtling towards an inevitable disaster. I need to get everyone out, at least Shalice and Jessup. This isn't their fight, and they're just liabilities if things get out of hand. The situation is tense, and I can't risk their safety any longer. They didn't sign up for this, and I won't let them pay the price for my mistakes. But the bar's surrounded, and there's no way the guys outside will just step aside and let potential assets and witnesses go free. They've got us cornered, and they know it. Every exit is likely being watched, making our escape seem impossible. The weight of responsibility for everyone inside presses down on me, making it hard to breathe. I need time to think. My mind races, searching for a solution, a way out of this mess. But deep down, I know I'm not going to get it. Time is a luxury we don't have, and every second that ticks by brings us closer to a confrontation I'm not sure we can win. The pressure is mounting, and I can feel the clock ticking down to zero. Okay, fine, I say. Jessup, you move up there. The front door's yours. If anyone comes through, you blast them with that. I pause. Just aim and shoot and hope for the best. Got it. I watch as the overly excited old man shuffles up to the front door, then crouches nearby. He shifts a bit, changes his mind, stands up, moves a chair, sits down, and rests his antique pistol on his knee, aimed at the door. I want to groan but hold it in. Billy, stay at the bar. Things are going to get hairy, so move to this side so you have the bar for protection. When they start shooting, crouch down and cover your head. Billy eyes the wall of glass bottles and the giant mirror stretching across the back. Don't worry about it, Billy. If all hell breaks loose, you'll have bigger problems than a couple of glass shards falling on you. He swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. With a hesitant nod, he complies with the instructions given to him, his movements stiff and uncertain. I turn away, my footsteps echoing in the tense silence as I make my way back toward the kitchen. The air feels thick with anticipation, as if the very walls are holding their breath. Suddenly, the quiet is shattered. 3 deafening explosions rip through the air, one after another in quick succession. The remaining windows explode inward, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. The force of the blast reverberates through the building, leaving a ringing in my ears. Chapter 20. Shit! I yell after the first explosion. Get down! My voice sounds distant, as if emanating from somewhere outside of my own head. Both things are pointless to yell. Billy's already crouching, Jessup's sitting far enough from that side of the building, and Joey and Shalice are safely in the kitchen. Fellows had been pouring another glass of bourbon, a bottle I left on the bar for that purpose. He pauses mid-pour, his hand trembling slightly as the sound of gunfire intensifies outside. With a quick glance towards me, he abandons the drink and swiftly moves to join Billy on the other side of the bar. I watch as Fellows ducks down, pressing his back against the polished wood. He slides along until he's nestled between the bar and the back wall, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Billy, already in position, gives him a grim nod of acknowledgement. Somehow I find myself still standing, the lone figure upright in this chaos. The idiots outside seem determined to level the place, having just launched another volley of grenades. The shattering of glass fills the air as the last of my north windows gives way, leaving more jagged shards scattered across my floor. As I survey the damage, a chilling thought crosses my mind. Either these attackers have brought enough ammunition to ensure their victory, or they've calculated precisely how much they need to execute their plan. The systematic destruction of the windows suggests the latter, and I can't help but wonder what their next move will be. Either way, I'm down 4 windows and most of the framing. The destruction is extensive, leaving gaping holes where there once were solid walls. Glass shards litter the floor, glinting in the dim light like dangerous confetti. In a twisted moment of sad humor, I forget about the attack on my bar and smile. It's an odd reaction, but my mind latches onto a mundane thought amidst the chaos. I realize how much I hate doing drywall work, and the prospect of repairing this mess almost overshadows the gravity of the situation. I snap out of it quickly, shaking off the inappropriate amusement. My focus shifts to more pressing matters as I look for Joey and Shalice. The smoke from the detonations thickens, creating a hazy veil across the room. Fortunately, I don't need to look far. Joey, with Shalice in tow, meets me at the kitchen doorway. Their sudden appearance is a relief, a small comfort in the midst of this unexpected disaster. As we stand there, surrounded by destruction, I know we have a lot to figure out and even more to deal with in the aftermath of this attack. "What the hell was that?" Joey asks, his eyes falling on the blasted windows. "They did it again?" I nod. Shalice's eyes are bloodshot, wide, scared, and confused. I don't need to ask, but I do anyway. "What's with her?" "She changed her mind. She wants out." Shalice sniffs and looks at me. It's too... I didn't think... I put a hand on her shoulder. I know, it's okay. I didn't expect it to be like this either. But Shalice, it's too late. We can't leave. She looks over my shoulder at the windows, the glass shards scattered across tables and chairs. The scene before us is one of utter devastation, a stark reminder of the chaos that has engulfed our lives. It's a war zone, and she knows we're on the losing side. The realization seems to hit her all at once, her eyes widening as she takes in the full extent of the damage. We've been fighting for so long, but now it's clear that our efforts may have been in vain. Shalice, if you leave... Joey's voice trails off. He doesn't finish the thought, but he doesn't need to. I know, she says. Can't we call someone? Not a good idea, Fellows says. Anyone we call will get back to the cops. And calling the cops isn't a good idea? He shakes his head looking at me. I nod back at him, then turn to Shalice. We can't trust them. I see something in Shalice's eyes I haven't noticed before. It's like sadness, but with a hardness that confuses me. I've never been much of a Romeo, so reading women comes about as naturally as reading Greek. I need a moment, she says. Joey nods and squeezes her hand. He looks at me, his eyes conveying a mix of concern and determination. The restroom's probably the safest spot for her, he suggests, his voice low but steady. True, I reply, considering the layout of the building. No exit on that side of the building, no windows either. Plus the women's restroom is the only interior room. I pause, mentally mapping out the space we're in. The restroom's 2 single-stall rooms are situated next to the kitchen, but they're only accessible from the hallway on the south side of the bar. It's a strategic location, I realize. While there are 2 windows on that side of the building, the restrooms, especially the women's room, are probably the farthest from where the attackers are currently positioned. This setup provides an extra layer of protection, making it the most secure option we have at the moment. The lack of external access points and its distance from the threat make it our best bet for keeping her safe until help arrives or we can find a way out of this situation. Okay, Joey says, why don't you go in there and wait it out? I'll come check on you when I can. She nods, wipes a tear from her eye, and walks briskly to the bathroom. Her departure leaves me with a silent moment to contemplate the situation. I watch her go, my mind racing with questions. How is it possible that she's found herself entangled in this mess for a second time? The circumstances seem almost too coincidental, and I can't help but wonder about the forces at play here. Before I can voice my thoughts or delve deeper into the mystery, I feel a familiar vibration in my pocket. It's my antique cell phone, a relic from an era before smartphones dominated the market. I've held on to this device for years, stubbornly refusing to upgrade. I reach into my pocket and pull out the thick, bubble-shaped piece of plastic. It's a flip phone, feeling about as comfortable in my hand as a small brick. As I flip it open, my eyes immediately focus on the number displayed on the tiny screen, wondering who could be calling at such a crucial moment. Joey asks who it is. Charleston, I say. Not sure who. I answer it. Mason Dixon, the voice says, slow and careful, every syllable enunciated. This is Raphael Cancio. I was wondering if we could talk about your new friend, Billy Walthier. Chapter 21. I'm more interested in talking about my bar, asshole, I say, my frustration evident in my voice. The damage to my establishment is foremost on my mind, and I'm in no mood for pleasantries or beating around the bush. There are now 4 giant holes in the side of it. I can't help but emphasize the severity of the situation, hoping to convey just how serious this is. The response I get is infuriatingly dismissive. I'm sure you have insurance, Mr. Dixon. It's clear they don't understand the gravity of the situation, or they're deliberately downplaying it. I can't contain my exasperation as I retort. You ever tried telling an insurance company you need money because someone launched 4 grenades through your windows? The absurdity of the situation isn't lost on me, and I'm struggling to imagine how I'll explain this to my insurance provider without sounding completely insane. Yes! I wasn't expecting that answer, and I find myself looking around the room as if the ceiling might offer something to say. As I said, I want to talk about Billy. He's in your bar, is he not? He is. And he does not want to leave, correct? That's correct. But I would like to speak with him in person. I pause for a moment. Sorry, Rafe. Just asked him. He's not interested. It's Rafe's turn to pause. He takes a moment to consider his next words carefully. I see. Rafe continues, his tone becoming more serious. Mason, I don't think I need to remind you that you're not dealing with a simple gang. We're not here to play games. There is no initiation, no ritual for some new member. He leans forward slightly, emphasizing his point. An operation like this is costly, as you can imagine. So please humor me by at least trying to understand that for all of us to come all the way down here to interrupt your place of business must be driven by something of extreme importance. I catch on quickly, responding with a hint of cynicism. You mean money? I do mean money, Mason. Thank you for understanding. How much money? That's between Billy and myself, Mason. And I assure you, there's not enough money in your bar or savings account to cover what I lost. So if you're considering trying to buy me out, I wouldn't give you a dime, asshole, I say, my voice dripping with disdain. I'm just trying to understand how much money it takes for a reasonable guy like you to go batshit crazy and drive his thugs down to Edisto Beach to shoot up an old man's bar. There's a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then I think I hear a slight chuckle. It's faint, but unmistakable. A lot of money, Mason, comes the reply, measured and calm. A lot. I feign interest, keeping my tone casual. Okay, great. Hold on, let me write that down. I pause, making a show of fumbling around. With exaggerated movements, I mime writing the words "a lot" on a napkin in front of me. It's all for show, of course. I'm not sure if they can see me from outside, but I've got a feeling they've got eyes on me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I resist the urge to glance around. Instead, I keep my focus on the fake note-taking, playing my part in this dangerous charade. Mason, this isn't a game. His voice turns cold, rigid with anger. I'm giving you 1 hour. I'm a reasonable man, and I realize you have people in there who have nothing to do with Billy or me or any of this mess. 1 hour to clear up whatever it is you think you need from Billy, and then send him on his way. 1 hour, and if he's not standing in front of me out here in your parking lot, my men will be ordered to retrieve him. 1 hour. 1 hour? I ask sarcastically, hoping he still has a sense of humor. The phone clicks and the call disconnects. The abrupt end to the conversation leaves a heavy silence in the air. Fellows and Joey are standing next to me, their faces etched with concern. They've been waiting patiently, trying to piece together the one-sided conversation they've just overheard. I'm guessing that was Rafe? Fellows asked, breaking the tension. His voice is steady, but there's an undercurrent of worry. Yep. Fellows hesitates for a moment before continuing. And I'm guessing he's giving us 1 hour to deliver Billy? His question is more of a statement, revealing that he's already deduced the gist of the conversation. Yep, I reply again, my single-word answer conveying the gravity of our situation. The clock is ticking, and we have precious little time to figure out our next move. Fellows nods, then looks serious for a moment. Mason, he says, there's only one way out of this. Give them Billy? Billy's eyes widen. Okay, Fellows counters, 2 ways out of this. But I was referring to what Joey said earlier. You seem like a guy who doesn't really know what he wants yet. Someone who's been caught up in life and seems to think that life is happening to you rather than with you. What's your point, old sage? I ask, my patience wearing thin as the tension mounts around us. The decidedly not wizened figure before me doesn't flinch at my sharp tone. Instead, he leans in, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that catches me off guard. My point is that you can change that. Right here, right now. You can decide how this is going to end. His words hang in the air for a moment, heavy with possibility. But reality crashes back in as I remember our precarious situation. I can't help but scoff, gesturing to the looming threat just beyond our makeshift shelter. Actually, those grenade launchers get a say in it too. Fellows takes a slow, long breath. You can make a difference here, Mason. My hands are tied because my organization is scared. They would never admit it, but they want you to take care of this. They want this guy to be stopped, but there's no possible way they can do anything about it on or off the books. Still not my problem. But figuring out who you are is your problem. And it sounds like you've been chasing that, or at least being chased by it, your entire life. I know guys like you, men who think they're good because they did something good once, and men who think they're bad because they haven't. It's a constant struggle, balancing on the edge between self-perception and reality. I've seen guys give it all up because they couldn't figure it out. The weight of uncertainty becomes too much, and they crumble under the pressure. Don't do that, Dixon. Don't let the confusion consume you. Figure it out. Take the time to really look at yourself, your actions, your motivations. Decide which one you are, good or bad, hero or villain, savior or sinner. And then, once you've made that decision, do what that guy would do. Live up to the image you've chosen for yourself and let that guide your actions moving forward. I nod as if I understand what he's talking about, and Joey nods too, but I'm not sure any of the three of us truly understands anything. Words are just that, words. They don't mean anything unless the speaker or the listener attaches meaning to them. He could have said the same thing in Greek, and it wouldn't have meant a damn thing. But he didn't. He said it in English, and I understood every word. Worst of all, I can't think of anything he said that I disagree with. Chapter 22. I storm away, but the problem is, away just means the other side of the bar, near the hallway to the restrooms. It's more like a toddler throwing a temper tantrum than a dramatic exit, but I don't care. Can't run away from this one now, Dixon, fellow says. It's too late. You want to get punched in the mouth? Because that's how you get punched in the mouth. They're not going to go away, I know they're not going away, I shout. I'm not an idiot, fellows. I've been here the whole time, just like you. I know what they're capable of, and I know what they want. So what are we going to do? I don't know, just let me think. By thinking, I really mean drinking. The two often go hand in hand for me, especially on nights like this. I reach out, my fingers searching for the nearest bottle within grasp. Once I've got it, I don't hesitate. The liquid gurgles as I pour it generously into a waiting glass. It's cheap, well bourbon, the kind that's always readily available at any decent bar. But don't let the low price fool you. This particular bourbon is a sour mash that surprises with its quality. It tastes far better than you'd expect given its modest cost. The secret to its affordability lies in its origins. This bourbon comes from the oldest distillery in the country. They've been at it so long, they've mastered the art of producing excellent whiskey at high volumes. It's a testament to their skill that they can maintain such quality while keeping prices low for the everyday drinker like myself. As I lift the glass to my lips, there's a knock at the door. The unexpected sound breaks the silence, catching me off guard. I pause, the drink still poised midair, my brow furrowing in confusion and slight concern. What the? Joey's voice trails off, reflecting my own surprise. He takes a tentative step toward the center of the room, his body language betraying a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I react quickly, holding up my hand to stop him in his tracks. The gesture is firm but calm, born from an instinct to protect and a desire to assess the situation before acting. Wait, I say, my voice low but authoritative. Let me check it out first. I set my glass down quietly, preparing to investigate the source of the unexpected interruption, all senses on high alert. Another knock, this time with a voice booming through the thick wooden door. This is the police. Open up. The police? All right, asshole. Good one. I yell toward the door, my voice echoing in the tense silence that follows. No response comes, and I feel my frustration growing. The silence is almost mocking, as if daring me to believe this ridiculous situation. Come on, Raphael, I call out again, my tone dripping with sarcasm. You think I'm going to fall for that? You've got thugs surrounding the place, and I'm supposed to believe you let a cop through your perimeter? I'm from the Charleston Police Department. I need to speak with Mr. Dixon. I frown again. Doesn't sound like Rafe. Joey, I say, check the security cameras. Already on it, boss, Joey says. There's a pause. Looks like a cop. Okay, cop. Who are you? Officer Mays, Charleston PD, as I said. We got a call from here. Open up. A call from here? Did he not see the gaping hole in the side of my building? The thugs surrounding us outside? I turned to Fellows, my brow furrowed. Mays, he's the guy who was scoping out the place earlier? I asked, seeking confirmation. Fellows nods, his expression grim. Yeah, I think so. If that's the one, he's in their pocket. His words carry a weight of suspicion and wariness. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, absorbing this information and considering our options. After a brief pause, I nod, having made a decision. Okay, fine. Let's at least see what he wants. With a sense of caution, I walk over to the front door. My hand hesitates for a second on the handle before I pull it open just a crack, ready to face whatever awaits us on the other side. Can I come in? Officer Mays asks, his hand resting on the doorframe. I shake my head, feeling the tension in my shoulders. I don't need your help in here, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I need your help with some loiterers. Officer Mays doesn't move, his eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes me uneasy. These guys? He asks, not even glancing outside to where the group is standing. My heart rate quickens as I realize he hasn't looked away from me once. Yeah, those guys, I confirm, a hint of desperation creeping into my voice. I lean in slightly, lowering my tone. You happen to see their weapons when you drove up? Mays shakes his head. It's dark, he says, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Okay, I respond, trying to gather more information. Did you happen to see the side of my building? He pauses, his brow furrowing as he thinks for a moment. Finally, he offers, looks like you're doing some renovating. I can't help but scoff at his observation. I guess you could call it that, I reply, my tone a mix of irony and resignation. The understatement of his comment is not lost on me, given the true extent of what's happening to my building. We both stand there, waiting for the other to act. Neither of us willing to make the first move. The silence stretches on, becoming increasingly uncomfortable with each passing second. Finally, Mays breaks it. His voice is firm, but there's an underlying hint of frustration. Look, like I said, I got a call from here. This building. He looks at me expectantly, as if daring me to contradict him. I shake my head, my brow furrowing in confusion. The statement doesn't make sense to me, and I struggle to comprehend how it could be true. That's impossible, I reply, my voice tinged with disbelief. I pause for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts before continuing. No one here. My voice trails off as I realize I'm not entirely sure how to finish that sentence. The situation seems to grow more perplexing by the minute. I stop thinking. No. Chapter 23. I turn around and eye Joey. Joey, where's Shalice? She's in the restroom. You saw her go. Joey begins, but his voice trails off as a sudden realization dawns on him. I spin around to face the officer, my suspicion growing by the second. Listen, Mays, I say, my voice steady but laced with accusation. Let's not play dumb here. We both know what's really going on. I take a step closer, my eyes locked on the officer's face. I'm well aware that you're in Rafe's pocket. It hasn't escaped my notice that you've been lurking around my bar for hours, watching and waiting. I let out a humorless chuckle. You honestly expect me to believe that the Charleston PD can respond to a call on a disto beach in under 5 minutes? That's rich. I pause for effect, then deliver my final blow. And let's not forget the most glaring issue here. You're not even in your jurisdiction way out here. So why don't you drop the act and tell me what's really going on? Mays sniffs, his eyes darting toward the parking lot before returning to meet mine. There's a hint of uncertainty in his gaze, but he quickly masks it with a facade of confidence. Okay, fine, Dixon, he says, his voice carrying a mix of resignation and determination. But let me at least come in and explain how things are going to go down. I consider his request for a moment, weighing my options. Then with a slow, deliberate movement, I reach behind my back and pull my pistol from the waistband of my pants. The cool metal feels reassuring in my hand as I hold it casually at my side. Not quite a threat, but definitely a statement. Come on in, I reply, my tone surprisingly casual given the circumstances. I step aside, gesturing for him to enter. Fryer and Gridler are off, but we've got drinks. The offer of refreshments seems almost absurd in this tense situation, but it's a habit ingrained from years of hospitality, even in the most unusual circumstances. I open the door a bit wider to let him pass, showing him the gun. I'm not threatening a cop, I say, my voice low and steady, but I am making sure you understand that you're playing by my rules in here. In here, you're just a dirty schmuck who's in bed with the wrong team. Mays looks at me, his eyes widening in shock. It's as if I've just accused him of something truly heinous, like kicking puppies. His reaction is almost comical, given the gravity of the situation. Across the room, Jessup remains perched on his chair. His face is solemn, but he seems largely unconcerned by the unfolding drama. If he has any objections to letting the cop inside, he keeps them to himself. His silence speaks volumes about the dynamics at play in this tense standoff. You're trying to do the right thing, I continue, my voice softening slightly. I get it. We've all been there, caught between a rock and a hard place. But you've made some bad calls, and now you're stuck in this mess. It's not an easy situation to wiggle out of, is it? I pause, studying Mays's face carefully. A thought occurs to me, and I voice it aloud. Got you on their payroll too, probably, yeah? Mays's expression cycles through a range of emotions in rapid succession. First, he looks flustered, as if caught off guard by my perceptiveness. Then anger flashes across his features, perhaps at being so easily read. Finally, his shoulders slump in resignation. Yeah, he admits, defeated. Great, I say, a hint of satisfaction in my tone as I lower the pistol to my side once more. The immediate tension in the air dissipates, replaced by a wary truce. Now that we've got that sorted, let's talk. There's still a lot to unpack here. I lean in slightly, my curiosity piqued. What do you want, and why did Rafe let you through? Mays walks over to the bar, joining fellows Billy and Joey. I follow behind him, keeping a close eye on their interaction. The tension in the air is palpable as we approach the group. Rafe called me right after he talked to you, Mays says, his voice low and serious. The others lean in, eager to hear what he has to say. I strain my ears to catch every word, knowing that this information could be crucial. Mays continues, said he heard that some girl inside called it in. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a name flashes through my mind, Shalice. My heart races as I consider the implications of this revelation. Could she really be the one who made the call? So Rafe's got his ears on the dispatch? He's got his ears on everything, Mason. Not a dollar of illegal money moves through the greater Charleston area without his knowing about it. And to be honest, he's tracking most of the legal money too. It's like he's got eyes and ears everywhere. That's not even the worst part. My department alone has 3 guys on his payroll. Can you believe that? Our own people, feeding him information. It's a mess, Mason. A real mess. Okay, so we're in over our heads. Mason's voice was resigned, the reality of their situation sinking in. They were up against something much bigger than they'd initially thought, and the odds weren't in their favor. I'd say that's the biggest understatement I've heard in a while. Chapter 24. Mays walks by Jessup and follows me to the bar area, where the other 3 men are waiting. Billy, who had been agitated earlier, seems to have regained some composure. However, his eyes betray his lingering anxiety, darting back and forth as he frantically tracks our every movement. As we arrive, Fellows locks eyes with Mays. The 2 men engage in a silent exchange, their gazes holding steady for what feels like an eternity. Neither utters a word, yet volumes are being spoken between them. I find myself struggling to decipher the unspoken communication, the years of shared experiences and unresolved conflicts that seem to crackle in the air around them. Try as I might, I can't fully grasp the complexity of their relationship. The weight of their daily reality eludes me, the knowledge that they must rely on each other in life or death situations, all while harboring deep-seated mistrust. It's a paradox I've never had to face, putting my life in the hands of someone I know to be untrustworthy. The truth of the matter hangs heavy in the room. Mays is corrupt, a fact that Fellows is all too aware of. It's not a matter of suspicion or conjecture. It's a cold, hard reality that colors every interaction between them. And yet here they stand, bound by duty and circumstance, forced to work alongside one another despite the rot at the core of their partnership. "Fellow," Mays says, his voice terse and guarded. Fellows responds with a single, curt nod, the tension between them palpable in the air. I observe their cold exchange, feeling the weight of their unspoken hostility. "All right, no love lost between you two," I remark, attempting to cut through the thick atmosphere. "But we've got more important things to worry about." I pause, letting my words sink in before continuing with a touch of dark humor. Like, for example, how I'm going to get out of this mess without taking a grenade to the face. The gravity of our situation hangs heavy in the air, overshadowing the personal animosity between Mays and Fellows. "Why'd Raphael let you in?" Joey asked Mays, his voice tinged with suspicion. Mays shrugs nonchalantly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Consider it a gesture of goodwill," he replies, his tone casual yet carrying an undercurrent of something unspoken. Fellows, unable to contain his disdain, mumbles under his breath, "Not sure how letting you in is a gesture of good anything." His words are laced with distrust and a touch of sarcasm. I've had enough of the tension building in the room. "Save it," I snap, my voice sharp and authoritative. The others fall silent, their attention now focused on me. I turn back to Mays, my gaze steady and questioning. "You're the only copper in the area?" I ask, emphasizing the word cop with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. He nods. "What's to prevent us from calling back, trying to get through to the real good guys? Rafe might be listening into the scanner, but he can't prevent the entire Edisto PD from showing up." "He can, actually. As I was driving down, I heard about a multiple fatality warehouse fire just outside of town. Apparently there was some gang activity spotted in the area. Got the whole department riled up, and pretty much everyone's over there." My eyes widen in shock. "He killed people. In a fire." The gravity of the situation hits me all at once, and I feel a chill run down my spine. Mays shakes his head, his expression grim. "No," he says, his voice low and serious. "But the department doesn't know that yet. They're still waiting for the fire team to declare it safe enough to explore." He pauses, letting the information sink in. I process this for a moment, the pieces slowly falling into place. It creeps over me like a shadow, and I can feel the weight of it settling on my shoulders. It's not just a simple diversion we're dealing with here. It's something far more intricate. "A manufactured sleight of hand," I grumble, my frustration evident in my tone. The words taste bitter in my mouth, a reflection of the growing unease in my gut. This wasn't just happenstance or a lucky break. No, this was meticulously planned. I can see it clearly now, the cunning behind this move. It's like a veil has been lifted from my eyes, revealing the complex machinations at work. "Raphael wanted their heads turned that direction," I mutter, more to myself than anyone else. The thought sends a chill down my spine as I consider the implications. The realization dawns on me that we're dealing with someone far more calculating than we initially thought. Raphael isn't just a step ahead. He's playing an entirely different game. And we, in our naivety, have been dancing to his tune all along. This new understanding brings with it a mix of grudging admiration and deep concern. We'll need to be far more cautious moving forward if we hope to outmaneuver such a cunning adversary. Mays sighs. "Now you know who you got in bed with." "I've just been lying in that bed, minding my own damn business. Can't help it if someone jumps in against my will." "Still, now you know he's not screwing around." "What about the rest of the town?" I ask. "You expect them to believe we're just down here popping off fireworks in the middle of the night?" But Mays knows as well as I do that my bar is far enough out of the way that the grenade explosions wouldn't sound like much to anyone listening from a few blocks away. The bar sits against the woods that back up to the beach, at the end of a long stretch of the peninsula at the edge of town. Its isolated location provides a natural buffer for any unusual noises. There wouldn't be anyone else around to hear it. The surrounding area is devoid of activity at this hour, with most businesses having shuttered their doors long ago. It's an unfortunate reality for a town whose primary demographic seems to consist of people who consider 4:30 in the afternoon a reasonable bedtime. The quietness of the night in our remote location work in our favor, ensuring that whatever commotion we might cause would likely go unnoticed by the sleepy residents tucked away in their homes. It's a small comfort, but one that allows us a degree of freedom in our nocturnal activities, however questionable they might be. Right, he says. I don't think Rafe's worried too much about the townsfolk, Mason. I close my eyes, taking a long breath and letting it out slowly. I consider our options. When I open my eyes again, I can feel the resolve hardening within me. It's time to make a decision, Dixon. Doesn't matter, I say, my voice steady despite the tension in the air. Joey looks at me quizzically, his brow furrowed. Why's that? He asks, clearly not following my train of thought. I meet his gaze, a hint of hope creeping into my voice as I reply, because Maze is here to help us. Chapter 25. The words hang in the air, carrying the promise of a potential ally in our uncertain situation. Help us do what? Joey asks. Help us get Shalice and Jessup out of here. Maze and Joey's eyes widen. Fellows just lets out a long sigh. Maze is one of them, I say, which means we have a shot at getting those two out of here before things go south. Not going to work, Fellows says. Rafe isn't going to just let you dictate terms, Dixon. I'm not dictating anything, I say. I'm just making sure no more innocent blood is spilled on my watch. That's admirable, Maze says, but I agree with Fellows. Ain't going to work. Doesn't matter what you two clowns think, I reply. That's what we're going to do. Like hell I smack May's jaw with the butt of my pistol before he can finish the sentence. The impact is sudden and jarring, cutting off his words mid-flow. The room falls into a tense silence, broken only by the sound of Maze stumbling backward. Fellows, who had been sitting quietly until now, jumps to his feet. For a moment, he looks ready to lunge at me, his body tense and fists clenched. But then hesitation flickers across his face. I can almost see the gears turning in his head as he struggles to decide which side he's on in this mess. Maze, meanwhile, nearly loses his balance completely. He stumbles, arms flailing, barely managing to catch himself on a nearby chair. For a few seconds, he just hunches over it, one hand pressed against the furniture for support, the other gingerly exploring his jaw. I can see him wincing, testing to see if anything's broken. Finally, Maze straightens up and turns to face me again. He's not steady on his feet, swaying slightly as if the room is tilting beneath him. His eyes meet mine, and I can read the confusion written all over his face. It's clear he's struggling with an internal dilemma. I watch as different impulses war within him. The cop he used to be wants to arrest me for assault. The corrupt officer he's become is tempted to fight back, to assert his newfound power. And part of him, perhaps the wisest part, just wants to pretend this never happened and walk away. His expression shifts rapidly between these conflicting desires, unable to settle on a course of action. Listen, asshole, I start. Way I see it, you're a direct representative of that goon out there. Since he's not in here to accept my welcome, you're the next best thing. He wears a grimace that tells me the blow at least shook him up a bit, if not broken anything. The pain is evident in his expression, a mixture of surprise and discomfort etched across his features. And you're on my property, I continue, pressing my advantage. Cop or not, this is my place. I pause, letting the words sink in, reinforcing the fact that he's out of his jurisdiction and potentially overstepping his bounds. Since you're from Charleston, and this whole mess of a situation is most likely not part of your official purview with the department, I doubt you're going to be filing a bunch of paperwork about this little mishap. I raise an eyebrow, my tone a mixture of confidence and challenge. Am I right? Maze glares at me, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. The tension in the room is palpable as he considers my words. After what feels like an eternity, he finally gives a reluctant nod. I decide to press further, my voice tinged with a mix of sarcasm and genuine concern. And I doubt you're going to be trying to arrest me for, what? Staying inside my building because I'm afraid to walk outside where I'd be pummeled by a grenade launcher? The absurdity of the situation isn't lost on me, and I can't help but emphasize the ridiculousness of it all. Maze takes a moment to process my statement. His expression softens slightly, and he seems to realize the futility of the situation. With a sigh, he responds, "No one's getting arrested." His words carry a sense of resignation, acknowledging the unusual circumstances we find ourselves in. Right. Very reassuring. I pause, taking a moment to collect my thoughts. I then do a quick 360 to make sure everyone's paying attention. The gravity of the situation demands that all eyes are on me, and I want to ensure I have their undivided focus. So this is how it's going to work, I say, raising my voice a bit to emphasize my point. The slight increase in volume serves as both a warning and a call to attention. My bar, my rules. I turn to address Fellows and Billy directly, fixing them with a stern gaze. You two idiots came here for my help, so I'm offering it. But I'm not offering charity, and I'm not offering a democracy. My tone grows even more serious as I lay out the terms. We do what I say, when I say it, and we do it my way, because I'm not sticking my neck out for you any more than I need to. I pause to let my words sink in before adding the final, crucial question. Got it? Everyone nods. Great. I look past Mays, who's still rubbing his jaw. The impact of the altercation is clearly visible on his face, and I can't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction mixed with concern. Jessup, I say, raising my voice slightly to catch his attention. Get over here. Jessup hears my call and attempts to respond with urgency. However, his efforts are far from graceful. He tries to move quickly, but his body seems to have other plans. Rather than standing up smoothly, he sort of just rolls off the chair to his feet, his movements uncoordinated and clumsy. It takes Jessup about 5 steps to truly gain his balance, each one more precarious than the last. As I watch him stumble towards us, a sinking feeling settles in my stomach. There's no way he's an asset for us in here, I think. His current state is more of a liability than anything else, and I can't help but wonder how we're going to manage with him in this condition. Jessup, I need you to do something for me. Anything. You're going to follow Mays outside, and you'll take Shalice with you. But nothing. You've helped enough already, but I'm not about to make you sit through a war. I've been in a war before, Dixon. McNabb, that was last century, and there was actually a chance you could have won that one. Today, there's not really much of a chance of anything for us. He looks around, perhaps in an attempt to evoke sympathy from the others present. His eyes dart from face to face, seeking any sign of support or understanding. But I don't need to see the expressions of those around us to know that I'm making the right decision. In my mind, there's no doubt about the course of action we must take. Jessup's presence among us is, at best, not beneficial to our cause. His involvement brings no advantages, no strengths to our group. More likely, however, Jessup would prove to be a liability. His actions or mere presence could jeopardize our plans, putting everything we've worked for at risk. The potential for him to compromise our safety or objectives is too great to ignore. If we can simplify our current situation by removing Jessup, Shalice, and the crooked cop from the equation, we'll be taking a significant step in the right direction. By streamlining our group and eliminating potential threats or complications, we increase our chances of success. This decision, though potentially difficult, is necessary for our continued progress and safety. Fine, he says, his voice tinged with disappointment but understanding. Sorry to hear that, Dixon, but I get where you're coming from. I nod, appreciating his acceptance of my decision. Very good, I reply, trying to maintain a positive outlook. Live to fight another day, right? There are plenty of fish out there that need catching. I pause for a moment, considering the future. And I'll need patrons to help keep this place afloat when this is all said and done, I add, thinking about the long-term sustainability of my establishment. Jessup nods in response, a silent acknowledgement of the challenges ahead and the practicality of my thoughts. Wait here while Joey gets Shalice. I reach out to take his hand. Thanks, old man. We'll drink an extra one for you tonight. I wouldn't expect anything less, he says, allowing a hint of a smile. Chapter 26. Joey and Shalice emerge from the restroom, and I can tell immediately that something is wrong. Shalice's appearance is concerning, with dark, deep spots forming around her eyes. She's sniffling, a clear sign of distress. Joey's expression is grim as they walk toward us. Their hands are clasped together, a gesture of support and unity in what appears to be a difficult moment. I watch them draw near, trying to gauge the situation. The silence is heavy, and I'm not sure what to expect. As they come to a stop before us, I decide to break the uncomfortable quiet. "Ready?" I ask, my voice cutting through the stillness. Joey nods and Shalice releases his hand. "No," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I guess I'll have to be." Her eyes flicker with a mix of fear and determination, reflecting the gravity of the situation they find themselves in. "You're going to be fine," when I say, trying to infuse my words with as much reassurance as possible. I can see the doubt etched on her face, but I press on. "They don't want anything to do with you. Just walk out, stay next to Mays and McNabb, and then get away from here." I pause for a moment, letting my words sink in. Then with a hint of optimism in my voice, I add, "Joey and I will be done with this mess soon enough, and we'll all drink to it then." The promise of a future celebration hangs in the air, a small beacon of hope amidst the tension surrounding us. She forces a smile, her expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "On the house?" she asks, her voice lilting upward with a hint of playfulness. I can't help but grin in response, amused by her attempt at charm. "No way," I reply, shaking my head. "Gotta pay the bills, you know." I pause for a moment, considering, before a mischievous idea strikes me. "I'll make Joey cover it," I declare, my tone light and teasing. With a conspiratorial wink directed at her, I then turn my attention to Joey. I give him a quick nod, silently communicating my decision as the pair makes their way toward the front door. I wait anxiously by the blasted open window on the side of the building, my heart racing as I watch the trio post up next to the front door. I know I need to act fast to defuse the situation. Taking a deep breath, I gather my courage and call out, my voice echoing through the empty space. "Raphael!" I yell, hoping my words will reach him clearly. I pause for a moment, collecting my thoughts before continuing. "I agree to your arrangement," I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite my nerves. The weight of the decision presses heavily on my shoulders, but I know it's the best course of action given the circumstances. However, there's one crucial point I need to address. "But I'm not comfortable keeping innocent people in here," I add firmly, my concern for their safety evident in my tone. "They did nothing wrong," I emphasize, hoping Raphael will understand and show some compassion for those caught in the crossfire of our conflict. I wait, watching the beams of light from the cars encircling the side of my bar. The night is still, save for the occasional sweep of headlights cutting through the darkness. Each passing vehicle casts eerie shadows that dance along the walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere. There's gentle motion outside, barely perceptible at first. The swaying of silhouettes catches my eye, figures shifting restlessly as they stand in anticipation. These shadowy forms belong to the men waiting for their boss to speak, to give them direction. Time seems to stretch on endlessly as I observe this silent tableau. The men continue their vigil, their patience unwavering despite the lack of response. They remain steadfast, loyal to a fault, even as the minutes tick by with no word from their leader. None comes. The silence persists, heavy and foreboding. It's as if the world is holding its breath, waiting for a command that may never arrive. The absence of an answer speaks volumes, leaving both the men outside and myself inside the bar in a state of uneasy suspense. I think about yelling again. Did he hear me? Then of course he heard me. There's literally no other sound. I look back at Joey, who shrugs. His expression is a mix of uncertainty and anticipation, mirroring my own feelings about the situation we find ourselves in. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. The moment of truth has arrived, and there's no turning back now. With a slight nod, I make my decision. "Okay," I say, my voice steadier than I feel inside. The words come out with a sense of finality, as if sealing our fate. Better now than never. I pause for a heartbeat, letting the weight of the moment sink in. Then with a mix of determination and nervous energy, I give Joey the green light. "Go for it," I tell him, bracing myself for whatever consequences may follow our actions. Joey takes a deep breath, then turns and flings open the door with a forceful push. He stands resolutely in the wide-open entrance, his stance firm and unwavering. The moment of truth has arrived, and there's no turning back now. Jessup McNabb is the first to emerge, his hands placed atop his head in a gesture of surrender. He's followed closely by Maze, who mirrors the same posture. The sight of these two men, once so formidable, now reduced to this state, is both surreal and satisfying. As they file out, I notice Joey pull Shalice aside. In a tender moment amidst the chaos, he plants a gentle kiss on the top of her head. He whispers something to her, words too soft for me to hear, but clearly meaningful. With a nod of understanding, Shalice continues following Maze, her steps steady despite the gravity of the situation. As quickly as it began, the door swings shut and Joey turns to face me. I'm still watching from my position, crouched beneath the gaping window. The silhouettes dance against the nighttime shadows, and the silence pounds. Rafe still hasn't responded. I watch out the window until I see the shadows of the three people who just left my bar. Do what you're supposed to do, I think. Silently willing Shalice and Jessup to stick to the plan, to get away from the bar, run toward town, and try to find a cop or detective not in Rafe's pocket. Even if she succeeds, I don't expect the local police to mount a significant response before Rafe decides he's had enough and wipes me out. This is a game of time and power, and right now, Rafe has both. The situation feels tense, with the balance tipped in his favor. Chapter 27. I try to imagine any similar situations I've been in. My service years feel like a lifetime ago, and in some sense, they are. Those experiences seem distant now, almost as if they happened to someone else entirely. I'm a completely different person now that I'm settled, though calling my current life settled might be a stretch. Running a bar in a rundown town hardly feels like the pinnacle of stability. This place can barely provide enough action to keep my bar stools full, let alone offer a sense of true settlement. Still, it's a far cry from my past. The contrast between my service years and my current life is stark, leaving me to wonder how I ended up here, playing this delicate game of time and power with Rafe. But I've been through times when I felt closed in, when I felt like there wasn't going to be a tomorrow to enjoy. Those moments of intense pressure and uncertainty can leave a lasting impact on a person's psyche. I vividly recall one such harrowing experience during my time in combat. I once found myself in an unbelievable situation, pinned between two tanks engaged in a fierce battle. On one side was an M1 Abrams, a formidable American war machine. On the other, an Assad Babil, the Iraqi knockoff of the Russian-made T-72s. Both tanks had strategically positioned themselves, taking advantage of the natural cover provided by a nearby ridge. It was a precarious standoff, with neither side willing to make the first move. And there I was, caught in the middle of this deadly game, lying prone on the desert floor that stretched between these behemoths. The chaos of battle often blurs the details leading up to these intense moments. However, what remains crystal clear in my memory is the overwhelming desire to be anywhere else but there. The fear, the adrenaline, and the sheer absurdity of the situation all combined to create an experience I'll never forget. I didn't make a run for it then because I had good reason not to. We were in the midst of a tense operation, pursuing a group of Iraqi soldiers who were retreating towards their village. My two squad mates and I had been hot on their trail, our adrenaline pumping as we navigated the rough terrain. As we closed in on our targets, we stumbled upon a spot that seemed ideal for a brief respite. It was a natural vantage point, offering both cover and a clear line of sight. We decided to use this opportunity to catch our breath and recon the area before pressing forward. I took position behind a massive boulder, its weathered surface providing ample protection. From there, I could observe our surroundings while staying hidden from potential enemy fire. My two buddies, meanwhile, employed a more dynamic approach. They utilized the leapfrog technique, alternating between cover as they moved forward. Their goal was to secure better positions, inching closer to where we believed the Iraqi soldiers had fled. They skillfully used the scattered rocks and trees as shields, each movement calculated to maintain stealth while improving their chances of getting a clean shot on the enemy. As I watched their progress from my secure position, I remained alert, ready to provide support or warning if needed. That's when the tank, our tank, found a decent shot through the trees. The round did its job. It took out the bad guys, but it also took out Charles, the guy in the front of the leapfrogging pair. I yelled for Jacobs, the man in the rear, but when he turned to look at me, the other tank fired its cannon. He, and the tree he was hiding behind, disappeared in the smoke. So I sat there contemplating. I remember thinking, well, hell, they're just shooting at whatever moves. They can't even see who it is. But I had no way of contacting the good guys. No way of communicating. I couldn't just stand up and wave a white flag. Someone would fire at me from one side or the other. And besides, I didn't have a white flag. I didn't have much of anything, just a rifle and a couple of grenades. The grenades were the ticket. It took me about 15 seconds to come up with the plan. I've never been great with plans, but once it hit me, it only took 2 minutes to organize everything in my head. The plan was simple. Toss a grenade toward the bad tank, wait 3 seconds for the good tank to reposition and retarget, then run toward the good tank, taking a circuitous route so they'd have to at least wait for the cannon to swivel around. It worked. Well, technically, it would have worked. Immediately after I threw the grenade, I heard 2 explosions off in the distance. The village was under siege, no doubt by some of my team who'd finally decided to move in. Both tanks started moving then, deciding the fresh battle was a better use of their time and resources than sitting in the woods. I had the luxury of watching some of that battle, sitting behind my rock in the middle of enemy territory. The clash of metal and the thunderous roar of gunfire echoed through the air, a grim reminder of the chaos unfolding nearby. I waited there for another hour, glad I wasn't part of someone else's war anymore. The relative quiet of my hiding spot was a stark contrast to the mayhem in the distance. I found myself reflecting on the absurdity of it all, how quickly allegiances could shift in the heat of battle. Eventually, I reminded myself that going AWOL wasn't freedom. The harsh reality of my situation began to sink in. I'd have to return to my squad, get new orders, and keep slogging through hell until someone in command decided this whole mess was pointless. The thought of rejoining the fray filled me with a mixture of resignation and dread, but I knew it was my only option. It took less than a week. The days at camp had barely begun to blur together when everything changed abruptly. I'd been back at camp for 5 days, settling into the familiar routine, when the orders came through. We were done. The mission was over, and we were shipping out immediately. The news spread like wildfire through the ranks, a mixture of relief and disbelief rippling through the camp. 2 days later, I found myself on a transport, watching the landscape change beneath us as we made our way across continents and oceans. The reality of heading home hadn't quite sunk in yet, but with each passing mile, the weight of our completed deployment began to lift. I was on my way home, leaving behind the dust and tension of the camp, ready to embrace whatever awaited me on the other side of this journey. Before the nostalgia of home could set in, I caught myself. That home I had ignored for so long after my old man screwed everything up. It wasn't the time to dwell on those memories. Instead, I forced myself to focus on my current situation. Had I done it again? Had I unwittingly placed myself between 2 battling tanks, metaphorically speaking? I couldn't help but wonder if this was my fault. It wouldn't be the first time I'd stumbled into the crossfire of others' conflicts. The familiar weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders as I pondered my role in this mess. Fellows and Billy came to me. I didn't ask them to, but here they are. This mess is theirs, but they've made it mine because... Why? Because I'm the kind of guy who gets into these kinds of messes. Shalice and Jessup McNabb are now part of my mess. They've become my squad mates, thrust into a dangerous situation they never asked for. The weight of their lives rests heavily on my conscience as we huddle together in this precarious shelter. I can sense their fear, their uncertainty. They're wondering if they're going to be gunned down by the warring sides of someone else's game. It's a cruel twist of fate that has brought us together, and now we must rely on each other to survive. I watch out the window next to the door, my body tense and alert. Crouched beneath the sill, I strain my eyes to catch any movement in the darkness. The night is alive with danger, and I know that any moment could bring a hail of bullets or worse. As I scan the area, I see their bodies silhouetted against the row of headlights. The harsh glare creates an eerie backdrop, transforming Shalice and Jessup into vulnerable targets. And then, as my eyes adjust to the interplay of light and shadow, I see... No, I want to scream. Jessup is reaching down to his belt, down to his... "Jessup, don't!" I shout. Chapter 28. It's too late. McNabb reaches for the ancient pistol he stashed in his pants. With a swift motion, he whips it up, taking aim at the first of the baddies lined up behind their cars. I watch his arm rise, the weapon extend outward. Time seems to slow as the scene unfolds before my eyes. Then, the sound of gunshots fills the air. The sharp cracks echo around us, shattering the momentary silence. But something's off. Only they aren't his shots. The realization hits me as I process what's happening. McNabb hasn't even pulled the trigger yet. Joey is next to me, but he's not crouching by the window like I am. Instead, he takes a bold and unexpected action that catches me off guard. He flings the door open with sudden force and barrels outside, his movements quick and determined. I'm momentarily stunned by his impulsive behavior. "Joey!" I start to scream, but I cut myself off abruptly. Rising to my feet, I move to the doorway, watching the scene unfold before me, with a mixture of concern and disbelief. Joey dashes out into the open, his path taking him around the group of 3 individuals. His destination seems clear as he aims toward the edge of the road, where it meets the parking lot, his speed and purpose evident in every stride. 3 more shots ring out, and all 3 people hit the ground. Mays and Shalice drop instantly, not sure if they're hit or just reacting. McNabb collapses as well, clutching his side. I curse under my breath, frustrated by McNabb's injury. Damn it, McNabb. I stand in the doorway, my weapon firmly gripped in my hands. The cool metal against my skin reminds me of the gravity of the situation. My eyes scan the scene before me, focusing on the first car in the line. Taking a deep breath, I steady my aim. I know the limitations of my weapon at this range, but that doesn't deter me. With deliberate precision, I squeeze the trigger twice in quick succession. I'm not aiming for anyone in particular. That would be futile given the distance and the capabilities of my gun. Instead, my intention is clear and simple. Create a distraction, sow confusion. This isn't about inflicting damage or taking anyone down. It's about buying time, creating an opening. Joey has a plan, and whatever it is, he needs a window of opportunity. That's what I'm providing. A chance for him to act, to set his strategy in motion while attention is diverted elsewhere. Joey spins on his heel, his body a blur of motion as he races back toward the bar. His sudden change in direction places Shalice and the others squarely between us, creating a human barrier. His focus is singular and intense. He doesn't spare a glance to either side, nor does he look up to meet my gaze. Instead, his eyes are locked onto her, unwavering and fierce. Those eyes, usually warm and inviting, have transformed. They've become dark pools of emotion, barely contained within their sockets. The whites of his eyes are just barely visible, like slivers of moonlight peeking through storm clouds. His face is a canvas of unbridled emotion, showcasing that signature rage he's become so adept at summoning. It's a force that seems to radiate from him, pushing outward and threatening to engulf everything in its path. Joey's anger isn't just an emotion, it's a presence, as real and tangible as the bar itself. I stand there like an idiot, watching, impressed. My only action is to keep my aim steady on the car, as if that alone will protect us from whatever threat might emerge. Joey, on the other hand, springs into action. With a swiftness that catches me off guard, he bends down and scoops up Shalice from the ground. The ease with which he lifts her makes it seem as if she weighs no more than a child's plaything. Time seems to slow as I observe Joey's determined stride. He covers the remaining distance to the front door in what feels like slow motion to my stunned brain. The last few steps are a blur of movement as he crashes through, Shalice cradled safely in his arms. The contrast between Joey's decisive action and my frozen state is stark. As the door slams shut behind them, I'm left alone, still rooted to the spot. My gun trained uselessly on an empty car. And that's when I see the shadowy figure, standing behind the open passenger door of the car, aiming a rifle at Joey's back. My gun is already lifted, so I fire off another shot, but I'm not going to hit him, nor would it do any damage if I did. "Joey, behind you!" I try to warn him. The words catch in my throat as I realize the danger he's in. My heart races, knowing that every second counts. I try to let him know that the guy has a beat on him, but my efforts are futile. The noise around us is deafening, making it impossible for my voice to carry. Just as I'm about to shout again, a loud gunshot pierces the air. Time seems to stand still as I watch, helpless, unable to prevent what's unfolding before my eyes. The sound of the shot echoes in my ears, drowning out everything else. Only this time, the shot isn't from the direction of the thugs. It's from behind me, and it's not the sound of a pistol or a rifle. I whirl around, my heart racing and my ears temporarily deafened as I try to locate the source of the unexpected gunfire. My eyes lock onto fellows nearby, crouched beneath one of the blown-out windows. He's gripping a shotgun, his face contorted with anger. The weapon looks out of place in his hands, but he handles it with surprising familiarity. With practiced ease, Fellows pumps the gun. The spent shell ejects, clattering to the floor. He doesn't spare it a glance, his focus entirely on whatever threat lies beyond the shattered glass. As I watch, he takes aim out the window again. His finger hovers over the trigger, ready to unleash another blast at a moment's notice. Chapter 29. I glance back outside, surveying the scene. The ruse has worked perfectly. All the thugs have been caught off guard, their attention now fixated on the side of my bar where the shotgun blast originated. Seizing the moment, I step outside to meet Joey. He quickly transfers Shalice into my arms before diving inside the bar for safety. The weight of her limp body reminds me of the urgency of our situation. With swift movements, Joey slams the door shut behind us, securing our temporary refuge. I waste no time in laying Shalice down on a table in the center of the room. As I do so, I'm struck by the sight before me. Blood covers everything: the table, the floor, and Shalice herself. The severity of her condition becomes all too apparent in this stark setting. "No, no, no," Joey is whispering, his voice barely audible over the chaos surrounding them. He seems oblivious to Fellows, who has dropped to the ground by the window, taking cover as bullets from the thugs' guns pepper the wall and ceiling above. Joey's eyes are fixed solely on Shalice, his gaze unwavering despite the danger they're in. I follow the direction he's looking, my heart sinking as I take in the scene before us. "She's hit," I say, my voice hollow. It's more a question, as if by asking it, I can convince myself I might have been wrong before. Joey nods. "She'll be okay." Joey wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes are wide with worry, and his breathing is quick and shallow. "You don't know that," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's going to be—" I start to reassure him, but he cuts me off abruptly. "You don't know that," he repeats, his voice shaking now. He runs his fingers through his hair, a nervous habit I've seen countless times before. "You can't know that until we get a better look." His words hang in the air between us. I want to offer more comfort, more something, but I know he's right. We won't know anything for sure until we have more information. All we can do now is wait and hope for the best. "The others?" I ask. I know Joey hasn't taken the time to check for pulses, but I wonder if he's noticed how Mays and McNabb have fared. He shakes his head. The gesture is ambiguous, leaving me uncertain whether he lacks information or if the news is grim. I can't shake the sinking feeling about McNabb's fate. Given that he was the one who raised his weapon, he would have been the primary target. Logic dictates he bore the brunt of their response. The image of McNabb's fall replays in my mind. I recall seeing him spin, a clear indication he'd been struck at least once before he went down. The memory is vivid and unsettling, reinforcing my fears about his survival. The silence that follows only deepens my concern, as we're left to grapple with the weight of uncertainty and the very real possibility of loss. Mays I don't really care about. One fewer crooked cop in the world, I surmise. "I'll get some vodka," I say, breaking the tense silence that has fallen over us. I know there's a first aid kit in the kitchen, and the vodka will be crucial for cleaning and sterilizing the wound. It's not much, but it's the best we can do given our limited resources. Joey's words echo in my mind, and I realize he's right. I don't actually know if she's going to be all right. The uncertainty of the situation weighs heavily on me. From what I can see, she's been shot in the side, but that doesn't tell us much about the severity of the injury. A wound in that area could mean anything. It might be a clean shot, passing through without hitting anything vital. Or it could be much worse, a hit to a vital organ that we're not equipped to handle. Without proper medical knowledge or equipment, we're left to hope for the best while preparing for the worst. Joey, for his part, is trying to remain calm, but I can see it plastered all over his face that he's anything but. I'm going to kill. It's okay, I say, keeping my voice down and placing my hand on his shoulder. You just take care of her. She needs you to stay with her. He nods, swallows, then grabs her hand while I race back to the kitchen to get the supplies. The urgency of the moment propels me forward, knowing that every second counts. In the background, I can sense the others waiting, their anxiety mirroring my own. The silence in the house is broken only by the sound of my hurried movements, a stark contrast to the calm before this storm descended upon us. As I rush past, Billy catches my eye. His expression is one of pure terror, reminiscent of a rabbit surrounded by a pack of wild dogs. His wide-eyed gaze speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation we're facing. He starts to say something. Is she? Shut it, I snap. Get over there and help Joey. Keep pressure on the wound. But I can't. Go, I yell. Billy snaps to his feet and jogs over to the table. Chapter 30. I grab the first aid kit and a half-empty bottle of cheap liquor. The high alcohol content makes it more suitable for disinfecting wounds than fancier vodkas. I gather the supplies, return to the bar area, and place them on a nearby table. With a quick movement, I slide it over until its edge aligns with Shalice's table. The makeshift medical setup is now ready. The first aid kit sits open, its contents at the ready, while the bottle of spirits stands by for its improvised medical use. Everything is within easy reach, positioned for quick access as I prepare to tend to the injury. She's stirring, a gentle groan sounding between staggered breaths. Her eyelids flutter, and her fingers twitch slightly against the sheets. The room is quiet except for the soft beeping of medical equipment. Can you hear me? I ask her, leaning in closer to her bedside. My voice is soft but clear, hoping to reach through whatever haze she might be experiencing. There's a pause, a moment of anticipation as I watch her face for any sign of recognition. Then ever so slightly, her head moves. An almost imperceptible nod, but it's there. It's small, but it's a response, a sign that she's aware, that she's fighting her way back to consciousness. Good, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Stay with us. You can keep your eyes closed, but if it helps, just focus on one of the lights above us. I glance up at the decorative Edison bulbs, hoping they might provide some comfort or distraction, and wishing for once Joey wasn't in charge of my bar's interior design. A couple of industrial-strength, hospital-grade fluorescents would be very welcome right now. Joey moves quickly, his hands shaking slightly as he retrieves the tiny scissors from the first aid kit. With careful precision, he begins to cut a hole in her shirt. Starting from just below her breast, he works his way down to her waist. The fabric parts under the sharp blades, revealing more of her injured skin. Joey makes the opening wide and circular, ensuring we have clear access to the wound. He's mindful to leave most of the shirt intact, preserving her dignity while still allowing us to tend to her injury. As Joey finishes, we exchange a worried glance. The wound is now fully visible, and we know our next actions will be crucial. It looks terrible, but gunshots always do. Her dark skin does little to hide the entrance wound, and from my first glance at it, I can see the damage is severe. The bullet's path is concerning. Based on my initial assessment, it seems the round's trajectory would likely have put the exit wound, if there is one, closer to her spine. This realization sends a chill through me. It's not good news, and we both know it without having to say a word. We'll need to act quickly and carefully. The location of the wound near her spine could mean serious complications, and time is of the essence. Our medical skills will be put to the test, and I hope we're up to the challenge. Joey carefully moves his hand along her side, his touch light and cautious. He slowly works his way up and around to her back, exploring the area with his fingertips. Suddenly, she lets out a sharp gasp. Joey freezes, knowing he's found what he was looking for. Found it, he says in a hushed voice, barely above a whisper. His eyes meet hers as he continues. It's near the appendix, but I don't think it hit anything vital. He pauses, considering the situation. After a moment, he adds reassuringly, there'd be a lot more blood if it had struck something important. I nod. I know there's no way Joey can really understand that, but I don't want to take away what little hope he has. I focus on Shalice's breathing, watching it rise and fall, steady though painful. She's going to be okay, I tell myself. Billy's unexpected helpfulness is a welcome sight. He's taken charge of the situation, pressing his hands firmly down on Joey's shirt. The improvised bandage is now covering Shalice's wounded side, stemming the flow of blood. The banker, despite his wide-eyed expression, seems to be holding it together. His shock is evident, but I can tell he's still present enough mentally to follow instructions and assist as needed. It's a relief to see him maintaining his composure in such a dire situation. Joey's quick thinking in offering his shirt as a makeshift dressing is proving invaluable. The team effort between Billy and the banker is giving us a fighting chance to stabilize Shalice's condition. Their collective focus on the task at hand is reassuring, even in the face of such a harrowing ordeal. Fellows fires another 2 shots, the sharp cracks echoing through the air. A scream pierces the night from outside, filled with pain and fear. There's a brief moment of silence lasting no more than 2 seconds. Then the response comes swiftly. A barrage of rounds peppers the side of my building, the impacts creating a terrifying symphony of destruction. I hear fellows grunt beside me. Glancing over, I notice he's clutching his hand. His face is contorted in a grimace, suggesting he might have been hit or injured during the exchange. The firefight shows no signs of slowing down, and we're caught in the middle of it all. They get you too, I ask, running over. He shakes his head. Just the tip of my finger. Shrapnel, though. Not a round. I'll live. There's a bit of blood, but he sucks on the finger and crawls to safety by the side of the bar. I quickly follow suit, sliding across the floor to join him in our makeshift shelter. We huddle together, catching our breath and assessing our situation. The air is thick with gunpowder and the lingering echoes of gunfire. What now, Dixon? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes dart nervously around, searching for any sign of movement from our adversaries. He pauses for a moment, then continues with a hint of urgency in his tone. We're running out of ammunition, and we have to be testing Rafe's patience. With that last stunt you pulled, his words trail off, leaving the implications of our predicament hanging in the air between us. We both know that our options are dwindling rapidly, and Rafe's retaliation is likely to be swift and merciless. I don't need a lecture, fellows, I reply. I saw a shot, I took it, that's it. I try to sound confident, but I can't help glancing over at Shalice on the table. The sight of her bleeding wounds makes my stomach churn. God, she'd better make it through this. A wave of guilt washes over me as I watch her fight for her life. I wish there were a way I could take her place, to bear this pain instead of her. I've been shot before, and somehow I managed to pull through. Even if it were a fatal wound, I'd still rather be the one up there. The thought of losing Shalice is unbearable. I clench my fists, feeling utterly helpless as I stand by, unable to do anything but hope. My own past experiences with gunshot wounds seem insignificant now, as I watch her struggle. If only I could switch places with her, I'd do it in a heartbeat, no matter the cost to myself. Any other bright ideas? Fellows asks, his frustration evident in his tone. I pause for a moment, considering our limited options. We've been at this for hours, and it feels like we're running in circles. Suddenly, a potential solution pops into my head. I've got an FBI friend, I say, shrugging nonchalantly. It's not much, but it's something. We go way back. Fellows raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by this new piece of information. It's not a guaranteed fix, but at this point, any lead is worth pursuing. I can see the wheels turning in his mind as he contemplates the possibilities this connection might open up for our investigation. Fellows squints. He'd come all the way out here to settle a bad loan deal? Not a chance, I say, and he'd skin me alive for even asking. Great, so no ideas. No good ones. Mason! I turn around at the sound of my name, scanning the area for its source. My eyes quickly lock onto Joey, who's moving swiftly in my direction. His face is etched with a mix of urgency and concern. And anger? Behind him, I catch sight of Shalice. She's lying still, her body carefully wrapped in what looks like makeshift bandages. Billy is there too, his hands pressed firmly against her side. It's clear he's doing his best to stem the flow of blood from her injury. He speeds up, reaching us at the bar in 2 strides. What the? I don't see his fist coming until it's too late. Chapter 31. Crack. My world goes black for a second, and I stumble back. Thankfully, the bar is behind me, and I manage to catch myself on a bar stool. My jaw pops, the bruise likely already forming. The hell was that, Joey? He comes up swinging again, but Fellows catches his elbow before he can pop another one off. The sudden movement catches me off guard, and I can't help but flinch. You could have killed her, Joey screams, his face contorted with rage. His words echo in the air, sharp and accusatory. This is your fault. I gape at him, unable to form a coherent response. The shock of his outburst leaves me stunned, my mind racing to process the scene unfolding before me. Joey's anger is unmistakable, and the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on us all. You sent them out there. You sent her out there. Joey, Save it, Dixon. This was your doing. She dies, I kill you. You got it? I don't know what to say. I'm torn between arguing with him. Shalice was the one who got Maze called out here in the first place, and agreeing with him. She'll be fine, Joey, Fellows says, his voice steady despite the tense situation. Joey shakes him off violently, his body trembling with anger. Fellows, sensing the potential for escalation, tries to move in to restrain him. However, Joey is quick to react, stepping away from Fellows' reach. For a moment, Joey stands there, his chest heaving as he takes deep breaths. The fury in his eyes seems to subside slightly, replaced by a cold, accusing stare. His voice comes out low and controlled, but filled with venom. You did this. I don't say anything. What the hell am I supposed to say? Joey's mad, scared, afraid. All the things he should be feeling. It's a natural reaction to what's happening, and I can't fault him for experiencing these emotions. I can't blame him for wanting to take it out on someone either. When people are overwhelmed, they often look for an outlet, a target for their frustrations. It's not ideal, but it's human nature. In this moment, I realize that sometimes silence is the best response. Joey needs space to process his feelings, and my words might only make things worse. All I can do is be present and wait for him to work through this on his own terms. I'm well aware that initiating any action in our current situation, involving Fellows and myself, is bound to lead to disastrous consequences for all parties involved. Our predicament is dire, to say the least. We find ourselves in an impossible position, with no favorable options at our disposal. The odds are stacked heavily against us, as we're vastly outnumbered by our adversaries. This fact alone makes our situation precarious at best. To make matters worse, any attempt to separate or divide our already small group would be a fatal mistake. It would leave us even more vulnerable and essentially seal our fate. Staying together is our only chance, slim as it may be, for survival in these treacherous circumstances. Fellows knows this too. His gaze shifts between Joey and me, a silent assessment taking place behind his eyes. He's clearly weighing his options, contemplating his next move in this delicate situation. I can almost see the gears turning in his mind as he considers what approach to take. The silence stretches on as Fellows continues to look back and forth. He's searching for the right words, the right action that will diffuse this charged moment. It's evident he understands the gravity of what's unfolding and is taking great care in how he proceeds. I observe him carefully evaluating both of us, his eyes darting back and forth as he assesses our physical capabilities. It's clear he's mentally weighing our odds in a potential altercation. Joey stands out as the clear favorite in this imaginary contest. His youthful vigor is apparent in his sturdy build and the way he carries himself. The strength in his frame is unmistakable, a testament to his rigorous naval training. There's a certain edginess to Joey that's common among those who've served in the Navy. It's not just about physical prowess, it's an attitude, a readiness to engage that's been drilled into him. His posture and alert gaze speak volumes about his ability to handle himself in a scuffle. I can almost see the calculations running through the observer's mind. He's likely considering Joey's combat training, the kind that prepares sailors to fight efficiently and with unwavering determination. It's the sort of preparation that turns men into formidable opponents, ready to give their all in any confrontation. But Fellows knows about my secret weapon, old man strength. That strange phenomenon that happens to men of a certain age, strength that can't fully be explained. It's like the difference between weightlifting strength and functional strength. My muscles have carried my frame for decades longer than Joey has been alive. That mysterious strength translates into something formidable, something surprising to younger opponents. Joey stares us down, his eyes burning with intensity. Then, as if all the fight suddenly drains out of him, he deflates. His shoulders slump, and he sinks into a nearby chair, burying his head in his hands. I wait, watching him carefully, but he doesn't make any move to get back up. I let out a huge breath, only then realizing I'd been holding it this whole time. Relief washes over me as the immediate threat passes. Old man strength or not, I know I've just dodged a serious bullet. Fighting Joey might not have been the end of me, but I'm certain it would have hurt like hell. As I stand there, my heart still racing, I can't help but feel grateful for this turn of events. The confrontation could have gone much worse, and while the situation is far from resolved, at least we've avoided physical violence for now. And all the better for it, because we've got way bigger and far more dangerous things to worry about. Just then my phone rings. Chapter 32. I fumble around in my pocket for the old phone. The familiar shape of it nestles against my fingers as I grasp it and pull it out. As it emerges into the light, I'm surprised to find that I don't notice the number on the screen. It's not that I can't see it, my eyes are working fine, but for some inexplicable reason, my mind simply refuses to focus on those digits. Frowning, I blink rapidly and squint at the screen, willing the numbers to come into focus. But they remain elusive, dancing just beyond the edge of comprehension. A chill runs down my spine as I realize this isn't just a matter of poor eyesight or momentary distraction. Something is fundamentally wrong. I bring the phone closer to my face, my heart rate quickening. The harder I try to concentrate on the number, the more it seems to shift and blur, as if actively resisting my attempts to decipher it. A sense of unease settles in my stomach, mingling with a growing curiosity. What could possibly cause such a bizarre phenomenon? Is this what anxiety feels like? My thumb hovers over the answer button, trembling slightly. The unknown caller's identity weighs heavily on my mind as I contemplate whether to pick up. Do I dare respond to a call I can't even properly perceive? The phone's cool surface against my palm triggers an unexpected memory. I'm reminded of a recurring dream I used to have, one that always lingered in my thoughts upon waking. I had sworn to myself countless times that I'd write it down, capture its essence before it faded away like morning mist. Yet somehow, I never quite managed to put pen to paper. The dream's details always seemed to slip through my fingers, leaving only a vague sense of importance in its wake. Now, as I stand frozen in indecision over this mysterious call, I can't help but draw parallels between my current hesitation and my past procrastination. Both situations filled with potential and uncertainty, both requiring a leap of faith to move forward. I've always wanted to write a book. For a long time, I thought this desire was unique to me, as if I were the only person who found the idea of authoring a book appealing. However, I've come to realize that the aspiration to write a book is nearly universal. It seems everyone harbors this dream at some point in their lives. The catch, of course, is that while many dream of writing, few actually follow through. It's one of those ambitions that often remains just that, an ambition. The gap between wanting to write and actually writing is vast, and crossing it requires dedication and perseverance that many find challenging to muster. Most people at some point in their lives stumble upon an idea that could potentially make for a decent short story. It might be inspired by a personal experience, a fleeting thought, or even a dream. In my case, the seed of my potential book came from a recurring dream I've had over the years. The premise of my dream is quite simple, yet it has stuck with me. A man receives a phone call once per day, consistently, until he finally answers it. The person on the other end tells the man to do something. Something straightforward, something so easy the man can't not do it. Eat dinner or check the mail. Things the man would have done anyway. But the calls keep coming. Every day like clockwork, the phone rings. It's always a single call, followed by a single command. At first, the man finds himself confused by these mysterious instructions. As time goes on, his confusion gives way to amusement. He begins to accumulate a string of successful performances, each one adding to his growing sense of accomplishment. Before long, he finds himself in the habit of waiting for the daily phone call, anticipating what new task might be in store for him. The assignments start simple and repetitive, but gradually they evolve. What begins as mundane chores slowly shifts into slightly more unusual requests. One day he's asked to walk the neighbor's dog. Another time, the voice on the phone instructs him to mow his lawn. With each new task, the man's curiosity grows, along with his commitment to the strange daily ritual. Despite the peculiar nature of the situation, the man finds himself on a streak of successful accomplishments. The requests he receives are innocuous, even beneficial to those around him in his local community. There's a sense of satisfaction in fulfilling these tasks, knowing they contribute positively to the lives of others. However, the dream soon takes an unsettling turn. Eventually, the nature of the requests begins to shift. What were once straightforward and benign tasks start to morph into something more unusual. The instructions become increasingly odd, departing from the helpful and community-oriented requests of before. This shift marks a turning point in the dream, introducing an element of unease to what had previously been a comfortable and rewarding experience. The man, me, is told to walk shirtless down the street. Okay, he thinks, it's just a funny thing to do. No harm done. Until there is harm done, suffocate your nephew's hamster. Now, I don't have a nephew, so I stay somewhat detached, knowing it's not real and that I'm dreaming. But still, I can't help but wonder what it would be like to actually be that guy in my dream. The one living a twisted version of Groundhog Day, the repetition spinning out of control. The tasks grow increasingly sinister with each new directive. At first, they seemed almost innocuous, but now they've taken on a menacing quality that unsettles the man to his core. He can't shake the feeling that something truly awful awaits if he fails to follow through. The mysterious caller remains an enigma, their identity concealed behind the impersonal barrier of the phone. This anonymity only serves to heighten the man's fear. He imagines all manner of threatening figures on the other end of the line, each scenario more frightening than the last. Despite his terror, the man finds himself unable to break free from the caller's influence. There's a perverse thrill in seeing each task through to completion. The rush of accomplishment momentarily drowns out his fear, creating a dangerous cycle of obedience and reward. He knows he's trapped in a web of his own making, but the alternative seems far worse. The unknown consequences of refusal loom large in his mind, spurring him on to tackle each new, increasingly dark challenge. It's a strange, wild dream and a story I'd like to write someday. But that's what's running through my head when I grab the phone. I'm thinking of the man, me, getting ready to answer a call from a deep, distorted voice, commanding me to do something I don't want to do. Chapter 33. The phone in my hand is old, the kind Joey always makes fun of. It only has a tiny LCD window that displays the number or name of the caller. Since the person calling me now isn't in my contacts, it just shows the number. But I know who it is. I open the phone and press it to my ear. The cold plastic feels familiar against my skin as I brace myself for what's to come. A voice crackles through the speaker, harsh and impatient. "Dixon," it demands. There's a pause, heavy with unspoken threats. I don't want to screw around anymore. You know I'm serious now. My grip tightens on the phone as anger surges through me. The memory of what just happened flashes in my mind, fueling my response. "You almost killed her, asshole!" I spit out, each word laced with venom and accusation. There's a pause, then laughter. "Almost? Well, I thought for sure we'd killed all three of them. But it was pretty clear from that kid's reaction which one of them you care about the most." I can't help but replay this scene in my mind. the chaos of that moment etched into my memory. I see Joey running out into the storm of bullets, his desperate dash towards Shalice. In that instant, everything became clear. Joey's reckless bravery, his disregard for his own safety, it all pointed to one undeniable truth. Shalice was the one who mattered most to him, the one he couldn't bear to lose. "Consider yourself lucky then, Dixon," Rafe says. "I told my men to kill them all." I grip the phone tighter, feeling the plastic case press into my palm. Joey and Fellows stand nearby, their eyes locked on me. The silence in the room is broken only by the faint, tinny sound of Rafe's voice coming through the receiver. They know who I'm talking to, of course, it's no secret. But the contents of our conversation remain a mystery to them. Their expressions are a mix of curiosity and concern, clearly hoping to glean some information from my reactions. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever Rafe has to say next. His words have a way of complicating things, of turning situations on their head. With as much composure as I can muster, I ask, "What do you want now?" The question hangs in the air, and I can almost feel Joey and Fellows leaning in, straining to hear any hint of a response. But they'll get nothing from my end of the call. Whatever Rafe's demands are, I'll have to deal with them on my own. Besides what I already told you I wanted? You've already killed 2 guys, shot up another, and blown up half my bar. What's stopping you from just coming in and taking your banker friend? You are, Mason. Like hell I am. But you are. You and the others. See, I don't actually want to kill you, Dixon. You're in the way, and I really don't like people who get in my way. But I don't have anything against you. Billy and Fellows came to you for help, and I respect that. I don't want to kill you for no reason, nor do I want to kill the others in there with you. But, and you know this by now, I absolutely will. I'll kill each and every one of you, Dixon. One at a time if I have to. I'll get to Billy, with or without your help. Then why all the shenanigans? I thought you weren't interested in negotiating. Why call me now? Because I'm going to sweeten the deal, to prove to you I'm less interested in killing you than I am in getting what I want. And what does sweetening the deal look like? I ask. I'm going to pay off your bar, Rafe says. Funny, Billy offered me the same deal a little while ago. Billy is not a man of his word, Rafe says, and by now you should know that I am. You're going to pay off my bar? After all this? If you give me Billy and Fellows now, Billy needs to be alive. Fellows, I just want his body. I squeeze my eyes shut, my head spinning. I am the man in my dream, I think. I've answered the phone, received the request, and now I'm considering the offer. I'm actually considering this. I stop, pulling the phone away from my ear. Am I really? The bar, my bar, is still tied up in a mortgage, and even with my father's estate, there's more left on it than I'm comfortable with. My goal has always been to pay off the loan, own the place outright, and retire serving classy drinks to classy people. I could do what I wanted, when I wanted. I even have a yacht I could use for those long escapes I've dreamt of. It's not everything, but it's enough. You're going to pay off my bar, I ask, and you think I should trust you? If you give me Billy, Rafe says, alive, and it has to be before midnight. And then yes, I'll walk into the bank myself, hand over the money, and you can verify it. Why midnight? You turn back into a pumpkin or something? Cute, he says, but you've got 1 hour. After that, we're coming in and taking him. No one else will survive. Chapter 34. So, 1 hour from now? Fellows asks, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He's coming in to take Billy in 1 hour? What happens if we don't and we wait 2 hours? I can't help but offer a grim response. We all die. The silence that follows is heavy, not a single chuckle to be heard among us. Billy, still wide-eyed and visibly shaken, stands beside Shalice. His voice is barely above a whisper when he mutters, midnight. Despite the chaos surrounding us, there's a noticeable change in Shalice's condition. Her breathing has slowed to a steadier rhythm, and the bandages wrapped around her wounds seem to be doing their job at last. The bleeding appears to have subsided, at least for now. As I observe her, I notice a newfound calmness in her demeanor, a stark contrast to the panic from earlier. I realize that her fortitude before was forced, a woman trying to cope with her imminent fate. But now she has reason for stoicism. She's seen it, been through it. "What's at midnight?" I ask, my curiosity piqued by the ominous tone in the room. Billy's head snaps up at my question. His eyes meet mine, and I can see the fear radiating from them. His expression is a mixture of dread and uncertainty, the unspoken question clear on his face. Fellows breaks the tense silence with his response. "That's when today turns into tomorrow," he explains, his voice steady but grave. 2 hours from now." He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. "Whatever Rafe wants with Billy, it has to happen before tomorrow." He leans in slightly, his gaze shifting between Billy and me. $10 says it's a hard deadline," Fellows adds, his tone suggesting he's all too familiar with such situations. $10? I scoff. "How about $350,000? Fellows Billy and Joey all look at me. I tell them what Rafe said on the phone. "So he'll pay off your bar?" Fellows asks. "If I give him both of you," I reply, glancing between Fellows and Billy, "and he wants Billy alive." Fellows catches my meaning and nods. "So either way, you get your money," Billy says softly, his voice barely a whisper. "Me or Rafe, either way, you win." I wave my hand around the ruined bar. "You call this a win? They blew up my place, shot McNabb, and nearly killed Shalice. And it'll cost at least one more life. They're not going to let Fellows off the hook. I mean, either way, you get your bar paid for." I stop, my gaze fixed on Billy. His eyes are wide, almost comically so, as if he's just witnessed something shocking. His posture is striking. He's not just standing there, but seems to be folding in on himself. The way his shoulders hunch and his arms wrap around his midsection makes him look like he's trying to disappear. It's an oddly vulnerable stance for someone I know usually presents themselves as cocky and self-assured. In this moment, he appears utterly defenseless, almost childlike in his demeanor. This transformation is jarring. Billy seems to be shrinking before my eyes. His diminutive stature is suddenly all I can focus on. "How's that now?" I ask. "You offered me that, but I'm not sure I trust this Rafe guy. Is he mafia? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's willing to just part with a ton of money." "He's not, but he's trying to get access to a lot more money." "Before midnight, I presume?" Billy nods. "Exactly. There's a transfer taking place. It's already been signed and approved, but tonight's the deadline. When the actual transfer occurs, after midnight, there's no going back." "And I'm guessing it's his money that's on the line?" "That's how he sees it, yes." I pinch the bridge of my nose, exhaling sharply. "Listen, Billy, I need you to start talking. Tell me exactly what the hell's going on here before I just kill you myself and ruin it for everyone." Billy hesitates, clearly uncertain about whether to take my question seriously. After a moment of consideration, he finally decides to open up and takes a deep breath. "There was a deal about a month ago," he begins. "It was a stadium deal, something I'd been working on for nearly a year. I can't get into all the details, but essentially, it was a big project with a huge potential payday." "For you," I interject, seeking clarification. Billy shakes his head slightly. "For the bank mostly," he explains, "but there was a caveat to the arrangement. If I could personally guarantee part of the transaction, not the bank, but me as an individual. I had the opportunity to increase my take. It meant I could get a bigger percentage of the profits." He pauses briefly before continuing. "Of course, this also meant I'd have to increase my personal investment by the same percentage. It was a calculated risk, but one that could potentially lead to significant returns." "You could take more money off the table than you put in," I say, piecing it together. The realization dawns on me slowly as I consider the implications of what I've just heard. A lot more. About $20 million more. I almost let my mouth fall open. The figure hangs in the air between us, its magnitude almost unbelievable. I let it sink in for a moment, trying to wrap my head around such a vast sum. I'm in the wrong line of work, I think. "Free and clear?" I ask, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice. "No strings attached?" It seems too good to be true, and in my experience, such offers often come with hidden costs or unexpected consequences. I can't help but wonder what catch might be lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly incredible opportunity. It's money, he says, shrugging. There are always strings attached. But this was the closest thing to stringless money I'd ever seen. I jumped at it, but there was a problem. He pauses for a moment, his expression a mix of resignation and frustration. The memory of the opportunity seems to weigh on him, a reminder of what could have been. You see where, he continues, leaning forward slightly. The issue wasn't with the offer itself. It was fantastic, almost too good to be true. The kind of deal you dream about but never expect to actually come your way. His hands move as he speaks, emphasizing his points. The real obstacle was something much more fundamental, something that should have been simple but turned out to be anything but. I take a stab at it. The initial funding for the investment. That's where everything fell apart. Exactly, that's where Rafe comes in. I knew him, or rather, I knew of him. I'd done some of the underwriting on a loan for him a few years back, and I remember seeing some things that didn't quite add up. But I looked the other way and pushed it through anyway. Because you're such a nice guy, I'm sure, I say dryly, my voice laced with sarcasm. Chapter 35. He nods in response, his expression unreadable. The price was right, he replies simply, as if discussing a mundane business transaction. I can't help but scoff at his nonchalance. So you're in bed with Rafe for your personal guarantee for the deal? What's that? A few $100,000? I press, trying to gauge the extent of his involvement. His answer comes swiftly and without hesitation, catching me off guard. 1 million, he states, the weight of the sum hanging in the air between us. My eyes widen. Okay, this is starting to make sense. Money makes men do stupid and insane things. The more money on the table, the crazier those things become. I've seen it time and time again, how the prospect of wealth can drive people to act in ways they never would otherwise. It's as if the allure of riches clouds their judgment, pushing them to take risks and make decisions that defy logic. But there's more to it than just the pursuit of wealth. I also know something about human psychology. People get bent out of shape when they don't get what they want. It's a natural reaction, a disappointment that can lead to frustration and anger. However, that's nothing compared to what happens when something they already have is taken from them. In those cases, people don't just get upset, they lose their minds. The sense of loss, the feeling of having something ripped away, it drives people to extremes. They'll fight tooth and nail to keep what they believe is rightfully theirs, often going to lengths that seem utterly irrational to outside observers. So why does Rafe think you ripped him off? I ask. I'm assuming you didn't run away with the funds, because you could have turned it into so much more. Right, he says, his voice tinged with resignation. The money was in escrow, scheduled to transfer out tonight at midnight, but he found out that I rewrote the terms in our contract. I feel a surge of frustration at his words. Of course a dirty banker guy would pull something like this. I can't help but respond with exasperation. Damn it, of course you did. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Billy doesn't argue or try to defend himself. Instead, he lowers his head, the shame evident in his posture. His silence speaks volumes about his awareness of the gravity of his actions. Doesn't mean he deserves to die for it, Mason, Joey says quietly. No, it doesn't. But it really doesn't mean I need to die for it either. Look, Billy says, his eyes pleading. I know what this guy is. I've known all along. I knew it the day he walked into my branch looking for a loan. Billy pauses, his gaze intense as he continues. I knew it when I saw his books, when I got serious with him and started digging into his finances. He trusted me just enough to let me see behind the curtain. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. And let me tell you, it's not pretty. What I found, it's worse than you can imagine. This man, he's not who he claims to be. The numbers don't add up, and the inconsistencies are glaring. Billy shakes his head, a mix of disbelief and frustration evident in his expression. I've been in this business long enough to know when something's off. And with this guy, everything's off. It's like he's built this entire facade, and I'm the only one who's seen through it. We've all got skeletons in our closet, Billy, I say. And we already knew Rafe was corrupt. Well, his skeletons look like innocent people, and they're stacked up pretty high. That's really why you came here, isn't it? I asked. Because you and fellows think I'm some kind of vigilante? Some sort of Batman who's going to save your life because you're not quite as shitty as the other guy? Well, save it. Tell me the rest. What happens if the transfer doesn't go through at midnight? I get $18 million. And you can't just pay back Rafe his million? I can and I will. That was always the plan. That part hasn't changed. I was always going to pay Rafe back. After you pulled the rug out from under him? He pauses. Correct. Okay, so cancel the transfer and start over. I can't. The money's already allocated. Pulling out now would ruin the entire project, and neither of us would get anything but our initial investment back. So you're both going to be made whole, but you both miss out on the upside. Yes. And you're telling me that earning nothing extra is somehow worse than losing your life? No, but I don't think you understand. Rafe's going to kill me anyway now, just for screwing with him. He doesn't care whether the transfer goes through or not because, either way, I'll be dead. It's a principle thing for him. He doesn't care about getting his money back nearly as much as he cares about proving a point. Teaching me a lesson, but he's still going to get the money either way. How does he expect to get his money if he kills you? What if you don't help him cancel the transfer? All he needs is a thumbprint, Mason, Billy says, his voice low, and he doesn't need that thumb to be attached to anything. Ah, I say, cringing. That's disgusting. So if you give me up, he'll cancel the transfer, get his million back, and pay off your bar with the proceeds. But then he'll kill me anyway. Got it. So you're dead either way. Billy frowns. I give you up. You die. I keep you here. We all die. Especially you. Oh, Billy says, deflating. Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Chapter 36. I get you out alive. You pay off my bar. That's option 1. Simple enough, right? Now option 2, I give you up to Rafe and he pays off the bar instead. Not so great for you, but still works for me. Only one of these scenarios ends with you breathing, but both of them end with my bar debt cleared. By the way, I've been wondering, how exactly did Rafe catch wind of your little scheme? Must have been quite the slip-up on your part. Billy shrugs. I honestly don't know, but he's got people everywhere. Eyes, ears, everything's covered. I'm sure someone snooped around and figured it out. He pauses, taking a deep breath. I was close too. Got a plane ticket booked for tomorrow. First flight out of Charleston to the Cayman Islands. That's cliché. Billy leans in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Maybe it's cliché, but it works, he says, his voice low and confident. I've already got a place set up. I can offer financial services and everything. It'll be legitimate. I take a moment to consider his proposition. The Cayman Islands aren't unfamiliar territory to me. I've done my fair share of research on the topic, curious about the possibilities it might offer. Plenty of Americans take shelter there, a euphemism for hiding their taxable income from the prying eyes of the IRS. It's a tempting prospect, especially for those looking to maximize their wealth. I've looked into it a few times myself, just to see if there's any legal way to do it. While I'm not always one to follow every rule to the letter, when it comes to taxes and Uncle Sam, I prefer to keep things above board. The risks of crossing that particular line aren't worth the potential gains, at least in my book. It's my duty as an American to pay my taxes, but it's my privilege as an American to pay as little as possible. If there's a loophole, I want in. The idea of sheltering income overseas sounds appealing, especially given the complex tax system in America. I often find myself daydreaming about the possibilities of keeping more of my hard-earned money. But the truth is simple. If you live in America, it's hard to shelter some of your income overseas legally. The regulations are strict, and the requirements are often more demanding than people realize. It's not just a matter of opening an account in a foreign country and calling it a day. Take the Cayman Islands, for example. To legally shelter money there, you need to be physically present on the island for a certain number of months each year. It's not just about financial arrangements, it requires a significant lifestyle change. Additionally, you must set up a physical office on the island, demonstrating a genuine presence in business activity. Grand Cayman, I learned, makes that process relatively easy for those willing to commit. They have systems in place to accommodate individuals and businesses looking to establish a presence there. However, despite the allure of potential tax benefits, I'm not interested in moving overseas. At least not yet. The idea of uprooting my life for tax purposes seems like a step too far at this point. But after tonight, who knows? There probably won't be much left of my bar here. Billy, on the other hand, has every reason to make his exit. His future boils down to two stark possibilities. Either he'll end up dead, or he'll be lounging on a sun-drenched beach somewhere, his offshore account flush with millions of American dollars. For him, the decision is straightforward. I find myself going over the scenario once more, mentally piecing together all the elements. Most of it falls into place logically, forming a coherent picture. However, there's one aspect that still doesn't quite fit. Someone informed on Billy. He's convinced it was one of Rafe's men, a member of the mob who's on the regular payroll. This detail nags at me, a loose thread in an otherwise tightly woven tapestry of events. I can't help but wonder if there's more to this part of the story than meets the eye. But I'm not the rube Billy is. I've been around the block a few times and seen how things can go sideways when there's money on the line. People change when cash is involved. They do things you'd never expect. That's why I've got a hunch about this whole situation. I'd bet Billy's soon-to-be detached thumb that this rat isn't some run-of-the-mill mafia thug. No, it's got to be someone much closer to home. Someone Billy sees every day and trusts without question. Could be a family member. Maybe it's his ne'er-do-well cousin or that uncle who's always asking for loans. Or it might be a coworker, someone who's been eyeing Billy's position for years. Heck, it could even be a friend. You know, the kind that's always there for beers on Friday night, but disappears when it's time to help you move. Whoever it is, I'd put money on it being the last person Billy would ever suspect. I'm about to ask him more when Joey steps up beside me. One of these options is easier, Mason, he says, his voice low and urgent. I'm aware of that, I reply, my jaw clenching involuntarily. Joey leans in closer, his eyes darting around the room. And one of them is a lot safer for the rest of us. I know exactly what he's getting at. Shalice is lying on a table in my bar, her life ebbing away from a brutal gunshot wound. The rest of us are trapped, huddled together, waiting for the next grenade to come flying through the gaping holes in the building and finish us off. The easy move would be to give Billy up. He's just some banker who dragged me into this mess. I don't know him. I don't care about him. A part of me wants to give in, to listen to Rafe and just do what he says. Take the money, hand over Billy, and get the hell out of here. But another part of me, the part that's kept me alive this long, knows it's not that simple. Nothing ever is in this line of work. I find myself torn between a self-preservation and a nagging sense of responsibility I can't quite shake. But something's nagging at me, telling me to listen to the other side of the story. Billy's side. Something about the way he stands there, so defeated, reminds me of my recurring dream. The two people on the phone. There's the guy who listens to instructions, the one I always thought was me, and the guy who gives the instructions. In real life, I assume Rafe was the one calling the shots. He's got the manpower, the weapons, the power, and I'm just the guy picking up the phone. But am I? Am I really the type to just shut up and take orders, performing tasks without question? Am I really the kind of man who swallows whatever's dished out without asking why? No. No, I say aloud, firm and clear. We're not taking the easy way out. Chapter 37. Joey's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and concern crossing his face. He hesitates for a moment before speaking. Mason, I think... I cut him off, unwilling to entertain any alternatives. There's nothing left to discuss, Joey. My voice carries a note of finality, brooking no argument. We're going to protect Shalice, and we're going to protect Billy. Nothing happens to either of them. I pause, letting my words sink in. No matter what, I add, emphasizing each word to drive home the point. Joey's face begins to redden once more. He's been through hell and back with me before, and I know he possesses the strength for this challenge. However, I can see what's truly bothering him at his core. As a Navy kid, Joey embodies discipline, hard work, and razor-sharp intellect. He's the type of person I'd entrust with my life without hesitation, and I've done so on multiple occasions. His reliability and competence have been proven time and time again in high-stakes situations. Yet Joey's greatest strength can also be his most significant weakness. His passion runs deep, sometimes to a fault. When someone he cares about faces danger, he loses touch with reality. He'll do whatever it takes to make things right, even if it means going against my orders or advice. This unwavering determination, while admirable, can lead him into precarious situations. In these moments, Joey's usual disciplined demeanor gives way to a fierce protectiveness. He becomes singularly focused on safeguarding those he holds dear, often at the expense of broader considerations or potential consequences. It's this aspect of his character that both impresses and worries me, knowing the lengths he'll go to for the sake of others. I've seen glimpses of it before, small eruptions of anger, like when some teenagers harassed our regulars at the bar a couple of years ago. Joey went off on them, a younger, more hot-headed version of me. But I've rarely seen him like this, not since the day on the Wasamasaw, the joyride that turned into a bloodbath. The other day, Shalice was nearly killed. Joey had been unrecognizable, angry, terrifyingly calm, unstoppable. I hadn't been able to control him, so I pointed him in the right direction and prayed he wouldn't get us all killed. Tonight, I'm not sure how I'll point him, not sure if he'll even let me. Shalice is hurt, and Joey is beyond rage. He's in that cold, calculating place that only makes things more dangerous. Joey, I say, trying to keep my voice steady, I know what you're feeling. You have no idea what I'm feeling, Dixon. You and Hannah may have had a thing, but Shalice and I wait, hoping he'll finish, but he doesn't. He just stares at Shalice, her breath shallow and uneven. Go on, I say, my calm slipping. Go on, I will him. Say her name again. You know what I mean. You're saying Shalice is more important to you than Hannah was to me? I spit the words out, pausing on Hannah's name before I realize I've said was instead of is. Is she really in the past? Is she really gone? I shake my head. Joey has no idea what's going through my mind. He can't possibly comprehend the gravity of the situation or the impending events. Time seems to slow down, stretching that single moment into an eternity. Everything around us fades into the background as my focus narrows to a single point. And then, defying all reason and expectation, the door swings open. There she stands, her presence instantly commanding the room. The sight of her freezes me in place, my breath caught in my throat. In that instant, I know nothing will ever be the same again. It's Hannah. In my bar. I don't believe it at first. I glance at Joey to keep talking, but the look on his face tells me everything I need to know. I'm not imagining this. I'm not going crazy. I believe in God, I just don't believe in the people who believe in God. I believe in science, but at the end of time, after we've spent all our money and knowledge trying to explain the world's mysteries, there'll still be something left unexplained. The final mystery, God, waiting at the end of it all. So there are moments in my life when I'm forced to confront this belief, this idea that no matter what sense the world around me makes, there's always something else that doesn't. Right now, as I'm thinking about Hannah and how none of this makes any sense, she comes through the door. Chapter 38. Hannah's appearance is striking as I observe her. Tears well up in her eyes and her face has taken on a reddish hue. It's clear she's entangled in some kind of situation. Her expression and demeanor speak volumes. I'm acutely aware of who's outside, keeping watch on the bar and everyone inside, including myself. This knowledge gives me a keen understanding of exactly what Hannah's caught up in. My mind drifts back to what I was on the verge of telling Joey. I consider my words carefully. No, she's not gone, I think to myself. She's just not here. The distinction feels important, even as I grapple with the implications of Hannah's state and the watchful presence outside. Hannah and I loved each other. Still love? I'm not sure. We were in love, but our relationship was tested by a series of tragic and harrowing events. Her father's murder, and then the murder of her brother shortly after, shook us to our core, and the days that followed were filled with confusion and fear as we tried to unravel the mystery and reason behind their deaths. During our investigation, we found ourselves in dangerous situations, narrowly escaping with our lives on multiple occasions. The stress and trauma of these experiences took their toll on both of us, but especially on Hannah. In the aftermath of everything that had happened, Hannah made the difficult decision to take a long vacation to Europe. She needed time and space to process her grief and recover from the ordeal we had been through. Her departure left me behind to manage the bar and take care of her late father's yacht. Now, after all this time, Hannah has returned. Her presence brings a mix of emotions and uncertainty about where we stand and what the future holds for us. I stutter, my words coming out in disjointed fragments. My mouth seems to be operating independently of my brain, spewing forth a jumble of sounds that don't form coherent sentences. The situation feels surreal, as if I've stepped into some bizarre alternate reality where nothing aligns with my expectations. In this moment of confusion, I'm grateful for Joey's presence. He steps in, his voice calm and steady amidst my verbal chaos. "Hannah?" he asks, his tone a mixture of surprise and concern. "What are you doing here?" I try to read Hannah's expression, but I can't decipher it. She's likely puzzled by the scene before her. The woman sprawled on the table, the frightened man gazing down at her, and the older gentleman pacing near the bar. Her confusion probably extends to my own unusual behavior. I'm sure she's noticed the absence of a drink in my hand, which is out of character for me. Even more striking must be my uncharacteristic silence. For the first time since we've known each other, I find myself at a loss for words. Hannah's eyes dart around the room, taking in the bizarre tableau. I can almost see the questions forming in her mind, but like me, she seems unable to voice them. The situation has rendered us both mute observers to this strange unfolding drama. She's obviously torn up about something, judging by her expression. A mix of emotions plays across her face, revealing the internal struggle she's experiencing. Pity and fear dominate her features, but there's also a hint of something else. A trace of relief flickers in her eyes, and I can't help but notice a glimmer of what might even be happiness at seeing me. It's a complex blend of feelings, all vying for dominance in her gaze. Without warning, she springs into action. She runs forward with purpose, closing the distance between us in mere seconds. Before I can fully process what's happening, she dives into my arms, her body colliding with mine in a desperate embrace. "Mason," she whispers, her voice barely audible as she clings to me. Hannah is 10 years younger than me, but I always thought of her as an old soul. She's someone who understands the depths of human emotion because she's lived through it. Despite her age, she carries herself with a wisdom that belies her years. She's the kind of person who's seen the full spectrum of feelings. Hannah knows how to keep her emotions in check, only showing them when necessary. This ability gives her a calm and collected demeanor that often surprises those who don't know her well. Around kindred spirits, though, Hannah can let her guard down. In these moments, she allows herself to be truly vulnerable and authentic. It's as if she sheds the weight of her old soul persona and embraces the youthful energy that matches her actual age. These rare glimpses into Hannah's true self are precious. They reveal the complexity of her character, a young woman with an old soul, capable of both profound understanding and carefree joy. It's this duality that makes her such a fascinating and cherished friend. That's what it's been like with Hannah. We went through so much together, even though we were only together for 2 weeks before we split up. But it never felt like the end, and I assumed she felt the same way. All of this flashes through my mind as I hold her. Strange feelings, good feelings, terrified feelings. And I can tell she's experiencing them too because she's shaking. Chapter 39. The moment stretches, neither of us willing to break the embrace. Her familiar scent envelops me, bringing back a flood of memories. I'm acutely aware of her warmth, her soft breathing, and the slight tremor in her body. How have you been?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of such a mundane question in this charged moment. "We're not doing that right now," I say, my voice gentle but firm. "Not now." She nods against my shoulder, understanding. Words seem inadequate, almost intrusive. We remain still, letting the silence speak volumes, each lost in our own thoughts and emotions. Finally, I pull away. "Why are you here, Wine?" I ask, my voice tinged with a mix of concern and confusion. She sniffs and looks up at me, those big eyes finally really seeing me. The moment stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. "I got caught," she says at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was coming back, you know. I made it all the way to Edisto." She pauses, taking a shaky breath before continuing. "I stopped at the old laundromat for gas, and then—" Her voice trails off, leaving the rest of the story hanging in the air between us. I wait, giving her time to collect her thoughts, wondering what could have happened at that familiar old place to bring her here now. "And they got you?" She nods again. "Came out of nowhere. A big guy and two others, smaller. Another one driving the truck. They brought me here." "When was this?" I ask, my concern growing with each detail she reveals. "About a day ago," she replies, her voice barely above a whisper. I clench my teeth, anger rising within me. "They've had you for a day?" The implications of her captivity for that long are not lost on me. I glance out one of the few remaining windows of the bar, my mind racing. "The guys outside?" My eyes scan the area beyond the broken glass, searching for any sign of her captors. The situation is becoming more complex by the minute, and I know we need to act fast if we're going to get out of this safely. "Yeah," she says, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "They said they were keeping me for something. 1 for 1, they kept repeating. They mentioned some unfinished business. I have no idea what they meant. Even now, I'm still in the dark about it all." "It's complicated," I finally managed to say. My eyes drift over to Billy, who stands silently by Shalice's side. His presence only adds to the intricacy of the situation. I swallow hard, knowing what I need to say next. "But I want you to know this is not my fault," I add, my voice carrying a mix of sincerity and defensiveness. "Or yours." Fellows and Joey come over. Joey rests his hand on Hannah's shoulder, squeezing gently. "He's right," Joey says. "Mason and I, all of us, we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time." She forces a laugh, her voice tinged with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Isn't that always your thing? Being in the wrong place at the wrong time?" I can't help but acknowledge the truth in her words. It's been a recurring theme in my life, almost like a cosmic joke. Danger and trouble have an uncanny knack for finding me, no matter how hard I try to avoid them. Joey, who's been listening intently to our exchange, furrows his brow in confusion. His voice is filled with curiosity and a hint of concern as he asks, "But why you? How'd they know?" She shrugs. "I honestly have no idea. They just grabbed me, threw me in their truck, and took me to a little house outside town. I think my keys are still in my car." She pauses, then frowns. "How did they know?" "They're not the type I usually deal with. They've got eyes and ears everywhere. They run out of Charleston, but they're well-resourced. For some reason, they decided to come after me tonight." "You didn't do anything to deserve it?" I shake my head. "No, but this guy did." I nod toward Billy, who's avoiding my stare. His gaze is fixed on Shalice, as if he's trying to disappear into thin air. "He came down from Charleston with that guy over there," I continue, gesturing to Billy's companion. "They think I'm the kind of guy who'll help them get out of this mess." Hannah's eyes widen with concern. "What kind of mess?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I take a deep breath before answering, knowing the weight my words will carry. "The kind where people die," I reply grimly, watching as the color drains from Hannah's face. Chapter 40. Hannah gives Billy a dismissive glance, then shifts her attention to Fellows, who's standing awkwardly behind Joey with his hands stuffed in his pockets. She addresses them with a hint of exasperation in her voice. "You don't know Mason very well, do you?" Both men shake their heads, looking somewhat sheepish. Fellows breaks the brief silence, admitting their predicament. "We didn't know where else to go," he says, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Hannah's response is quick and firm, her frustration evident. "Anywhere but here," she says. She continues, her voice carrying a mix of disbelief and concern. Don't you realize what kind of messes Mason gets himself into? Fellow's reply is simple but loaded with newfound understanding. We do now, he says. I open my mouth to defend myself but stop. What's the point? She's not wrong. Hannah's accusation hangs in the air, and I find myself without a valid rebuttal. Hannah pulls away from me and heads toward the bar. I need a drink. Her voice is laced with frustration, and I can't blame her for wanting to dull the edge of this situation. I smile for a second, then quickly wipe it away. This isn't the time to be proud, I think. I need to make amends. Let me help you with that, I say instead, hoping to show some goodwill. What do you want? Something strong, Hannah replies, her tone still sharp. She turns to face me, her eyes demanding answers. And while you're making it, you can fill me in on what the heck is going on here. The challenge in her voice is clear, and I know I have a lot of explaining to do. I nod, sigh, and get to work. At first, I'm unsure what to make for her. Something strong typically implies a drink that can be savored, a beverage with complexity, but not so overpowering that it distracts from the reasons behind the desire for a drink in the first place. I pride myself on my ability to read customers. The regulars, whom we affectionately call the oldies, are straightforward. They invariably order the same thing each visit: a beer, or perhaps a classic cocktail like an old-fashioned or a whiskey sour. For newcomers to the bar or town, I assess their mood to guide my recommendations. If they appear dejected or troubled, I usually suggest a whiskey sour. It's a reliable choice that often hits the right note for those seeking solace in a glass. Jumpy or jittery, I have just the remedy. A sidecar with an extra oaked bourbon float is my go-to solution. It's a potent concoction that creeps up on you, soothing those frayed nerves before you even realize it. For those prone to theatrics, I've got something special in store. My gin-based punch infused with a house-made melon liqueur is the perfect antidote. It's a little wordplay I enjoy. Melodramatic meets melon. The fruity notes help lighten the mood and soften the dramatics. You see, in my world of mixology, there's a cure for every emotional state. Whatever ails you, I've got a carefully crafted libation to match. It's not just about serving drinks, it's about providing liquid therapy tailored to each patron's needs. Except for Hannah. I don't have a drink for this situation. There's no cocktail that quite captures the complexity of haven't seen you in almost a year. Nothing that mixes well with we were in love and I still miss you. No beverage strong enough to wash down, but now I'm stuck in a nightmare. And certainly there's no libation that can adequately prepare one for thugs threatening to kill everyone. It's a predicament that defies conventional social niceties and typical reunion pleasantries. The circumstances are too extraordinary, too fraught with danger and unresolved emotions. So I stand here, empty-handed, facing Hannah. No drink can bridge the gap of time and experience between us, or soften the harsh reality of our current predicament. It's just us, our shared history, and the looming threat that hangs over everyone's heads. A daiquiri could be strong enough, but it's too peppy. The citrusy burst in tropical flair don't match my current mood. It's a drink for celebrations and beach vacations, not for contemplation in a dimly lit bar. A pour of something neat is too hard-boiled detective, too on the nose. It feels like a cliché, the kind of drink you'd see in a noir film. The protagonist brooding over a glass of whiskey, trying to solve the case. That's not quite the vibe I'm going for tonight. I consider the options and land on a sidecar. It's the perfect middle ground. The cognac provides the warmth and complexity I'm seeking, while the orange liqueur and lemon juice add a subtle brightness. It's sophisticated without being pretentious, strong without being overwhelming. The sidecar feels like the right companion for this evening of quiet reflection. A World War I-era drink that's simple but speaks volumes. Cognac, Cointreau, and lemon juice combine to create a classic cocktail. It's unpretentious and perfectly suited for the moment at hand. I reach for a fine bottle of XO cognac from the top shelf. It's amber liquid, promising depth and complexity. The Cointreau joins it in the shaker, adding a sweet orange note to balance the cognac's warmth. A squeeze of fresh lemon juice provides the necessary brightness and acidity. We don't have any chilled coupes available. It's amazing I've still got unexploded glassware at all. So I compensate by shaking the mixture with extra vigor. The ice cubes rattle furiously as I work to ensure the drink is properly chilled and aerated. Once satisfied, I strain the golden liquid into a waiting glass. As a finishing touch, I express the oils from a lemon rind around the rim of the glass. This simple act releases a burst of citrus aroma, enhancing the overall sensory experience of the drink. The result is a beautifully balanced cocktail, ready to be savored. Hannah sits at the bar as I work, watching me with a quiet intensity. Her gaze follows my every move, and I can feel the weight of our shared history in the air between us. I take my time preparing the drink, my movements deliberate and unhurried. Deep down, I know Raphael's watching too. The dilapidated building around us is riddled with holes, and I wouldn't put it past him to have his eyes on me right now, observing as I mix a cocktail for my long-lost love. Raphael will wait until midnight, I'm certain of it, especially now that he's reintroduced Hannah into my life. I've encountered his kind before. He's the type who relishes in prolonging the anticipation, allowing us these final precious hours to marinate in our unexpected reunion. It's all part of his calculated plan to maximize the impact when he inevitably shatters this fragile moment we found ourselves in. As the minutes tick by, I can't help but wonder what will unfold when the clock strikes 12. For now, though, I focus on the task at hand, savoring these stolen moments with Hannah before Raphael decides to blow it all to hell. It just buys us time to figure out how I'm going to get Hannah out of here. Chapter 41. We sit together sipping the sidecars quietly, lost in our own thoughts. I know I should hurry, but I'm not sure what I should hurry and do. We're still sort of between a rock and a blown-up and dead place. Rafe's out there, with his goons, waiting for me. I know at any moment he could just barge in, toss a few more grenades, make hell. But he won't, because he thinks he's some sort of stand-up guy. A guy with character, trustworthy. It would be hilarious if it weren't ironically terrifying. He's basically waiting for me to decide how many of my people are going to die tonight. So, I sit with Hannah and just try to enjoy something for a brief moment. The sidecar is worthy of enjoyment too. The fruity esters fill the air, mixing with the weight of everything unsaid between us. The silence stretches on, broken only by the soft clink of ice against glass. Hannah doesn't say a word, and I'm grateful for that. Her presence is comforting, even in this uneasy moment. We've always been able to communicate without speaking, and now seems no different. Across the room, Joey, Fellows, and Billy murmur near Shalice. Their voices are low, barely audible from where we sit. I strain to hear, curious about their conversation, but their words remain indistinct. The gentle hum of their discussion adds another layer to the complex atmosphere surrounding us. I close my eyes and try to block out the reality around me. The harsh emptiness of the present fades away as I let my imagination take over. For a moment, I pretend to see my bar the way it's supposed to be. The room comes alive in my mind's eye, filled with warmth and energy. Laughter bounces off the walls, creating a joyful symphony that lifts my spirits. The familiar strains of oldies music mix with the cheerful clinking of glasses, painting a picture of carefree celebration. I imagine my friends gathered around, their faces beaming with happiness. They're all there, Joey with his boisterous laugh, Shalice's eyes twinkling with mischief, McNabb telling one of his outrageous stories. Even Hannah is present, her usual reserve melting away in the convivial atmosphere. They're all raising their drinks in a toast, and I'm at the center of it. For this brief, beautiful moment, everything is as it should be. The bar is thriving, friendships are strong, and the future seems bright with possibility. I stare at the wall, my mind conjuring images of the decor Joey had carefully selected. I can almost see the painted stripe pattern, elegant yet modern, and the rustic charm of the distressed wood slats. For a brief moment, I allow myself to believe. This is it, I think. This is the place I poured my heart and soul into building. But reality crashes back in an instant. I blink, and the illusion shatters like the glass already has. The broken windows come into focus, jagged edges a stark reminder of how quickly things can fall apart. Beyond the walls, chaos reigns in the streets. Headlights pierce the darkness, illuminating an unsettling scene. Strangers are gathered around Joey, their voices a low murmur I can't quite make out. The familiarity of home slips away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of unease and uncertainty about what comes next. And yet Hannah is still here. It hits me like a physical blow. I lean forward, grabbing the edge of the bar to steady myself. My vision blurs for a moment as I try to process the reality of her presence. The world seems to tilt on its axis, and I wonder if this is what a heart attack feels like. The sharp pain fades, but the pressure lingers, deep in my chest. It's as if an invisible weight has settled there, making each breath a deliberate effort. My fingers grip the bar tighter, knuckles turning white as I struggle to regain my composure. I know what it is. This feeling, this overwhelming surge of emotion, is unmistakable. It's a mix of shock, disbelief, and something else. Something I'm not quite ready to name. The realization dawns on me slowly, seeping into my consciousness like water through cracks in a dam. Shit. My subconscious, telling me something I don't want to hear. She came back. She came back for me. I don't want to believe it, but her face across the bar, those wide, searching eyes, won't let me ignore it. Before she was brought here by Rafe's men, she was on her way back here. She's here for me. She'd been to France, Italy, Germany, a whirlwind tour of Europe. Her journey had taken her across the continent, experiencing different cultures and sights. When we last spoke, she didn't tell me when she'd come back, or if she would at all. I couldn't blame her for the uncertainty. After her father's and brother's deaths, and the nightmare that followed, I wouldn't have faulted her for starting over somewhere new. The tragedy she'd endured was enough to make anyone want to leave their old life behind. Fresh starts in foreign lands can be tempting when faced with such loss. Hell, I would have done the same in her position. The allure of escaping painful memories and forging a new path is strong. It's a natural response to want to distance oneself from places associated with grief. But she said it herself. I made it to Edisto. Those words carried weight. She had no reason to be in Edisto Beach, except for me. Of all the places she could have chosen after her European adventure, she came here. It spoke volumes about her intentions and perhaps about us. I glance up at her, and she's already watching me, concern etched in her face. Mason, she starts. You came back for me, I mumble, the realization hitting me fully. She nods, tears once again welling in those huge, beautiful eyes. But why? For you, she says simply. You just said that. Why me? She gives a half smile, then shrugs. You're you. I've been everywhere, Mason. I've already seen everything I needed to see. We traveled a lot when I was younger, so this wasn't my first time in Europe. She pauses for a moment, her eyes distant. I got halfway around the world and realized I wasn't running toward something. I was running away. I listen intently, my expression softening as I absorb her words. I consider her experiences, the weight of her past, and the reasons that might have driven her to leave. After a brief silence, I respond gently. If anyone had a reason to run, it'd be you. Yeah, she admits softly. But I came back. I pause, watching her intently. Why? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Hannah's eyes meet mine, filled with determination. I think I like the idea of starting over, of building something new. She hesitates for a moment, her gaze softening as she continues. But I don't want to do it alone. Unexpectedly, I feel a tear forming in the corner of my eye, an unfamiliar sensation that catches me off guard. I quickly brush it away, hoping she hasn't noticed. Hannah, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. You shouldn't have come back. Her response is immediate and firm. Stop it, Mason, she says, her tone brooking no argument. Those guys outside don't know who you are, what you're capable of. She takes a step closer, her voice dropping lower. They don't know not to mess with something you care about, and I know they don't realize how much you care about this place. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I wasn't talking about them. You shouldn't have come back. The whole world's out there, and you've seen enough of it to know you're not missing anything. I would have gone to China, maybe. You know there are bars in China that... She grabs my shirt, yanking me toward her, and suddenly her lips are on mine. I'm awkwardly leaning over the bar, feeling ice water seeping into my pants from a puddle. But I don't care. The discomfort fades into the background as I focus on the moment. She keeps kissing me, her hands moving to hold my face. The world around us seems to disappear, and I'm lost in the sensation. Instinctively, I reach for her hand, wanting to maintain contact. When she finally pulls away, she leaves her hand resting in mine. Her eyes, intense and captivating, lock onto mine. We stay like that for a moment, connected by touch and gaze, as if trying to process what just happened between us. "I came back for you, Mason," she says softly. "I saw everything I thought I wanted to see. I got over everything, or at least started to. My dad, my brother. I think I've healed mostly. But something was missing. Something I didn't expect to miss. Please don't say it was me. It was you, Mason. I wanted you. That's why I came back." Chapter 42. "Hannah, this is crazy," I say, shaking my head. "What are we supposed to do? Go travel the world on a retired bartender's salary? I can't give you what—" She cuts me off, her eyes burning with determination. "I don't want what I had, Mason. Like I said, I've already done that. That's my past. I want you to be my future." I sigh, running a hand through my hair. What she's saying sounds nice. Perfect even, but I can't see how it'll work. The reality of our situation weighs heavily on my mind. Hannah doesn't belong in Edisto Beach, South Carolina. She's far too classy for this place, with its small-town charm and laid-back lifestyle. I can picture her walking down our sandy streets, looking out of place in her designer clothes and polished demeanor. I can't keep her here, trapped in a world so different from what she's used to. And yet, I've got nowhere else to go. This beach town is my home, my refuge. The thought of leaving fills me with unease. As I look at Hannah, I wonder how we can possibly bridge the gap between our two worlds. Where the hell would we go? Where would we live? I ask, voicing the practical concerns. Hannah's response comes quickly, her voice filled with determination. "I don't care, Mason. I'll stay here. Edisto's a fine place to live." I actually laugh out loud at this. 800 people live here. The only grocery store worth anything closes at 9 p.m. The movie rental place is just a couple shelves in the back of a used furniture store. And the fact that there still is a movie rental place here says it all. "You can stream everything online these days," she says. "No need for a rental store." That's exactly my point. But don't even get me started on the internet speeds out here. "Shut up, Mason," she says. I close my mouth, my words dying on my lips. Her tone leaves no room for argument. "I love you, okay?" Her eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. I lean back, pushing myself to stand up. As I move, I feel the ice-cold wet part of my pants pressing against my thigh. It's uncomfortable, like a shock to my system. It's also going to be quite embarrassing when the others notice. I want to adjust my clothing, to pull away from the clammy fabric clinging to my skin, but I can't. I'm rooted to the spot, caught between her declaration and the physical discomfort. The moment stretches out, filled with unspoken words and the slight chill creeping up my leg. I remain still, waiting for what comes next, unable to break away from her gaze or the situation we found ourselves in. I haven't thought those words in 30 years. My late wife was the last person I spoke them to, and I'd always believed she'd be the last. "I love you, Mason," she says again. I didn't know it then. I think I didn't want to know it, but I figured it out quickly in Europe. I walked into a bar, a tiny place at the end of a strip of rundown pubs. It was the only one that looked like it could serve a proper old-fashioned, just the way you taught me. I can't help but smile as she continues her story. Her eyes light up with the memory, and I find myself leaning in closer to catch every word. "It was dark inside," she says, her voice dropping to match the atmosphere she's describing. "The place smelled like old fraying grease and vinegar. You know how particular you are. I can just imagine the look on your face if you'd been there." She pauses, chuckling softly before going on. "I tried to order, but the place was packed. The noise was incredible. No matter how much I waved or called out, no one could hear me over the din. That's when it hit me. That's when I knew." I can't help but laugh at her conclusion. The idea is so unexpected, so uniquely her. "You knew you loved me when you couldn't get the bartender's attention to order a drink?" I ask, shaking my head in amused disbelief. "No, I knew I loved you when I looked around, And you weren't there. It just hit me suddenly. I was standing there getting frustrated, and I got angry that you weren't there. I hadn't even been thinking about you. And then, poof, I start scanning the crowd, frantic because I couldn't see you, as if we'd walked in together. What did you do? I left, too crowded. I stood on the corner outside, confused. I wasn't sure why I'd expected to see you there, but it hit me. I was doing all the things I knew we'd do together. I don't even like old fashions, but I was searching for the best one in Europe because that's what we would have done. She stops and laughs, and I can't help but join her. The moment feels light, a brief respite from the weight of her story. We both take the last sips of our sidecars, savoring the tangy sweetness. I collect the glasses, the ice clinking softly as I move them. So I knew it then, she continues, her voice taking on a reflective tone. I think I'd known all along, but sometimes your subconscious doesn't clue you in until you're ready. She pauses, her eyes focused on a distant point, as if reliving the memory. And apparently mine thought I was ready in that bar, getting jostled by a crowd of people who weren't you. I nod, taking in her words. Interesting, I say, encouraging her to continue. The revelation seems significant, a turning point in her story, and I find myself eager to hear more. Interesting? Sorry, yeah, hell, it's more than interesting. And why is it interesting? I just poured my heart out, Mason. Because I love you too. Chapter 43. She stops, looks down, her wavy hair falling around her face. She pushes it back with her hand and looks up at me. You do. Yeah, I fell in love with you the moment you walked through that door, the first time I ever laid eyes on you. Oh, come on, you don't believe in that love at first sight stuff. Okay, maybe it wasn't that exactly. It's more like what you described. My subconscious just somehow knew you were someone I could love. If you were interested, if you wanted to explore it, I was ready. I think our subconscious protects us. Doesn't let us get too attached or too weird too soon, you know? Yeah. So I looked at you, felt something, but I thought your brother was your husband or something, and then I trail off, not sure how to finish the sentence. The memory of that misunderstanding still makes me feel a bit foolish. Yeah, she says softly, her voice now tinged with sadness. I can see the hurt in her eyes, and I realize I've accidentally stumbled into a sensitive area. I don't want to reopen old wounds, so I quickly change the subject. But after everything, after the Wasmasaw, after you went to Europe, after it was just me and Joey, I knew it. I pause, letting the weight of those words hang in the air between us. It's a confession of sorts, an admission of feelings that have been building for a long time. I watch her face, trying to gauge her reaction. The silence stretches on, and I wonder if I've said too much or not enough. But deep down, I'm glad I finally put it out there. Whatever happens next, at least now she knows. And you didn't say anything? To who? I didn't even have your number, Hannah, I say, unable to hide my amusement. She stares at me, her eyes widening as realization dawns. Her mouth drops open, and she looks utterly bewildered. Oh my God, she exclaims, shaking her head in disbelief. I didn't even think of that. Seriously? I can't help but chuckle at her reaction. Shrugging, I explain, yeah, but I figured I was past the asking for your number thing, you know? I pause, remembering how things had played out. When you left and got a new international phone, I just let it go. The absurdity of the situation isn't lost on either of us. Here we are, rehashing old misunderstandings, and it turns out the simplest detail had slipped both our minds. It's funny how something so basic could have changed everything, but that's just how life goes sometimes. That's funny. So you couldn't have told me if you wanted to. I watch as she processes this information, her expression a mix of amusement and understanding. It's a relief to finally have this out in the open, but I can't help feeling a bit nervous about where the conversation might lead. Nope, she replies with a slight shrug. And I wasn't sure it was a good idea anyway. Falling in love with someone who's been through what you have and just wants to be alone? Sounds like a recipe for heartache. Her words hit close to home, and I find myself nodding in agreement. We've both been through our fair share of struggles, and the idea of opening ourselves up to potential pain is daunting. Still, there's something about her that makes me want to take that risk. She smiles, a soft, genuine expression that reaches her eyes. Yeah, I guess so. I take a deep breath, gathering my courage. The air between us feels charged with possibility, and I can't help but wonder if she feels it too. My heart races as I prepare to ask the question that's been on my mind since this conversation began. So, where does that leave us? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. I hold my breath, waiting for her response, hoping that whatever comes next will be worth the risk we're both taking. She glances around, her eyes darting from side to side, as if suddenly remembering we're not alone in this place. I follow her gaze and spot Joey and Fellows walking towards us, their previous conversation apparently concluded. I guess it leaves us here, together, she says softly, her voice barely above a whisper. There's a hint of resignation in her tone, but also a flicker of determination. Once again, fighting for our lives. I nod, understanding the weight of her words. We've been through so much already, and yet here we are, facing another battle. Fighting for the rest of our lives, I reply, emphasizing the last part. It's not just about survival anymore. It's about creating a future worth living for. Unable to resist the urge, I lean in and press a gentle kiss to her cheek. It's a small gesture, but one that carries a world of meaning between us. As I pull back, I turn my attention to Joey, who's now close enough for me to see the serious expression etched on his face. Everything okay, Joey? I ask. Yeah, he says. We were talking. I think Fellows convinced me. Convinced you to what? We are going to fight for this place, Mason. All of us. We're in if you still are. Chapter 44. What do we have then? I ask. Couple pistols, shotgun, your rifle from the office in the kitchen. That's it? That's it. I let out a long sigh. This is going to be a long night. Joey's grin spreads across his face. Or it's going to be a really short fight, he quips, trying to inject some humor into our dire situation. Fellows, not sharing Joey's optimism, mutters under his breath, ain't that the truth? We formed a tight circle near the front of the bar, huddling together like survivors in a storm. Our conversation bounces between discussing potential strategies and lamenting our unfortunate circumstances. It's clear to all of us that we've stumbled into a mess we're ill-equipped to handle. As I survey our ragtag group, I can't help but consider our odds. I know deep down that our chances of making it out alive hinge on how many weapons we can scrounge up. The more firepower we have, the better our odds. Unfortunately, we're woefully short on anything that goes boom. This lack of proper armament only adds to the growing knot in my stomach as we try to figure out our next move. Knives we have, but there's something I've heard all too often about bringing them to gunfights. I consider our situation carefully. There's one more factor that could really change our odds: the number of fighters on each side. The thought strikes me, and I reach out to Hannah. My fingers wrap around her arm, urgent but gentle. Hannah, I say, my voice low and quick, when you were out there, did you get a good look at them? Her eyes meet mine, and I can see she understands the importance of my question. I press on. How many are we dealing with? Were you able to count them? I hold my breath, waiting for her answer. The information she provides could be crucial for our next move. Every detail matters when we're planning our strategy, and the enemy's numbers are a key piece of the puzzle. She shakes her head. Not an accurate count, but they were standing outside their cars when they sent me in. A few were grouped up by Rafe. As long as that was all of them, and there weren't any hiding on the other side of the building, I'd guess 10, maybe 12. I glance at the ceiling, nodding. Not as many as I'd thought, I say. Still more than what I want to deal with. Did we get any of their guys when Jessup went nuts? Joey asks. I doubt it, I say. Maybe one or two were hit, or at least taken by surprise, but I'm not going to count on it. Fellows grunts. So where does that leave us? 3 men and about 4 weapons between us? 3 men and a woman, Hannah says. We all turn to look at her. If I didn't already know what she's been through, I'd have laughed. She's thin, taller than average, and carries herself like a lady who was raised to do just that. There's an air of refinement about her, despite our rugged surroundings. She's got a stuck-out chin and pointy elbows when she places her hands on her waist. It's a posture that speaks volumes about her character. Defiant, ready to stand her ground. I can't help but admire her spirit. Looking at her like that, it isn't hard to imagine a typical Old West damsel. The kind you'd see in those penny dreadfuls, always getting into scrapes but never losing her poise. But I know better than to underestimate her. This woman's got grit that would put most men to shame. She might look like she belongs in a fancy parlor, sipping tea and gossiping about the latest fashions. But I've seen what she can do when push comes to shove. She's as tough as old leather and twice as useful out here in the wild. So, 4 of us, I say, surveying our small group. We're not much, but it's all we've got. I pause, considering our options and how best to utilize our limited resources. Hannah's got a good shot too, I continue, an idea forming. Maybe we put her on the rifle? The thought of Hannah being involved in this at all makes my stomach churn, but I push that feeling aside. We need every capable hand we can get. As much as I appreciate her willingness to help, I still want to keep her as far from the fighting as possible. The image of her in the thick of it, vulnerable and exposed, is too much to bear. If we can set her up as some sort of sniper, tucked in a back corner and only taking dead-on shots, maybe I can keep her alive through this. It's not a perfect plan, but it's the best I can come up with given our circumstances. At least this way, she'll be contributing while maintaining some distance from the most dangerous parts of the confrontation. I just hope it's enough to keep her safe. Mason, we've got more company, Joey says. He nods toward the kitchen. We all fall silent, and I can hear voices, soft and deep, coming from the blasted-out section of the wall nearest the kitchen. They're behind the bar, right by the kitchen door. I run behind the bar and check the monitors. The only thing on the screen is static. They cut the feed, I say. What time is it anyway? 11:35, Fellow says. Right, showtime. Chapter 45. I suddenly feel the overwhelming urge to bolt out the door. My heart races as I imagine myself sprinting into the open, my voice raw from screaming at the top of my lungs. In my mind's eye, I see myself wildly firing rounds at anything that dares to move. My frantic dash continues until I reach the relative safety of the other side of the street. There I picture myself ducking behind a bush or tree, breath coming in ragged gasps as I try to calm my nerves. As crazy as it sounds, I think I might actually have a chance at survival with this plan. There's something about a deranged gunman shrieking like a banshee that could really throw my attackers off their game. The element of surprise might just work in my favor, giving me the edge I need to escape this nightmare. But that would only make things worse. I can't just abandon everyone here to face Rafe's goons with fewer people and less firepower. It's not right, and it's not smart. We're all in this together, and every person counts in a situation like this. And then there's Hannah. I can't leave her behind, not when things are getting so intense. We've been through too much together to split up now. If anyone's going to charge through the darkened streets of Edisto like wild banshees, it's going to be Hannah and me. I picture us running hand in hand, hearts pounding, breath coming in quick gasps. We'd be scared out of our minds, sure, but we'd also be alive in a way we've never been before. It's a crazy thought, but it feels right. Whatever comes next, we face it as a team. So no, I'm not going anywhere. We stand our ground here together, and if the time comes to make a break for it, Hannah and I will be side by side, fingers interlaced, ready to take on whatever the night throws at us. Like Bonnie and Clyde. The comparison flashes through my mind, and I can't help but smile. There's a certain romance to it, a twisted kind of glamour that appeals to the darker parts of me. After everything I've been through, all the close calls and narrow escapes, maybe going out in a blaze of glory wouldn't be so bad. I picture it for a moment, the two of us, guns blazing, surrounded by cops, hearts racing, adrenaline pumping. One last stand against the world that's always been against us. It's almost poetic in a way, a fitting end to a life lived on the edge. But then I think of Hannah, and the smile fades from my face. I can't bear the thought of her caught in that crossfire, her body riddled with bullets, her life draining away in seconds. The image is too much to bear. Hannah deserves better than that. She deserves a chance at a real life, not to die in some sordid shootout. No, I can't let that happen to her. Whatever comes next, whatever price I have to pay for the choices I've made, I'll make sure Hannah stays safe. Even if it means giving up my own chance at that bittersweet, bullet-riddled finale. Nope. Screaming Banshee and Power Couple are both horrible plans. Keep your eyes and ears on the kitchen, Joey, I say, my voice low but urgent. Let me know what they're doing, where they're moving. The rest of us need to keep our eyes glued to that wall. I point at the northern wall of the bar, or what remains of it after the recent chaos. The crumbling structure looms before us, a silent reminder of our precarious situation. Suddenly, the entire bar plummets into darkness. The abrupt loss of light is jarring, but I force myself to stay calm. I blink rapidly, willing my eyes to adjust to the new conditions. Thankfully, they do so quickly, aided by the faint illumination seeping in from outside. I can make out the outlines of my companions, their silhouettes barely visible in the gloom. The light filtering in from the 8 or so headlights, pointing inside properties, just enough visibility for us to navigate. It's not much, but it's all we have to work with right now. We'll have to rely on our other senses and stay alert if we want to make it through this. "They cut the power now too," Fellows exclaims, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and concern. I barely have time to process his words before the headlights flicker and die. The sudden loss of illumination catches me off guard, and I blink rapidly, trying to force my eyes to adapt to the new darkness. But it's no use. The blackness inside the bar is absolute, seeming to swallow everything in its path. I can't make out even the faintest outline of the furniture or people around me. The darkness feels heavy, pressing in from all sides, and I find myself straining my other senses to compensate for the loss of sight. The air seems thicker, filled with the collective breath of everyone in the room, now frozen in anticipation of what might come next. "I can't see anything," Joey yells. "They shut off their lights," I reply, trying to keep my voice calm despite the situation. "Give it a few seconds. We should at least be able to see some shadows." I take a deep breath, grateful for the moon tonight. It's not full, but it's more than just a sliver in the sky. The soft, blue-hued light isn't much, but it's enough to make a difference. As my eyes adjust, I start to make out shapes in the darkness. The moonlight bounces off the trees around us, creating eerie silhouettes. Parked cars cast long shadows across the ground. And then I see them, the outlines of bodies moving in the distance. I strain my eyes in the dim light, desperately trying to track their shadowy movements. The faint outlines I can make out aren't much to go on, but they're infinitely better than complete darkness. My heart races as I consider our predicament. We might just have a chance if we stay quiet and keep our wits about us. I turn to my companions, keeping my voice low. "They're up to something," I whisper, gesturing toward the west side of the building. The shapes seem to be congregating there, their intentions unclear but undoubtedly sinister. As I watch, a theory begins to form in my mind. "Probably getting ready to hit the front door," I add, my gut twisting with the realization. We need to act fast if we're going to survive this. Every second counts, and I can only hope we've spotted their plan in time to counter it. I know they'll come from all accessible angles eventually. The front door is an obvious entry point, as is the back kitchen door. Now, with the gaping holes from the grenades, they've got access to the side of the building too. It's like we're surrounded on all fronts. The gaps where the windows used to be aren't huge, which is a small mercy. They don't reach all the way to the ground either, so at least they won't be ideal entry points. It's not much, but it's something to work with in our defense strategy. I can't help but think of this situation like a tower defense game. If anyone tries to climb up to our little tower, our job is simple. We just need to push their ladders back down. Chapter 46. Tower defense. Apparently a big game genre now. I never was much of a gamer, but I guess Joey is, and he's told me all about them. The game is simple. You're in a tower of sorts, and every level brings more and more baddies to your gates. The route forward is simple. Push down the ladder whenever the baddies try to climb up. And in this case, the ladder is their face. And by push, I mean I shoot bullets at it. So they leave the long side of the bar for last. It's a smart move on their part. They're waiting until we're in deep trouble before they hit us where it really hurts. I've been running the numbers in my head. Our ammo won't last long once the bullets start flying. We'll be burning through it faster than we can reload. At this rate, I figure we've got somewhere between 1 and 30 seconds after the fighting starts before we're in real trouble. That's when they'll make their move on the long side. They know we'll be too busy trying to stay alive to worry about defending the whole place. We'll have to shift our focus from holding the stronghold to just keeping ourselves in one piece. It's a calculated strategy, and I hate to admit it, but it might just work. I look around, taking in the scene. Joey stands rigid, his eyes fixed on the kitchen door with unwavering intensity. His entire body is coiled, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The shotgun in Joey's hands is raised, pointing directly at the door. I can see the determination in his eyes as he aims high, clearly hoping for a headshot if anyone dares to come through. It's almost as if he's willing someone to burst in, giving him the excuse he needs to pull the trigger. But I know better. I understand the futility of his precise aim. At this close range, that shotgun doesn't need careful targeting. Anyone who steps through that door is in for a world of hurt, regardless of Joey's marksmanship. I can't help but picture the gruesome scene that would unfold. One pull of the trigger and that kitchen door would be obliterated, reduced to splinters in an instant. And any unfortunate soul on the other side, they'd be peppered with countless tiny projectiles, turning their head into a grisly mess. It's a chilling thought, but one I can't shake as we wait in this tense standoff. I just hope it doesn't come to that. I silently commend him for waiting. It's a smart move. Given the uncertainty of the situation, the men could be positioned anywhere by now, and we can't afford to take unnecessary risks. The possibility that they're standing to either side of the door is very real, or perhaps they've moved down into the alley, seeking better cover. There's even a chance they've relocated entirely, leaving us guessing about their whereabouts. Blasting a hole through the door now would be a gamble. If we miss, the consequences would be severe. Our ammo supply is already limited, and we can't waste a single round. Every shot needs to count in this high-stakes scenario. Moreover, using our firepower prematurely would blow our element of surprise. That advantage is crucial right now, and losing it could tip the scales against us. We need to be patient and strategic, making our move only when we're more certain of success. I silently curse my lack of planning. The irony of the situation isn't lost on me. Back at my apartment, I've got an arsenal that would make most gun enthusiasts green with envy. Shelves lined with ammo boxes, enough to prep just about any consumer-grade weapon you could think of. Pistols, rifles, shotguns. If it's easy to find on the market, I've got the rounds for it. And not just a few. We're talking enough firepower to hold off a small army. But what good does all that do me now? Here I am, outnumbered and outgunned. I've got enough ammo stashed away to fend off a group 3 times this size. The problem is, I'm just one person. No matter how well stocked my home armory might be, I only have 2 hands to fight with. And right now, that's not nearly enough. Here at the bar, it's a different story. The familiar scent of whiskey and cigarette smoke envelops me, a stark contrast to the sterile environments I often work in. This place has been my sanctuary, my home base during the years I've spent in this line of work. During my days taking out marks, I always preferred to keep things clean and straightforward. Knives and guns? Not my style. They're messy, leaving behind too much evidence and chaos. I've always prided myself on being meticulous, ensuring my work stays under the radar. But there's more to it than just avoiding detection. I like to think of myself as an artist in my own right. Sure, I could just be another run-of-the-mill contract killer, but where's the fun in that? I prefer to approach each job with a creative flair, finding unique solutions that others might overlook. It's not just about getting the job done, it's about doing it with style and ingenuity. If a mark came in asking for a whiskey smash, I'd find a cheap bottle of bottom-shelf whiskey and smash it over their head a few times. If I got lucky, there'd still be enough whiskey left in the broken shards of glass that I could pour myself a stiff drink afterward. Shaking it, of course, with mint, lemon juice, a bit of sugar, and pouring it over crushed ice. Chapter 47. One time a mark asked for a lemon drop, an odd request from a 250-pound, grizzled middle-aged man. But hey, I'm here to please. I scoped him out, verified he was the mark, and promptly set up an elaborate scheme. During a trip to Charleston a few weekends later, he was mysteriously killed by blunt force trauma. The cause? A 45-pound bag of lemons dropped from the top of a building on the corner of a street late one night. An odd way to go, no doubt. But the cops weren't about to spend too much time or taxpayer money searching for the murderer of a convicted felon. I've had some pretty good runs in my day. Most marks were easy. I wish I had a nickel for every time a mark came into my bar and ordered, and was served painfully. A screwdriver, an Irish car bomb, or a White Russian. The White Russian always did require a bit of acting on my part. I'm white but hardly Russian, though I've honed my accent over the years. The guy I used to use is Russian, but he got expensive. I've come to appreciate the marks who require a bit more creativity. They present a challenge that keeps me on my toes, forcing me to think outside the box. It's not just about the job anymore. It's about pushing my own boundaries and seeing what I can come up with. The Dark and Stormy, the official drink of Bermuda, is one such mark that had me stumped for a while. I spent nights tossing and turning, my mind racing with possibilities. How could I make this particular job stand out? What would make it truly special? Then in the middle of one sleepless night, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. The answer was so obvious I couldn't believe it had taken me so long to figure it out. The simplicity and brilliance of the idea made me chuckle to myself in the darkness of my room. It had to be done in the dark, during a storm. I took out the mark by breaking his neck during one of the many tropical storms that are, thankfully, quite common in South Carolina. The Mai Tai surprised me with its ubiquity. I hadn't realized just how popular this cocktail had become. As I explored various bars and lounges, I noticed it popping up on menus more frequently than I'd anticipated. Its prevalence, I soon discovered, stemmed from its position as a staple in the tiki drink repertoire. Caribbean and Polynesian-themed establishments around the globe seem to feature it prominently, often as one of their signature offerings. What struck me most was the contrast between the drink's actual simplicity and its elaborate presentation. Bartenders adorned it with an array of fruits and flowers, transforming the straightforward recipe into a visual spectacle. This ornate disguise of tropical garnishes created an illusion of complexity. The Mai Tai's vibrant colors and sweetness further contributed to its facade. These characteristics masked the drink's true nature, making it appear more intricate than it really was. It seemed that this deception was part of its charm, enticing patrons with its exotic appearance while delivering a classic, well-balanced flavor beneath all the flair. I had a mark come in and order a few of those, bragging the whole time that Suave from Mexico makes the best ones anywhere, and yours aren't nearly as good, which, by the way, is not something any bartender likes hearing from a patron. He paid with the mark he received from my previous employer, a coin of unknown origin that my employer gave to the person, telling them to visit me in Edisto Beach because I no doubt had what they deserved. What they thought they deserved was another hit of some drug or other disgusting, illegal fancy. What they really deserved, according to my employer and me, was to be swiftly and unceremoniously escorted out of the land of the living. Anyway, this mark came in and ordered a few Mai Tais, bragging about his utter triumph over the paid entertainment workers, as he called them, that he'd bought in a shady Mexico back alley. It took me a few extra minutes to come to the solution, but it was as brilliant as it was fun. The police never found him. Joey dumped him in the bay, but if they had, they'd have noticed he'd been strangled. With Mai Tai. Despite my efforts to craft creative and satisfying ends for the lowest of lowlifes, I still find myself haunted by certain drink orders. These cocktails strike fear into my heart, leaving me at a loss for how to proceed. Take, for instance, the dirty banana. What hellish fate could I possibly devise for someone brazen enough to request such a monstrosity? The very thought leaves me paralyzed with indecision. And don't even get me started on the fuzzy navel. That saccharine abomination defies my every attempt at conjuring a fitting demise. I'm left utterly stumped, my usual ingenuity deserting me in the face of such a beverage. But the true nightmare, The drink that sends shivers down my spine. Sex on the beach. I'm not about to say a lack of creativity was the reason I quit, but it sure helped my decision. I'm out of the game, but right now I wish I were back in it. Even though I never did keep a full arsenal here, I'd at least be at the top of my creative prowess. Killing these guys and getting away with it would have been child's play back in my prime. Now, though, I just want a couple more shotguns and a lot more ammo, or even just a few more pistols. Chapter 48. The lights are still out, but the moonlight trickling in through the windows provides just enough visibility to make out the silhouettes of my small army. The dim, silvery glow casts long shadows across the room, creating an eerie atmosphere that matches our tense situation. Hannah stands right next to me at the bar, her presence both comforting and surprising. I steal a glance at her, still not quite believing she's here with us. Her determination is evident, even in the low light, and I'm grateful for her support. Fellows has taken up his position by the front door, his watchful eyes scanning for any sign of movement outside. His steady presence reassures me that we're as prepared as we can be for whatever comes our way. Joey remains posted near the kitchen, ready to intercept any unexpected visitors from the alley. His silent vigilance adds another layer of security to our makeshift defense. As I survey our small group, I'm struck by the reality of our situation. We're outnumbered and outgunned, but there's a fierce determination in the air. Each of us knows what's at stake, and we're ready to face whatever comes through that door. "Boss," Joey says, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're not by the door anymore." I walk up to him, my footsteps silent on the worn floorboards. Joey doesn't turn around, his eyes fixed ahead as he keeps the shotgun aimed steadily at the door. I lean in close, careful not to bump his arm. "How can you tell?" Joey raises a finger to his lips, shushing me, then points up at the ceiling with his free hand. I hold my breath, trying to be as quiet as possible. For a moment, all I hear is the faint sound of our breathing and the distant hum of traffic outside. Then I hear it, a faint metallic scraping sound coming from above us. It's brief, almost imperceptible. I wait, straining my ears. A few seconds later, there's another scrape, slightly louder this time. My eyes meet Joey's and I can see the realization in them. Whatever's out there, it's found another way in. "They're in the vent," Joey says. I try to picture the top of my little building. The rooftop is a space I've rarely visited, just twice in fact. The first time was shortly before I bought the place, accompanying an inspector on a thorough check of the property. The second visit came after a massive hurricane swept through the area, leaving me concerned about potential damage. As I visualize the roof, I recall the layout and features I observed during those brief encounters. One element stands out clearly in my mind: the exhaust vent from the kitchen's griddle. It's positioned at the back of the building, a strategic placement that serves two important purposes. Firstly, this location keeps the smoke and cooking odors away from the front of the building and the street. It's a considerate design that maintains a pleasant atmosphere for passers-by and doesn't interfere with the building's curb appeal. Secondly, the back placement minimizes the distance between the stove and the vent's exit point. This efficient setup likely reduces the complexity of the ventilation system and makes maintenance easier. "They're going to drop right onto the stove," Joey says. "Should we just turn it on?" The vent, if I remember correctly, runs up through the ceiling to the roof, then straight to the edge and down about halfway to the ground. Except, "No," I say, "that's not where they're going." "But how would—" I dash back to the center of the room, my eyes scanning the ceiling. "They're not in that vent," I declare, my voice tinged with urgency. "There's another one. Here." My finger points upward, directing everyone's attention to the air conditioning vent above us. "This one goes in a straight line," I explain, piecing together the layout in my mind. "Two AC dumps, one in here and one in the kitchen. That's the shaft they're in." Joey's gaze follows mine, and he studies the opening with a furrowed brow. After a moment of consideration, he voices his observation. "It's smaller. But they'll fit, and they won't be jumping down onto a hot stovetop either." I consider this for a moment, weighing our options. Joey's right. The space should work, but I can't shake the feeling that we need to be cautious. And they'll be in the kitchen," Joey says, reaching for the door. His eagerness is clear, But I'm not ready to rush in just yet. We've come too far to make a mistake now. Wait, I say, putting my hand on his arm. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. Let me. I open, you shoot. Joey nods, understanding the plan without need for further explanation. We've worked together long enough to communicate with just a few words. As he readies himself, I prepare to make our move. The familiar rush of anticipation courses through me. It's a feeling I've come to know well in our line of work. It's as good a plan as any, but I've learned my lesson. I run it through my mind, examining each step for potential pitfalls. Years of experience have taught me the importance of thorough preparation, even if it goes against my natural instincts. The adage drilled into me, and one of the main reasons I've never enjoyed making plans in the first place, comes to mind. It echoes in my thoughts, a constant reminder of the unpredictable nature of our endeavors. Despite my reluctance to plan, I can't ignore the wisdom in those oft-repeated words. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. The problem with using that as an excuse to forego planning altogether, I've found out over many years of testing, is a quote I came up with. No plan at all never survives any contact with the enemy. I'm still working on it, but I like it. It fits my personality. I'll plan, but only begrudgingly when I realize there's no way not to. And this plan, waiting for the goons to fall into the kitchen so Joey can shoot them while I provide backup, is about as good as I can come up with. Ready? Joey asks, his eyes fixed on our target. I shake my head slightly. Nope. Chapter 49. I'm not ready, but that's not my decision to make. Wait for the first one to drop to the floor, I whisper, keeping my voice low. We should hear it, and we want the best chance at getting both with one shot. Joey nods, understanding the plan. We both settle into position, our breathing slowing as we focus. The silence stretches out, broken only by the faint sounds of our surroundings. Neither of us hears anything. The scraping sound has disappeared. Are they still there? Damn right they are, I say, keeping my voice low. They're just working on their own plan. We wait, our eyes fixed on the spot where we last saw movement. The seconds tick by, feeling longer than they should. 15 pass, then 20. I glance at Joey, trying to gauge his thoughts. What do you think? I ask, breaking the silence. Joey's eyes narrow as he considers the situation. He takes a moment before responding, his voice barely above a whisper. I think they're still there, he says, his gaze never leaving our target area. But now they're waiting for us. Yeah, I think you're right. I pause, thinking. No plan survives no contact with the enemy, apparently. Okay, on 3. Aim high, try to get into the drywall around the vent. It'll puncture the metal just fine. You got it. I glance at Hannah, who's already poured herself another drink. She's holding the now empty bottle up to her eye, studying the inside of it with an intense focus. Her concentration on the bottle is so complete that she doesn't even notice me staring at her. It's as if the glass container holds some fascinating secret only she can see. I find myself puzzled by her behavior. It's not like Hannah to be so absorbed in something so mundane, especially when we're in the middle of a conversation. Her actions strike me as odd, to say the least. Weird. 3, 2, 1, now. I fling the kitchen door inward and roll back out of the way for Joey to take the shot. He does. The gunshot is deafening, and I find myself trying to pop my ears as my eyes focus on the ceiling. The shotgun has performed admirably, blowing a massive hole in the drywall around the vent. The vent itself is mostly gone, with only a few bends of twisted metal smoking around the shaft. Dust and smoke whirl through the air, creating a hazy atmosphere in the room. Pieces of chalky drywall fall to the floor, bouncing off the metal shelves on their way down. The shelves, loaded with food and equipment, rattle slightly with each impact. The destruction is impressive, leaving me momentarily stunned as I take in the scene before me. I strain my ears, but there's nothing else to hear. The silence is eerie after the deafening blast of the shotgun. No screams pierce the air. No agonized moans reach my ears. I can't detect even a whisper of a final, ragged breath. It doesn't make sense. Unless Joey somehow managed to completely decapitate the guy through the vent, a shotgun blast at this range shouldn't be instantly fatal. The drywall and metal shaft would have absorbed much of the impact. And if Joey had blown the intruder's head clean off, we'd be facing a much gorier scene right now. As it stands, all I can see is a fine mist of white drywall dust hanging in the air, mingling with wisps of grayish gun smoke. It's hardly the aftermath I'd expect from a lethal shot. "I missed," Joey says. "No," I say. "It was a perfect shot. They just weren't there." "Then where?" Before he can finish his question, a sound catches my attention. It's faint at first, but grows louder as it approaches. A small object is bouncing its way down the now open vent shaft. I hear it ping off the metal sides, echoing in the confined space. The object continues its descent, finally falling through the hole in the ceiling. It drops into the kitchen with a soft thud. My eyes are glued to it, unable to look away. As I stare, I notice its familiar shape. It resembles the grenades they've thrown through my windows in the past. But this one is different. It's smaller, more compact, skinnier. "Joey!" I yell, but it's too late. I try pulling his head down, smashing my eyes shut as tightly as I can. I grab the kitchen door to swing it shut, but it doesn't close all the way. Crack. The tiny grenade flashes a brilliant white. Its detonation is insignificant compared to the explosion of light that overwhelms my retinas. I instinctively squeeze my eyes shut, but it's far too late. I know I'm blind. The searing brightness has robbed me of sight, and I'll remain this way for at least 30 seconds. It feels like an eternity in this moment of vulnerability. The stinging sensation persists, sharp and unrelenting. I fumble for the door, my hands searching frantically in the darkness of my temporary blindness. Finding the edge, I pull it fully closed, hoping for some semblance of safety in this compromised state. As I wait for my vision to return, every sound seems amplified. My own ragged breathing echoes in my ears. I remain perfectly still, my muscles taut and ready. In these critical moments, I know my other senses must step up to compensate for the loss of sight. My skin prickles, hyper-aware of every shift in the air around me. My nose twitches, picking up scents I hadn't noticed before. The earthy smell of damp soil, the crisp tang of pine needles. I strain my ears, listening for any sign of movement, any clue as to what might be lurking nearby. Time seems to stretch endlessly as I wait, suspended in this sensory limbo. But I stay alert, knowing that in this vulnerable state, my survival may depend on these heightened perceptions. Joey fares worse. I can tell he didn't turn his face away when the flashbang went off. These grenades aren't your run-of-the-mill stuff. They're military grade. You don't just stumble upon these in the States unless you've got some serious connections. Should have known. Rafe would have a connection. Maybe he's even got a grenade guy. Shit, I need to get a grenade guy. We're cornered. There's nothing we can do to stop them from barging in. They've outmaneuvered us completely. Chapter 50. Not that we were able to do much maneuvering. I've been holed up in here with Joey and Shalice since this thing started, and I knew better than to poke my head out and say hello. I risked it when I opened the door for the cop, and then for Hannah, but still, there's no way I was going to leave this place. So what did that leave me? I didn't have a choice. I had to stay here, and while I can pretend like it was my decision, the decision was really between staying inside and living longer and leaving my bar and dying faster. Doesn't matter, they've got the upper hand. In this tower defense game, they've been able to erect a hill on which to create the higher ground, and now they're shooting down at us, picking us off one by one. I know they're aware of the advantage they have. They can take their time to breach our defenses and start their assault, or even better, wait us out. They've got the time. It's a lifetime in a situation like this. We're sitting ducks, waiting for the inevitable storm to break through our doors. My arm is draped over my face as I try to squeeze the pain out of my eyes. Despite the discomfort, I'm shouting at the others. We can't afford to waste a single second. "Hannah!" I yell, my voice echoing off the walls and through my skull. "My gun!" I can hear shuffling and quick footsteps nearby. "Get over here, get ready," I add urgently. There's no time for explanations or hesitation. They're coming in. The air feels thick, and it's not just the smoky remnants of the grenade. Every breath, every heartbeat seems to count down to the moment when our sanctuary will be shattered. We're trapped, but we're not going down without a fight. I whirl around trying to locate fellows in the chaos. My voice cuts through the noise as I shout, "Fellows, keep us away from the door. They'll shoot straight through." The words die on my lips as another deafening crack rends the air. Wood splinters and the sound of gunshots follows almost instantaneously. My heart races as I realize they blasted right through. A cold dread washes over me as I think of Joey. I pray he's moved from his position. The thought of him still standing there, exposed and vulnerable, makes my stomach churn, knowing that the kind of firepower that can eliminate a door from existence wouldn't have stopped there. All I can do is hope he had the sense to take cover before the bullets started flying. I'm not entirely sure where he ended up after the blast. My thoughts are scattered, but I hope Fellows and Hannah are jumping into action. The chaos around me is disorienting, and I struggle to make sense of what's happening. Suddenly, I feel a hand on my back, grounding me in the moment. It's Hannah's voice that cuts through the confusion. "Move back," she says firmly. "You're in the way." I let her guide me, her touch steady as she leads me behind the bar. It feels safer here, more sheltered from the mayhem outside. I hear Hannah turn away, her voice rising as she takes charge of the situation. She starts shouting orders, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Move back, Joey," she commands. Then addressing our other companion, "Fellow, stay on the front door. I got this one." As I crouch behind the bar, I'm grateful for, and surprised by, Hannah's quick thinking. My vision returns, but I'm still seeing double. I don't care. I run a few steps to Hannah. She's aiming through the kitchen door, trying to line up with one of the new holes. "See anything?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Hannah's eyes scan the darkness beyond our makeshift shelter. She shakes her head, her expression taut with concentration. "It's too dark, but I'm sure there's still—" Her words are cut short as 3 more rounds strike the door, the impacts lower than the first volley. I don't hesitate. I grab my pistol from Hannah's outstretched hand, its familiar weight both comforting and alarming. My fingers curl around the grip as I mentally run through a quick check of the weapon. In one fluid motion, I roll across the floor, positioning myself directly in front of the battered door. I spring to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Taking a deep breath, I focus all my strength into my leg. I kick out hard, my foot connecting with the center of the door, right beside the knob. The impact reverberates up my leg, but I ignore the pain. There's no time to focus on discomfort now. All that matters is what lies on the other side of this barrier. It's the only thing separating us from them. My heart races as I prepare for what might come next. The frame cracks under the force of my kick, sending splinters of wood sprinkling down to the floor. For a moment, it seems like the door might hold, but then it gives way. With a sudden burst, the door flies open, revealing what's beyond. I brace myself, ready to face whatever awaits us on the other side. The adrenaline courses through my veins as I take in the scene before me, knowing that everything is about to change. A man is standing directly in my shot, so I shoot him. 2 rounds directly at him. The first hits his chest, but he's already in the process of ducking, so my second shot catches him right in the forehead. Oops. What do the kids say? Sorry, not sorry. He falls backward, dead. The thud of his body hitting the floor echoes in the silence, but the quiet doesn't last long. I hear shuffling around the corner, and my muscles tense. Another guy's hiding between the shelves and racks of equipment, somehow already inside. I realize how screwed up that grenade made us. I lean around the corner, careful not to expose too much of myself. I don't want to give him a clear shot at my head. After a quick glance, I duck back to safety. My heart races as I process what I've seen. I look at Hannah and Joey, assessing their condition. Joey's finally back on his feet, which is a relief. His eyes are red and watery from whatever hit him earlier, but he can see again. Good. We'll need everyone alert for what comes next. The sound of movement from around the corner reaches my ears. We need to act fast, but cautiously. I take a deep breath, preparing for our next move. One more in there, but he's guarding the vent. I'm sure we're going to have more company soon. And they'll probably start shooting from the side of the building, Joey adds. I nod, considering the situation. Yeah, I thought about that. But they won't do it now. They know we're still up and fighting. Climbing through the broken windows would be suicide for them. Hannah furrows her brow, her mind working through the possibilities. After a moment, she speaks up. So the kitchen, by way of the roof, she says, her voice low and serious. I can see where her thoughts are heading. The realization hits me as she continues. Then the front door? They'll hit us from both sides. The implications of her words sink in. Our attackers are craftier than we initially gave them credit for. They're not just looking for an easy way in. They're strategizing, planning to corner us from multiple angles. We'll need to be smart about our next move if we want to stay ahead of them. That's what I'd do, I say. As if on cue, Fellow shouts, Front door! I hear them on the porch! Chapter 51. I sigh, the sound heavy in the quiet room. My hand moves almost on its own, checking the weight of the magazine. It's a habit, one I can't seem to shake even though I'm certain of the count. 12 rounds left. It's not much, but it'll have to do. My eyes drift over to my team, Hannah and Joey. They're huddled together, whispering strategy or comfort. I can't tell which. They're the best people I know, loyal to a fault and skilled beyond measure. But that's the problem, isn't it? I know them too well. I can predict their moves, their thoughts, their fears. In a situation like this, that familiarity might just get us killed. I find myself wishing for a couple of army grunts instead. Strangers I could order around without second-guessing every command, without worrying about their lives more than the mission. I shake my head, trying to clear these thoughts. Hannah and Joey are here, and they're who I've got. We'll make it work. We always do. But as I watch them, I can't help but feel that gnawing doubt in my gut. This fight's going to be tough, and I'm not sure if our friendship will be an asset or our downfall. I could almost be okay with losing someone I don't know. It's a harsh thought, but in this line of work, you have to stay detached. Faceless names, nameless faces, they're easier to compartmentalize. But if I lost Hannah or Joey, the thought stops me cold. My throat tightens, and for a second, I can't breathe. Hannah's laugh echoes in my ears, and I see Joey's crooked grin. They're not just names on a page. They're my world. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog of emotion. This isn't the time or place for a mental spiral. Focus, Dixon. There's work to be done, lives on the line. I can't afford to get caught up in what-ifs and maybes. Not now. Not when every second counts. Joey, why don't you guard the front door with fellows? If they pull the door off its hinges, they'll get a bunch of them inside at once. We could use another set of hands over there. I'll guard the kitchen. I can at least pop in and take out anyone trying to come in through the vent. Got it. I know Hannah doesn't have a pistol, but when I turn to see where she's gone, I'm amazed. She's behind the bar, her movements quick and purposeful. The dim light catches on the glass bottle in her hands, reflecting off its surface as she tips it upside down. The amber liquid gushes out, splashing against the metal sink with a steady, gurgling sound. I watch, dumbfounded, as Hannah empties half a bottle of expensive liquor down the drain. Her face is set in grim determination, her eyes focused solely on her task. It's as if she's oblivious to everything else around her, including my shocked gaze. The strong smell of alcohol fills the air, mixing with the musty scent of the old bar. I can't help but wonder what's going through her mind as she wastes what must be a small fortune in booze. Is this some kind of statement, a desperate act of defiance, or has she simply lost her mind? As the last drops trickle from the bottle, Hannah sets it down with a soft clink. She looks up, meeting my eyes, and for a moment, I see a flicker of something, resolve, maybe, or fear, before her expression hardens once again. Hannah, I say, my voice filled with a mix of confusion and concern. I watch her for a moment, trying to understand what she's up to. What are you doing? She turns to face me, a dismissive look on her face. Her hand is still on the bottle, tilted over the sink. Relax, she says, her tone casual and unconcerned. She gives a small shrug. This stuff wasn't any good anyway. I feel a twinge of annoyance at her cavalier attitude. My eyes flick from the bottle to her face, then back again. I take a deep breath before responding, trying to keep my voice level. Well, I bought it, so I'd prefer you didn't pour money down the drain. I step closer, hoping she'll reconsider her actions. The thought of wasting something I paid for, regardless of its quality, doesn't sit well with me. Look, she says, her eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and determination. She holds up the bottle, which is now only half full, the liquid sloshing inside as she moves it. The glass catches the dim light of the kitchen, creating eerie reflections on the countertop. Without hesitation, she reaches for a dishcloth near the sink. It's an old, worn thing, probably used countless times to wipe away spills and messes. In one swift motion, she tears it in half, the sound of ripping fabric echoing in the quiet room. Her movements are quick and precise as she shoves one end of the torn cloth into the bottle's neck, leaving the other half hanging out. Next, she grabs a small bowl I hadn't noticed before. It's filled with a clear liquid that looks harmless enough, but something in her expression tells me it's anything but. She dips the dangling end of the dishcloth into this mysterious substance, the fabric quickly absorbing it. The whole scene unfolds so fast I can barely keep up. My mind races, trying to make sense of what she's doing. A knot forms in my stomach as I watch, a mix of curiosity and apprehension washing over me. "What is it?" I ask, my voice sounding shakier than I'd like. I can't help but wonder what she's planning, and why she needs these makeshift tools she's cobbling together. "Butane? You mean butanol? Similar, but never mind." I nod, impressed. I do keep a big plastic jug of actual butane under the bar to refill the lighters, the ones we use to light certain cocktails on fire for flair, or the candles and by we I mean Joey, sometimes put out on the tables. "Molotov cocktail, right?" she says, her eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I nod, impressed by her knowledge, but noticing a few gaps. "Mostly," I say, leaning in a bit closer. "You got the butanol and ethanol on the dishcloth part right. That's the wick, and it'll definitely light up when you need it to." I pause for a moment, considering how to explain the next part without sounding too eager or alarming. "But there's one thing you're missing," I continue, keeping my voice low. "You usually have to fill the bottles with gasoline or something similar. That's what really gives it its punch." She listens intently, soaking up every word. I can see the wheels turning in her head, piecing together this dangerous puzzle. Part of me wonders why she's so interested, but I push that thought aside. Sometimes it's better not to ask too many questions. "We could use your butane, but there's not enough for more than 2 of these." "Right," I say. "But if we used overproof stuff, Bacardi 151, some of the grain alcohol, they should work." "I checked," she says. "Not a lot of that either." I pause for a moment, considering her suggestion. She's got a point. If I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've got a few bottles of high-octane booze stashed away in the back. There might be a couple of 151 rum bottles, possibly a bottle of that potent absinthe stuff, and I'm almost certain there's some Ray and nephew overproof rum lying around. "You know what? It's probably worth whipping up a few more," I say, nodding slowly. "If nothing else, we'll have some heavy objects to chuck at them when we run out of ammo. It's not much, but in a pinch, a bottle to the head could buy us a few precious seconds." She seems to agree, giving a quick nod as she keeps at her task. I watch as she tips the next bottle, letting a third of its contents gurgle down the drain. It's a waste of good liquor, but desperate times call for desperate measures. "Mason." The sound of my name pulls my attention away. I turn my head to see Joey staring at me, his eyes as wide as saucers. The look on his face tells me something's up. I've got a feeling it's not good news. Chapter 52. "What's up?" "You do realize you've got plenty of high-proof stuff here?" "I don't," I say. "We're out of rye and the Bacardi—" He shakes his head. "Not behind the bar. I'm talking about in the kitchen." I pause, unsure of what he's talking about, then it hits me. The moonshine. I've got wines in 5-gallon buckets in the kitchen waiting to be redistilled. They're not your average table wines, that's for sure. These babies are potent, easily 175 to 180 proof, maybe even higher. We're talking serious firewater here. That kind of strength puts them about as close to pure ethanol as you can get without stepping into a proper laboratory. For all intents and purposes, I've got Everclear sitting back there in my kitchen. And you know what? That's absolutely perfect for Hannah's little science experiment. I didn't peg her as the brainy type, but coming up with these wild ideas does seem to fit her personality. This time, though, she might be onto something big, something explosive. The high-proof alcohol is exactly what she'll need to pull off whatever crazy scheme she's cooked up in that beautiful mind of hers. I'm lost in thought considering the possibilities of Hannah's experiment when Fellow's voice cuts through my musings. His tone is urgent, bordering on panic. "I think they're about to come in," Fellow shouts, his words echoing through the space. We're not ready for their arrival. My heart starts racing, and I can feel adrenaline coursing through my veins. It looks like Hannah's experiment might have to wait. Shit, there's no time. The alcohol's in the kitchen, and so is the guy who came through the vent. By now, there are probably a few more men in the shaft, waiting to drop into the kitchen when their buddies signal they're ready to start the siege on the front door. "Hannah," I say, my voice urgent but controlled, "give me one of those and keep going. We need to work fast." I watch as she tears at the cloths, her movements precise despite the pressure. Tear them small. We only have a couple rags out here. The rest are in the kitchen, and we can't afford to go back for them now. She nods. Without a word, she tosses me the first bottle she's prepared. I catch it easily, noting its weight. It's a little more than half full, which I silently approve of. Hannah's always been quick on the uptake, and this is no exception. She knows that the alcohol itself won't be the main fuel for our impromptu weapons. It's the vapors we're after. I turn the bottle over in my hands, feeling the cool glass against my skin. Too much liquid, and we'd risk the fire smothering itself out before it could do any good. But with this extra airspace Hannah's left, the vapors should light up nicely. When we throw these, they'll spread out as they hit, creating a wider area of effect. It's not pretty, but it'll get the job done. As Hannah continues working on the other bottles, I can't help but feel a mix of pride and concern. We've trained for situations like this, but the reality of it is still sinking in. The smell of alcohol is sharp in the air, a reminder of what we're about to do. But there's no time for second thoughts now. We have to act, and we have to do it soon. I can't help but appreciate the irony. The British Navy, those old sea dogs, had a clever way of checking the strength of their rum. They didn't have fancy equipment or laboratories back then. No, they used something much simpler and readily available on their ships: gunpowder. The process was straightforward. They'd pour a bit of rum over a small pile of gunpowder. Then with bated breath, they'd try to light it. If the rum-soaked gunpowder caught fire and burned, they knew the rum was overproof, strong enough to be considered good quality, usually around 57% alcohol content. But if the powder just sat there, wet and unignited, well, that rum was deemed too weak for Her Majesty's sailors. As I stand here, ready to recreate this age-old ritual, I can't help but marvel at the ingenuity of those naval officers. They turned a simple test into a crucial quality control measure, ensuring their men received the proper strength of spirits. It's a far cry from today's precise measurements and regulations, but there's something undeniably charming about its simplicity. This bottle's about to be my own test. If it lights, the distillers did their job, and we've got ourselves a Molotov. If not, we've been duped. It's a simple check, but crucial. Can't afford any mistakes, not with what we've got planned. Of course, liquor's tightly controlled here in the States, so I doubt the proof's off. The government keeps a close eye on that stuff, makes sure it's up to standard. But you never know. Sometimes things slip through the cracks, and we can't take any chances. There's always something that could go wrong. These bottles are thick, made to withstand some bumps. Not like the cheap glass the Russians used when they first made Molotov cocktails. Those things were fragile, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. These, though? They're built tough. That toughness could be a problem. There's a chance the rag just won't burn through, or the bottle won't break when it hits. And if it doesn't break, well, then we're just tossing around expensive booze. Not exactly the plan we had in mind. So this test, it's more than just checking the alcohol. It's making sure every part of our little creation works the way it should. The rag, the bottle, the liquid inside, they all need to play their part. Otherwise, we're back to square one, with nothing but a bunch of useless bottles and a whole lot of questions to answer. I glance at my watch, realizing I've got only a handful of seconds to come up with a better strategy. My mind races, searching for alternatives, but nothing solid materializes. Time's up. With a quick mental shrug, I decide to stick to our original plan. It's not perfect, but it's all we've got right now. Taking a deep breath, I make my way to the front of the bar. My eyes lock onto the door, studying it as if it might reveal some hidden secret. The worn wood and peeling paint suddenly seem more significant than ever before. I turn to address my team, my voice low but firm. "Joey," I say, catching his attention, "I need you to keep a sharp eye on the kitchen." I pause, letting the importance of his task sink in. My gut tells me they'll try to hit us from all sides at once. We can't let that happen. Shifting my gaze to the rest of the group, I continue. "Fellows, I want you to stand back a bit." I hold up the object in my hand, a makeshift weapon we'd cobbled together earlier. "When I throw this, be ready to follow up with a few well-placed shots." My voice grows harder, determination evident in every word. "We're going to make it absolute hell for whoever tries to come through that door. They'll wish they'd never set foot in this place." He nods. For the first time in half an hour, I notice Billy. He's standing there, eyes on me, his hands at his sides. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's actually ready for this. His face is stoic, but I can see a spark of fear, or maybe excitement, in his eyes. He knows the danger. He knows what's happening. "This is for you, Billy, I think. You got us into this mess." Chapter 53. "Now!" I hear the man's voice shouting from outside the bar, and I know exactly who it is. Rafe is out there, safely tucked between two vehicles, sending his hired guns to do his dirty work. The disgust I feel for the man swells. Only cowards make other men fight their battles. My mind drifts back to some of the battles I've been in, always fighting for some higher-up, better-paid coward. They'd rally us to the cause with speeches about honor, loyalty, and right versus wrong. But it was always the same empty words wrapped in that hollow excitement you only find in the military. I remember the faces of those men in charge, sitting comfortably behind their desks while we trudged through mud and blood. They'd pat us on the back, tell us we were heroes, all while counting their bonuses and plotting their next moves up the chain of command. It was sickening, really, how they used us like pawns in their grand chess game. And now here's Rafe, cut from the same cloth. He's probably pissing himself with fear, hiding behind his muscle, hoping they'll take care of his problems for him. It's almost funny how history repeats itself, even in the grimy world of street crime. Same shit, different uniform. I don't hate my time in the service. It made me who I am today. Those years shaped me, hardened me, and taught me lessons I couldn't have learned anywhere else. The discipline, the camaraderie, the sense of purpose, all of it left its mark on me, for better or worse. It's just that I hated the hierarchy. The rigid structure that defined every aspect of our lives grated on me more than I care to admit. There was always someone above you, barking orders, making decisions that affected your life without ever having to face the consequences themselves. There was no autonomy down where it was needed most, at the bottom. We were the ones with our boots on the ground, facing the enemy, dealing with the harsh realities of combat. Yet we had no say in how things were done. Our experiences, our insights, they meant nothing to those calling the shots. The grunts who fought for the brass were always told what to do by the same men who decided there needed to be a fight in the first place. It was a bitter pill to swallow, knowing that our lives were being risked based on decisions made by people who'd never set foot on a battlefield. They sat in their comfortable offices, moving us around like pawns on a chessboard, while we bled and died in some godforsaken corner of the world. Rafe reminds me of those schmucks. You know the type. The kind of man who sits back in his cushy office chair, barking out commands from a safe distance. He's all about leading from behind, never getting his own hands dirty. These guys think nothing of sending their soldiers out to do the real work, the dangerous stuff, while they probably sip on expensive whiskey and pat themselves on the back. Weirdly enough, this whole situation makes me feel a little respect for his soldiers. I mean, the guys actually involved in all this crap probably don't want to be there. They're just regular people, caught up in something bigger than themselves. Most of them are probably just trying to make a living, support their families, or maybe they joined up thinking they'd be doing something noble. The sad part is, these soldiers don't see that they have a choice. They're so used to following orders that it's become second nature. Years of training and conditioning have taught them to obey without question. It's like they've forgotten they're individuals with their own thoughts and moral compasses. They just keep marching along, doing what they're told, even when deep down they might know it's not right. But respect or not, it doesn't mean I won't kill every last one of them. These guys might think they're tough, but they haven't seen anything yet. I've got a score to settle, and I'm not about to let a little thing like their numbers stop me. They made their choice when they came after us, and now they'll have to face the consequences. The door flies open with a bang, and immediately gunshots ring out. The rapid-fire pops echo through the room, drowning out everything else. I'm standing off to the left, near the restrooms where Shalice is resting, a thick support beam between me and the now open front door. It's not much cover, but it's enough to give me a moment to think, to plan my next move. I can hear them shouting, their heavy boots stomping on the floor as they pour into the building. They're looking for us, hungry for blood. Little do they know, I'm the real predator here. I take a deep breath, my hand tightening on my weapon. It's time to show these bastards what happens when you corner a wolf. Chapter 54. The shots keep coming, relentless and deafening. It's clear they're not aiming to hit anyone, just shooting for the thrill of it, trying to scare us out or wear us down. These guys seem to have more bullets than brains, probably given orders to use up as much ammo as possible. Their wild sprays are hitting everything in sight except for actual people. I survey the damage with a sinking feeling. Two of my sturdy tables, ones that have weathered countless bar fights and rowdy nights, are now reduced to splintered wrecks. The front of my bar, once a proud centerpiece of the room, is completely torn apart. Wood chips and debris litter the floor, a testament to the senseless destruction. Hannah's still behind the bar, crouched low and out of sight. I can't help but feel a bit relieved, knowing she's in the safest spot possible right now. That bar's not just for show, it's built like a fortress. Thick wood planks, reinforced with a metal frame, plus all the heavy equipment like beer fridges and plumbing pipes. It'd take more than a few hundred of those tiny bullets to punch through all that. But even as I think it, I know we're not out of the woods yet. Hannah might be safe for now, but if things keep going south out here, nowhere in the bar will be truly safe anymore. Hell, at this rate, there might not even be a bar left standing when all is said and done. The thought makes my stomach churn, but I push it aside. We've got more pressing matters to deal with right now than worrying about future renovations. The gunfire pauses for a moment, giving me a brief respite from the chaos. I seize the opportunity, carefully stepping to the right, my muscles tense and ready to spring back at the slightest hint of danger. My eyes strain as I try to get a better view out the front door, hoping to catch a glimpse of our attackers. Frustration builds as I realize I still can't see anything from this new angle. The shooters are smart. They're likely waiting on either side of the entrance, using the walls as cover. It's a classic ambush tactic, and I curse under my breath for not anticipating it sooner. My hand fumbles for the lighter in my pocket, fingers closing around its familiar shape. I pull it out and flick the flame to life, bringing it to the rag stuffed into my hastily made Molotov cocktail. The cloth catches quickly, and I let it burn for a few seconds, watching the flames lick hungrily at the accelerant-soaked material. Time seems to slow as I gauge the moment, waiting for that perfect instant when the cocktail will be at its most effective. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat feeling like an eternity. When the timing feels right, a gut instinct I've learned to trust, I take a deep breath and stretch to my full height. With a swift, practiced motion, I launch the bottle toward the front door. The makeshift explosive arcs through the air, a fiery comet carrying with it my hopes for survival and the element of surprise. As it leaves my hand, I'm already dropping back down, bracing myself for whatever comes next in this deadly game of cat and mouse. It sails through the air, a fiery comet in the night. The bottle spins, flames licking at its tail, tumbling end over end in a mesmerizing dance. As it flies, it whispers secrets only it knows, cutting through the silence with a soft hiss. My aim proves true, and for a fleeting second, I can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. After all this time, my throwing arm hasn't lost its touch. Then reality crashes back. It just lands. It definitely does not explode. The bottle meets its target with a hollow clink, glass meeting wood in a jarring collision. The impact dislodges the makeshift wick, and I watch as the rag slips free, still aflame, but now separate from its fuel source. The overproof rum, potent and dangerous, gushes from the bottle's mouth. It spreads across the floor, seeping into the grain of the wood, filling the air with its pungent aroma. The rag continues to burn, a small island of fire amidst a sea of spilled alcohol. By some stroke of luck or twist of fate, it lands just far enough from the pooling liquid to avoid igniting it. The flames dance on the cloth, consuming it slowly, a miniature inferno that poses no immediate threat. In the distance, I hear movement, the scrape of a shoe, a muffled curse. Someone's taken notice of our failed attempt. There's a swift kick, and the bottle skitters across the floor, pushed out into the open expanse of the parking lot. The evidence of our botched plan now lies exposed under the cold glow of streetlights, leaving us to face the consequences of our actions. Well, that was an epic failure. I wait, holding my breath. The air feels thick, almost suffocating, as I strain to hear any movement or sound. Time seems to stretch endlessly in this moment of uncertainty. They attacked first, catching us off guard with their sudden aggression. We managed to regroup quickly and mount a defense, our response swift and decisive. Now an uneasy calm has settled over the area, neither side willing to make the next move. So far we've been lucky. No lives have been lost in this initial clash, a small mercy in what could have easily turned into a bloodbath. But the encounter has revealed crucial information for both sides. I've learned something vital about our opponents. They're not the disorganized rabble we initially assumed them to be. Their attack was coordinated, coming from two separate directions simultaneously. It's clear now that they're well prepared and have put thought into their strategy. They've learned we're scared out of our minds and don't know how to make a proper bomb. Worse, I realize we've made a huge mistake. They drew our attention to the front door, launching their attack there. The chaos they created has us riveted to the front of the building, which means it was a distraction. "Joey!" I yell. "The kitchen!" I was supposed to guard the kitchen from my perch opposite the bar, which gave me a clear shot of anyone exiting. But I fell into Rafe's trap, consumed by the attack at the front. Shit. Sure enough, the kitchen door has been pulled inward, wide open. The dark gap yawns before me, a silent invitation to whatever lies beyond. My heart quickens as I take in the scene, my senses on high alert. I flick my eyes left, scanning the room methodically. The tables cast long shadows in the dim light, creating pockets of darkness where anything might hide. Then I spot it, a flicker of movement behind one of the tables on that side of the room. My muscles tense, ready for action. The air feels thick with anticipation as I focus on that spot, trying to make out what or who might be lurking there. Is it friend or foe? A harmless animal that's found its way inside? Or something far more dangerous? I hold my breath, waiting for the next sign of movement, my mind racing through possible scenarios and escape routes. A man holding a gun stands and points it toward the front door. More specifically, he points it toward Fellows. He fires. Chapter 55. Fellows crumples to the ground, his body hitting the floor with a dull thud. In the same instant, Joey reacts, his instincts kicking in as he throws himself sideways, desperately seeking cover. The sudden movement catches my eye, and I'm already in motion before I can fully process what's happening. My heart races as I push forward, adrenaline surging through my veins. But the layout of the room works against me, creating a maze of obstacles between me and my target. I can see the gunman clearly now, his weapon still raised and ready to fire again. Time seems to slow as I realize the grim truth of my situation. No matter how fast I move, the distance is too great. The angles are all wrong. I won't reach a position with a clear shot before the attacker swings around, his eyes locking onto me. In that split second, I know what's coming next. He'll have more than enough time to squeeze off a few rounds in my direction, and there's nowhere for me to hide. I fire wild, way off to the right, but he doesn't flinch. The shot echoes through the bar, but it might as well have been a whisper for all the good it does. He knows he has the better position, and my desperate attempt to change that fact only proves it. We're all stuck on one side of the bar, huddled together like scared animals. Rafe's guy is on the other, cool as can be. He's got us pinned down, and he knows it. The wooden surface of the bar offers us some cover, but it's not enough. Not nearly enough. He knows the layout of this place well enough to know he's got us pinned. There's an invisible line we can't cross without exposing ourselves to the men outside. They're waiting by the front door, guns at the ready, able to see right in. One wrong move and we're Swiss cheese. So he waits. He's got all the time in the world. There's no rush, no urgency in his movements. He's settled in, comfortable, like he's found the perfect spot to watch a show unfold. And we're the unwilling actors in his twisted play. Reinforcements could be on their way, or maybe he thinks he can take us out himself. It doesn't matter which it is. The result's the same for us. We're stuck, pinned down, with no way out that doesn't end with us in his crosshairs. The thought of backup coming for him only makes our situation more desperate. Either way, we're in trouble. Deep, inescapable trouble. He's got us right where he wants us, and he knows it. We can feel his confidence from here, practically taste his satisfaction at having us cornered like this. It's a game to him, and he's holding all the cards. He can pick us off one by one if he wants to, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. We're sitting ducks, easy targets for whenever he decides to pull the trigger. Our options are non-existent. Our fate's sealed the moment we stepped into his trap. Now we're just waiting for him to decide when and how to end this. We're rats in a trap, and he's the cat playing with his food. He's savoring every moment of our fear, our helplessness. To him, this is the best part, watching us squirm, knowing we can't escape. And all we can do is wait, hoping for a miracle that's not coming, as the noose tightens around us with each passing second. Shit, I think, again, this is my fault. I shift my concentration to the front door during the initial attack, my senses on high alert as chaos erupts around me. The sound of gunfire and shattering glass fills the air, and I strain to hear any movement over the cacophony. In the midst of this mayhem, Fellows gets hit. The realization hits me hard, but I can't spare a glance in his direction. My back remains pressed against the wall near the front door, muscles tense and ready for action. I'm acutely aware of my vulnerable position, but I can't risk turning away from the immediate threat. My eyes scan the side of the room relentlessly, searching for any sign of movement from our assailant. The man who fired at us is clever, though. He's tucked himself away in a spot where he's practically untouchable. Hugging the wall beneath the blown-out windows, he's found the perfect vantage point. He knows as well as I do that Rafe's team outside won't risk taking a shot through those openings. They can't be sure they won't hit one of us instead. I grit my teeth in frustration, knowing that our opponent won't be foolish enough to step into the open. He's content to wait us out, secure in his position while we're pinned down and one man short. The standoff continues with neither side willing to make the first move. In a word, everything about the attack is perfect. We're the underdogs, and our castle, this building, our only line of defense, has been breached. The situation couldn't be more dire, more perfectly set up for a last stand. It's like something out of a movie. Except this is real, and the stakes are life and death. I see the man's shadow stretching tall on the floor, moving toward the front of the building. He's moving backward, toward the bar. Each step he takes is slow, calculated. He knows he has the upper hand, and he's savoring it. I can almost feel his confidence from here, and it makes my skin crawl. I keep my eyes on the kitchen, hoping there aren't more men coming through. The doorway looms like a black hole, threatening to spill out more danger at any moment. My heart races, and I strain my ears for any sound that might give away another intruder. If there are more coming, all I can hope is that they'll stupidly run straight into the center of the room and let me and Joey cut them down. It's a slim chance, but it's all we've got. We're cornered, outgunned, and running out of options. But sometimes when your back's against the wall, that's when you fight the hardest. And right now, that's exactly what we need to do. Chapter 56. The man continues his slow, deliberate movement along the edge of the room. His steps are careful, calculated as he inches closer to the bar. With each passing moment, he gains ground, positioning himself strategically in relation to the kitchen door. It's a stark contrast to where he stood when he first fired the shot that took down Fellows. I observe his actions intently, recognizing the tactical nature of his movements. It's clear he's not just wandering aimlessly. There's purpose behind every step, every shift in position. He's methodically working his way to a spot that will give him the upper hand. As he settles into his chosen location, I can see the bigger picture forming. He's establishing a stronghold near the entrance, creating a secure position from which he can control the flow of events. It's a clever move, one that will allow his associates to enter through the door with ease. All the while he maintains his advantageous stance, ready to react to any threat or opportunity that might arise. His patience and precision are unnerving, a testament to his training and determination. I curse under my breath, my eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before me. The man's shadow stretches across the floor, creeping into view as he moves with purposeful steps. My heart rate quickens as I realize he's positioning himself in the worst possible spot. For me, that is. He comes to a halt right next to the front side of the bar, mere feet from the large window that dominates that wall. It's the perfect vantage point, and I can't help but admire his tactical choice, even as dread settles in my stomach. From there, he has an unobstructed view of nearly every critical area in the room. The kitchen door falls under his watchful gaze, as does the front entrance. With just a slight turn of his head, he can monitor anyone coming out of the bathrooms or lingering on this side of the bar. It's a masterful position, one that leaves very little room for surprise or escape. And that's exactly the problem. Because right now, I'm one of those people he's watching for, trapped on this side of the bar, with nowhere to go and time running out. Every second that ticks by brings me closer to discovery, and I'm acutely aware that my options are dwindling rapidly. "Nowhere left to hide, Dixon," the man says, his voice echoing through the room. He's right, and we both know it. I'm crouched behind a sturdy table, my back pressed against a thick column. For now, it's enough to keep his bullets at bay, but it won't last forever. I can hear more footsteps outside, the crunch of gravel under heavy boots. They're bringing in reinforcements, and fast. Soon this place will be swarming with trigger-happy goons, all gunning for me. The windows and front door are perfect entry points for a hail of gunfire. Once they start shooting from all angles, this makeshift fortress of mine will offer about as much protection as tissue paper. The man's voice cuts through the silence again, dripping with mock concern. "What's the plan? Just wait for us to walk in and take the place?" He's toying with me now, savoring the moment. He knows I'm cornered, out of options. My mind races, searching for a way out, but coming up empty. The walls are closing in and time is running out. I need a miracle, and I need it fast. I don't answer. At this point, there is no plan. They're getting ready to rush the kitchen and front door. I can hear them shuffling, whispering, their weapons clinking against their gear. With fellows down, blood pooling around his motionless body, and Billy useless and unarmed, cowering in the corner. It's just me and Joey against them. Two against who knows how many. The odds aren't looking good. And Hannah. My heart skips a beat as I realize Hannah is still hiding behind the bar. The man who burst in hasn't seen her. He hasn't shot her. I left her lying on the floor, tucked into the corner but still exposed. Any decent marksman would have spotted her in an instant. He would have taken her out immediately upon entering, that's for sure. No hesitation, no mercy. But the fact that he hasn't means my mind races, piecing together the puzzle. If he hasn't seen her, if she's still alive and hidden, then maybe, just maybe, we have a chance. A slim one, but it's all we've got right now. I hear a shuffling sound, jarring in the silence that had settled around me. It's followed by a high-pitched grunt, the kind that escapes when someone's breath is suddenly forced out. Then comes a massive shattering of glass, the noise echoing off the walls and making me flinch. My instincts kick in, and I swivel around the column I've been using as cover. My eyes lock onto the scene unfolding before me. The man who'd been pursuing me is there, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that sends a chill down my spine. He wobbles for a split second, his body swaying as if caught in an invisible breeze. Then, as if in slow motion, he drops. It's not a graceful fall, but a heavy collapse. As he goes down, I catch sight of a mix of liquid and glass cascading around his shoulders. The shards catch the light, creating a brief, macabre sparkle in the air. But it's what happens next that truly turns my stomach. A darker substance begins to spread from his head, stark against the polished floor. It pours out, creating a growing puddle that I can't tear my eyes away from. The realization of what I'm seeing hits me, and I feel my heart rate spike. This is no ordinary fall, and that's no ordinary liquid. From around the corner of the bar, Hannah emerges. "Hurry," she says. "He's down, but I heard a few more in the kitchen. They're going to be here in—" She doesn't get to finish the thought. Chapter 57. Two men burst through the open kitchen door, guns blazing, their weapons spitting hot lead in every direction. They're shooting at shadows, at phantoms, at anything that moves or doesn't. I'm already moving, my body reacting before my mind can catch up. I'm running, my feet pounding against the floor, and then I'm airborne, leaping over that invisible line that, for a heartbeat or two, leaves me exposed to the men guarding the front door. But I have no choice. I have to cross that line. I have to get back to Hannah's side. The air is thick with gunpowder and fear. The sounds of gunfire are deafening, echoing off the walls and drowning out everything else. They're firing at Joey, or maybe it's something near him on that side of the room. Or perhaps they haven't even spotted him yet. It's possible they're just shooting wildly, spraying bullets in every direction, like kids with water guns. It's a common mistake for untrained guns for hire, handed a loaded weapon and told to use it without proper instruction or discipline. I see my chance and I take it. The first man goes down before he even realizes I'm there. His eyes are wide, surprised, as he crumples to the floor. But the second man, he's quicker. He spots me, and in that instant, everything changes. His wild firing becomes something else entirely. Now he's shooting with purpose, with rage, with the kind of excitement that only comes from staring death in the face and deciding to spit in its eye. His shots become more controlled, more focused. The random spray of bullets narrows to a deadly beam, all aimed in my direction. He's still riding the wave of adrenaline, still fueled by fury, but now there's a method to his madness. Each shot is deliberate, each pull of the trigger a conscious decision to end my life. And all I can do is keep moving, keep dodging, and hope that I'm faster than his aim. I make it out of the no man's land in the center of the room and behind an overturned table, ducking low enough to stay out of Rafe's line of sight from outside. The shots keep coming, and I wonder if Rafe's even seen Hannah yet, still crouched or lying prone next to the dead guy whose blood is staining my wood floors. I wait, listening to the rounds landing around me. 3, 2, 1. Then click. I almost laugh out loud. Idiot. I can practically hear the conversation Rafe had with this goon. "You've got 15 shots, so don't blow them all at once." And now he's experiencing the most terror-inducing feeling any man in battle can, needing to reload just when it's the other team's turn to start shooting. I spring to my feet in a lightning-fast motion, my body moving on pure instinct. My heart pounds as I veer sharply to the right, hoping desperately to dodge any incoming bullets from the attackers outside. The air feels thick with danger, and I can almost taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. With laser focus, I charge toward the second man who just burst through the door. He's caught off guard by my sudden movement, his eyes widening in surprise. I raise my weapon, finger tightening on the trigger. The gun bucks in my hand as I squeeze off a round, the sharp crack echoing in the confined space. But Joey's faster, his reactions honed by years of experience. He fires twice in rapid succession. The sound of his shots mingles with mine, creating a deafening cacophony. All 3 bullets find their mark, slamming into our target with brutal efficiency. The effect is immediate and devastating. The man's body jerks violently as the rounds tear into him. His face contorts in shock and pain, his legs giving way beneath him. He stumbles backward, arms flailing wildly as he tries to catch himself. But it's too late. His momentum carries him toward the open kitchen door, his body folding in on itself as he falls. The sickening thud of his collapse is drowned out by the continued chaos around us. Hannah's now kneeling by the bar, reaching for my hand. "Come on," she says. "I'll guard the kitchen. You need to get in there and start making more." I know what she means. We need more Molotovs. Our first attempt was a mess, A complete joke of a failure. We thought we had it all figured out, but boy, were we wrong. It's frustrating to think about how badly we messed up, but at least now I know exactly what we did wrong. The rags we used were the biggest problem. We tore them into pieces, thinking smaller would be better, but that was our first mistake. Those tattered scraps were way too small to fit properly in the bottlenecks. When we threw them, the rags just fell out on impact, useless and pathetic. Then there were the bottles themselves. We thought we were being smart, choosing sturdy ones that wouldn't break easily. Turns out that was our second mistake. These bottles were built like tanks, designed by some genius manufacturer to prevent any spillage during delivery. Great for transporting liquids safely, terrible for our purposes. They were practically Molotov-proof, which is the exact opposite of what we needed. It's almost funny in a sick way how badly we misjudged everything. But now we know better. Next time, we'll get it right. We have to. I need to get into the kitchen to access the foolproof version of our fuel source, the high-proof moonshine. It's our last resort, and I know it's stashed away in there somewhere. The kitchen's just a few steps away, but with everything going on, it feels like a mile. Joey's behind me now, having come over from the front door. His face is pale, and I can see the worry etched in his features. "I can't hold it alone," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. The strain in his tone tells me all I need to know about the situation outside. I nod, understanding the gravity of what he's saying. We need more hands, more bodies to keep whatever's out there at bay. My eyes scan the room, searching for our other companions. "Fellows," I call out, hoping they're within earshot. "We need everyone on deck if we're going to make it through this mess." "Dead, took one to the neck." I nod again. "Front door's theirs then. They'll regroup, figure out if we're all still alive, and come back in a minute, maybe sooner." "So we focus on the kitchen? Barricade ourselves in?" Hannah shakes her head. "They'll just toss in a grenade or two." "But we can't hold the front door." "No," she says, "we can't, but this can." She holds up a plastic bottle, its clear contents sloshing inside. In her other hand, she grips a bottle of Ray and Nephew overproof rum, the label peeling at the corners. With practiced movements, she stuffs a hand towel into the butane bottle's end, twisting it to secure it in place. The fabric dangles like a makeshift wick. Without hesitation, she flicks a lighter, and the flame catches the towel. It ignites instantly, the fire licking up the cloth. She swirls it a few times, the burning projectile leaving trails of light in the air. Then, with a grunt of effort, she hurls it at the front door. The bottle of butane arcs through the air, spinning end over end. It strikes just inside the threshold with a dull thud. For a moment, it erupts in a brilliant flame, orange and yellow tongues reaching upward. But as quickly as it flares up, it dies down to a weak burn, barely more than a flicker. I watch as the pitiful fire struggles to stay alive. It's clear it won't last more than a minute, if that. Even now, with its feeble flames, it's easy enough to step over. The attempt at creating a barrier has failed miserably. "That was underwhelming," I mutter, unable to hide my disappointment. The grand gesture we'd hoped for had fizzled out, quite literally, leaving us with little more than a smoldering reminder of our amateur status. "I'm not done, Mason," she says. She grips the Ray and Nephew by the neck, takes a swig, winces, and then hands it to me. "Throw it, hard." I do as I'm told and launch the bottle at the wall behind the butane fire, aiming near the door frame. My hand trembles slightly as I release the glass container, watching it arc through the air. Time seems to slow as it travels, the liquid inside sloshing against the sides. The bottle smashes perfectly against the frame, shattering into razor-sharp fragments that scatter everywhere. The sound of breaking glass echoes in the room, and I can't help but flinch as tiny shards fly in all directions. Some of the pieces land near our feet, while others embed themselves in the nearby surfaces, adding to our makeshift defenses. As the glass breaks, the overproof rum spills out, and its fumes immediately catch fire. The strong smell of sweet, funky alcohol fills the air, mixing with the already present scent of butane. The flames grow quickly, feeding on the new fuel source. The butane is now joined by a stronger, slower-burning fuel, creating a more intense and lasting blaze. Not great, but certainly not nothing. How much more of that do we have? I ask. None, she says. I honestly thought it would be bigger. It'll have to do for now, Joey says. Hannah, guard the front door. Mason and I need to get those buckets. Hannah, her face set with grim determination, positions herself behind the bar. The shotgun rests firmly in her capable hands. She aims steadily toward the front door, where angry flames lick at the wood, threatening to give way at any moment. The fire roars, consuming everything in its path. It's a formidable barrier, but we know it won't hold forever. Meanwhile, Joey and I are going to make sure the gauntlet they cross is pure hell. We just need to get into the kitchen. Chapter 58. We poke our heads in and find the place a mess. The room looks like it's been through a war zone. The shotgun blast to the door has left its mark, splintering wood and drywall in every direction. Chunks of material litter the floor, creating a chaotic landscape of destruction. Dust hangs in the air, suspended like tiny particles of snow. The atmosphere is thick with it, making it hard to breathe without coughing. The floating debris catches what little light filters through, giving the scene an eerie, dreamlike quality. It feels like we've stumbled into a drug bust. The suddenness of the damage, the raw violence of it all, reminds us of the intense raids we've seen on TV. But this is real, and we're standing right in the middle of it. We've entered a snow globe of drywall. With every step, more dust rises from the floor, swirling around our feet. It's as if someone has picked up this room and shaken it violently, leaving everything in disarray. The scene is surreal, almost beautiful in its devastation, if it weren't for the underlying danger that brought us here. Two men lie dead on the floor, their lifeblood slowly seeping across the concrete, inching its way toward the drain in the center of the small room. The metallic smell of blood hangs heavy in the air, mixing with the acrid scent of gunpowder. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what needs to be done next. I move toward the bucket stacked in the corner, my shoes making soft squeaking sounds on the wet floor. Joey, his face grim and focused, drags one of the bodies to clear some space. The sound of flesh scraping against concrete makes my stomach turn, but I push the feeling aside. I grab the first bucket I can reach and pull it down. It's heavy but manageable, content sloshing around. The weight of it grounds me, giving me something tangible to focus on amidst the chaos. I carry it out to the main area, my arms straining slightly with the effort. Joey follows close behind with another bucket, his breathing slightly labored. Hannah is still waiting at her post, her eyes scanning for an attacker that never comes. The silence is almost more unnerving than the earlier gunfire. Either way, we need to get the front of the bar closed to business as soon as possible. The plan is to make more of the little bombs, Molotov cocktails, to have on hand when the rush of thugs inevitably comes through my front door. Now that there's already a good bit of flame near the threshold, our defense will be stronger, each Molotov adding to the wall of fire. In the back of my mind, though, I know the risk. We're literally playing with fire. It's a dangerous game we've chosen, and the consequences could be deadly. Every breath we take could be filled with toxic fumes, slowly poisoning our lungs as we work. The smoke is our silent enemy, creeping through the air and threatening to choke us before we even realize what's happening. And then there's Rafe. If he catches on to our plan, we're as good as dead. He could simply lock us in, trapping us like rats in a cage. He could seal our fate, leaving us to gasp for air as the oxygen disappears. It's a terrifying thought, knowing our lives could end so easily at his whim. The broken windows might be our saving grace, offering a chance for the deadly smoke to escape. But it's a double-edged sword. As the poisonous fumes drift out, fresh air rushes in, feeding the hungry flames. It's a delicate balance. Too little ventilation and we choke. Too much and the fire grows stronger, potentially trapping us in an inferno of our own making. We're walking a tightrope, and one wrong move could send us plummeting into disaster. All this means we have to act fast, but not too fast. We can't afford to waste any time, but rushing headlong into action could be just as dangerous as doing nothing. We need to think this through carefully, even if we only have minutes to spare. If we simply create a wall of fire at the front entrance, they'll shift their attack to the kitchen or wait us out. It's not enough to block one point of entry. We have to consider all possible angles of approach. Joey, I say, Any way to find out where these guys are? I'm putting something together. No, unfortunately, the camera line was cut. The one that went to... He stops abruptly, his eyes widening as he stares at the blank screens before us. The sudden halt in his movements catches me off guard, and I can feel my heart rate quicken. What? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The silence in the room is almost deafening, broken only by the soft hum of the equipment around us. He takes a deep breath before responding, his voice laced with a mixture of frustration and concern. They cut the camera line, the one that feeds the monitors and recording system here in the building. Right, which means there's no way we can see what they're up to. We're effectively blind now, unable to track their movements or anticipate their next steps. No, it means there's no way we can see on the monitors what they're up to. When they installed the system, they told me there's a website where you can check the feeds remotely. But the power's out, Hannah says. That means no internet or Wi-Fi. Right, Joey says. But I've still got service. He holds up his phone, showing me a symbol that apparently means he's right. Good, I say. Give it to Hannah. I need your help with these. He nods, hands the phone to Hannah after typing in the web address, and tells her the username and password before grabbing his bucket of moonshine. I wait for him to join me in front of the bar, knowing we're exposing ourselves to a frontal attack if they come in now, but trusting that Hannah has the phone in one hand and the shotgun in the other. I thought we were making more Molotov cocktails with these, Joey says. We are, I mutter, just not with bottles. Chapter 59. He frowns but says nothing more. Move yours over by Billy. Tell him to get into the bathroom. We need to check on Shalice anyway. He runs through the room and I wince, waiting for a shot from the parking lot. None comes. They're on to us, I think. They know we've got a way to defend ourselves. They could wait us out, but I know Rafe won't let Billy die. Not before midnight. I check my watch. 11:46. 14 minutes until the money's gone. That means Rafe's getting antsy. We've taken out some of his men, maybe half, and so far they've got nothing to show for it. The clock's ticking, and Rafe knows it. He's not the type to sit back and let things fall apart. We're running on borrowed time now. I'm doing the math in my head, and it's not looking good. At best, we've got 10 minutes before all hell breaks loose, and when it does, I'm betting Rafe won't be sending in more expendable goons. No, he'll want to handle this personally. I can almost see it now. Rafe himself, behind the wheel of some souped-up monster, plowing through the wall like it's made of paper. He'll be out for blood, ready to mow us all down without a second thought. We need to move, and fast. Every second counts, and Rafe's not known for his patience or mercy. If we're still here when he arrives, it's game over. And not in the way where you get to hit restart and try again. They won't be waiting us out after all. Our situation has shifted. We've entered the final phase of this deadly game, and Rafe knows we've gotten the upper hand so far. Despite everything he's thrown at us, we've managed to hold our position, and we're not all lying dead on the floor. That's got to be eating away at him. Rafe's running out of time, and I can almost feel his patience wearing thin. He must have expected this to be over by now, for us to have crumbled under the pressure, but we're still here, still fighting, and that's got to be driving him crazy. I watch as Billy makes his move. He's crouch running toward the bathroom, his hands clasped firmly on the back of his head. He looks like a hostage who's just been cut loose, terrified but desperate to reach safety. It's a risky move, but it might just work. What now? Joey asks. Before I can answer, Billy's head pokes out from around the hall corner. Mason, he says. I look over. She's awake. Shalice appears, standing on her own, though Billy's holding her arm and supporting her slightly. She's grimacing, holding her side. Joey races over to her. Are you okay? His voice shakes. She nods. This bandage is tight as hell, but I can walk. I nod to myself. The plan is taking shape. I glance over at Hannah to check her progress. Her brow is furrowed in concentration as she stares intently at the phone screen. The soft glow illuminates her face in the dimly lit room, casting shadows that dance across her features. She's been at it for a while now, scrolling and tapping with a determined focus. Suddenly, as if sensing my gaze, Hannah's eyes flick up from the phone. She meets my look with a questioning expression, her eyes searching mine. I realize I've been staring a bit too long, and clear my throat awkwardly. Anything? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady despite the nervous energy coursing through me. I hold my breath, hoping for some positive news but bracing myself for disappointment. Yeah, she says. It's just hard to see. But from what I can tell, they're congregating in the parking lot in front of the bar. Rafe's there too. You recognize him? No, but I saw a man walk over from where the cars are parked on the side. There's no one left on that side. And the back? That's what I can't tell, she says. Seems like I saw something move back there. Could be one guy, could be two, could just be a shadow from a tree branch. I pause, considering the situation carefully. My mind races through possibilities as I stare at the spot where I thought I saw movement. Please, I silently plead, just be a shadow from a tree branch swaying in the wind. Nothing more sinister than that. Whether it's just shadows playing tricks on my eyes or the calm before Rafe's storm, I know we need to stay alert. The endgame is approaching, one way or another. Okay, great, thanks. Keep your eye on the front door. I think that's where they're coming from. They're focusing their forces for an all-out attack. Joey and Shalice look at me. So what now? Joey asks again. I take a deep breath. Now we leave. What? Sorry, now you leave. Chapter 60. Mason, I get behind the bar, grab the shotgun, and get Hannah ready to leave. You're going out the back door. Billy will help Shalice, but I need you and Hannah to fight your way to the woods. It won't work, Mason, Joey says. He's watching the bar. All of it. You heard Hannah, I say. There are only one or two guys in the back, behind the kitchen door. They're mostly there to make sure we don't sneak out, but they have no idea we can see them. If you come out guns blazing, especially with the shotgun, you can take them out quickly and get to the woods. We? Sorry, I say. You. Hannah makes a noise. You're not coming with us? Rafe's not going to let me win. He's coming for me now, and I can feel the weight of his vengeance bearing down on me. Like Billy said earlier, it was never really about the money. It's about power. Sure, at first he was interested in the payday, the idea of making millions without much work. The promise of easy riches had blinded him, made him careless. But when Billy screwed him over, everything changed. Now it's personal, and there's no going back. He won't stop until he's settled the score, even if it means burning everything to the ground. Billy speaks up. You don't think he still wants me dead? Oh, without a doubt, Billy Bob, I say. But you're not the primary target anymore. I'm the one who owns the bar you're hiding in. I'm the one who's killed a bunch of his men. I'm the one who's made his life a living hell for the last 2 hours. You're all on his list, no question. But you're on it because you helped me. He wants me dead. There's a brief silence. I check my watch again. 11:49. So we get to the woods, then what? Joey asks. Fish bait. Billy, Shalice, and Hannah exchange confused looks, but Joey knows exactly what I mean. His eyes narrow and a grim smile plays at the corners of his mouth. Fish bait is code we came up with long ago for disappearing bodies without a trace. It's a reminder of darker times, when the line between right and wrong blurred beyond recognition. After taking out a mark, Joey or I would slip out the back door of the bar, our footsteps muffled by the gravel. We'd head into the dense woods, dragging the lifeless body through fallen leaves and twisted roots. The old fishing boat, its paint peeling and planks creaking, tied to a gnarled stump at the water's edge. Under the cover of darkness, we'd load our grim cargo and push off into the inky black bay. The water lapped at the sides of the boat as we'd cruise to our favorite dumping spot, far from prying eyes. We had it down to a science, cinder blocks, chains, and thick rope. The body would be weighed down, ensuring it would never surface. But we weren't done yet. A jug of industrial-strength bleach came next, dousing every inch of flesh and clothing. It burned our eyes and noses, but it was necessary to erase any trace of evidence. DNA, fibers, anything that could lead back to us. All of it washed away in a caustic bath. Finally, we tipped the body overboard, watching it disappear beneath the choppy waves. The splash seemed deafening in the night silence, but we knew no one was around to hear. By the time the ropes decayed enough to release the remains, months or even years later, it wouldn't be a body anymore. just heavy bones sinking to the ocean floor, joining countless others in their watery grave. Hence, fishbait. As I finish explaining, I see the horror dawning on Billy, Shalice, and Hannah's faces. They're starting to understand the depths we've sunk to, the lengths we've gone to cover our tracks. But Joey's expression remains unchanged, a testament to the darkness we've shared. Joey's eyes narrow as he listens. I can see the gears turning in his head, processing the implications of what I'm asking. He knows I'm not suggesting a simple breakup or falling out. This is something far more permanent, far more sinister. They need to vanish, I say, my voice low and steady. No traces, no leads, like they never existed, at least for now. Get them into the woods and hide with them. Joey nods slowly, his face a mask of understanding. We both know what's at stake here. Shalice, Hannah, and Billy. They're liabilities now, loose threads that could unravel everything we've worked for. Billy's paranoid, Joey murmurs, running a hand through his hair. He thinks Rafe's got eyes everywhere, watching our every move. I lean in closer, my voice barely above a whisper. That's the beauty of it, Joey. Once Rafe's out of the picture, his entire operation crumbles. Those lackeys of his, they won't give a damn about tying up his loose ends. They'll be too busy scrambling to save their own skins. A flicker of relief passes over Joey's face, but it's quickly replaced by a steely determination. He knows what needs to be done, and he's ready to do it. The clock is ticking, and we can't afford any mistakes. It's time to make some people disappear. And I know enough about the criminal underworld to be certain. If we take out Rafe tonight, someone else will fill his shoes. But they won't come after his old enemies, especially not the ones who handed them his empire on a silver platter. It's a risky move, trusting that Rafe will focus on me rather than chase the four of them into the woods. But it's the best option we have, and there's still more to the plan. There's unfinished business I need to take care of, but that business isn't with Rafe, his men, or even my bar. I scan the faces of my ragtag crew, searching for any sign of doubt or hesitation. The dimly lit room feels oppressive, and sweat trickles down my back. I've laid out the plan, but will it be enough? I take a deep breath, hoping I've made myself clear enough. Get outside, I repeat, my voice low and urgent. Get to the boat. They won't follow you. I emphasize each word, willing them to understand the gravity of the situation. The silence that follows is deafening. I can hear the rapid breathing of my team, see the fear in their eyes. They know what's at stake. We all do. Joey, always the one to voice what others are thinking, breaks the tense quiet. And then, he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. The question hangs in the air, heavy with implications. What comes after their escape? What about me? The unspoken concerns are palpable. I swallow hard, my mouth dry. The weight of leadership has never felt heavier than in this moment. Their lives are in my hands, and I can't afford to make a mistake. Not now, not when we're so close to getting out of this mess. Then you'll get them all wherever they need to go. And then, Hannah presses. I look directly at her, pausing. The weight of her expectant gaze bears down on me, and I feel the pressure of her unspoken demand for answers. My mind races, searching for something, anything, to say that might offer her comfort or reassurance. But the truth is, I'm as lost as she is. I take a deep breath, feeling the air fill my lungs before releasing it in a long, weary sigh. The sound seems to hang in the air between us, a testament to my uncertainty and the gravity of our situation. Finally, I manage to form words, though they feel inadequate even as they leave my lips. And then, we'll figure it out. The moment the words are out, I can see the disappointment flicker across her face. Her brow furrows slightly, and her lips press into a thin line. She doesn't say anything, but her body language speaks volumes. She's not satisfied with my response, and I can't blame her. It's vague, non-committal, hardly the solid plan she was hoping for. But it's the best I can offer right now. I refuse to make promises I'm not sure I can keep. All I know is that we're in this together, and somehow we'll find a way through. I just hope that's enough for her, at least for now. 11:50. They're coming, I say. 10 minutes until midnight. If Rafe still wants Billy, he'll make his move now. For a moment, no one moves, all of them processing what's about to happen. Go! I shout. Joey snaps into action, nearly knocking over Billy and Shalice, who are slower to start. They race toward the bar and around the side, Hannah joining them with the shotgun in hand. They rush into the kitchen, and I can hear Joey whispering instructions. I turn back toward the front door, check the magazine in my pistol, and take a deep breath. This is it. Showtime. My phone rings. Chapter 61. A cacophony of events unfolds in rapid succession. The shrill ring of my phone pierces the tense silence, its vibration a stark contrast to the stillness of the room. Without thinking, I reach for it, my fingers fumbling in my pocket. In that split second, my grip on the pistol loosens and it slips from my grasp. My heart races as I feel the cold metal of the gun slide into my other hand. It dangles precariously at my side. As I pivot towards the front door, a sickening realization washes over me. In my haste to orchestrate our escape through the kitchen, I've left our flank exposed. The front entrance looms before me, an unguarded portal that could spell our doom. Two men are now inside with me, guns pointed directly at my chest. One of them stands in the growing puddle of moonshine Joey had spilled earlier, but the flames from our Molotov have long since died out. You'd better get that, the man on the left says, nodding toward my phone. I start to raise my weapon, but the man on the right tenses. His pistol bounces from my face to my chest and back again, steady in both hands. He's not your average thug. This guy knows what he's doing. It's a can't-miss shot for him. I nod and slowly raise the phone to my ear. Mason, Rafe's scratchy voice fills my ear. I thought we had a deal. Why would you think that? I sneer, letting my anger bleed through. He laughs, a deep, mocking sound. I figured you were suicidal, but I thought every man still values his own self-interest when it comes to it. Most of the time, I say, my voice dripping with contempt. Let him know I'm pissed. No need to hide that anymore. But I thought you'd think better of yourself, or at least your friends. What about my friends, I ask. They haven't done anything wrong. Billy's not my friend, I snap. I'm talking about Hannah and Joey, and Shalice, the one you shot, remember? I inject a frantic tone into my voice, hoping to bait him. My heart races as I struggle to keep my composure, knowing that every word, every inflection could mean the difference between life and death. Sweat beads on my forehead as I desperately try to maintain the illusion of panic and despair. He has no way of knowing Shalice is still alive, not after Joey dragged her in from the parking lot. The memory of her limp form being hauled across the asphalt flashes through my mind, and I use it to fuel my performance. So she is alive, he muses. Good or bad for you. Now we get to kill her all over again. What a waste, Mason. All of this could have been avoided. I know what we're doing now, circling each other both mentally and physically. As we talk, I keep pacing, moving in erratic patterns. I need to get out of the open space in the middle of the room, that no man's land where I'm a sitting duck. The two men keep their guns trained on me, but I've managed to sweep farther to the side, closer to the wide column I'd hidden behind during the earlier rush. They're not stupid, though. I can see it in their eyes as they watch my every movement. These aren't your average street thugs. They're trained professionals, probably ex-military or special forces. As I shift my weight, they react instantly. They start to close in, forming a tighter circle around me. It's a calculated move, keeping just enough distance to stay out of arm's reach, but close enough to pounce if I try anything foolish. I suppress a smile. They think they're being clever, but they've walked right into my trap. Now they stand shoulder to shoulder, a wall of muscle and menace. They're waiting, fingers twitching near their holsters, while I engage in this little charade of negotiation with their boss. Little do they know, every second they spend waiting is another second I gain the upper hand. I just need to keep this facade going a little longer, and then, well, they'll find out soon enough what happens when you corner a rat. It could have been avoided, Rafe. You should never have dragged me into this. Perhaps, but I know what you are, Mason. I don't respond. Let him talk. Let him waste his own time. Billy screwed me, and I will kill him for that. It was never about the money. Money comes and goes. It's always there when you need it, just enough to get the job done. My mind flashes to a spot off the highway north of town where my old man used to drop cash for me. Just enough, as he always said. He'd keep me on the hook, dangling money in front of me like bait. A cruel game, forcing me to stay involved long after I wanted out. I can still see the gravel pull out, smell the pine trees, feel the crinkle of bills in my pocket. He died in the bay, floating face down. From drowning or from the explosion, I don't care which. They'd fished him out with the debris from that freighter, his body tangled in twisted metal and shattered wood. I barely looked at the corpse, just long enough to identify him. I wasn't about to turn myself in for a government investigation. Officially, they didn't know I was involved, and I liked it that way. Let sleeping dogs lie, as they say. The feds could chase their tails all they wanted. I'd be long gone, taking my secrets to the grave. Just like dear old Dad. But now, there's no escaping this one. The weight of it all settles in my gut like a lead ball. I've signed on the dotted line, inked my name in permanent black. This bar, with its worn floorboards and smoky air, belongs to me. Everyone in this town knows it too. It doesn't matter. I'm here to stay, whether they like it or not. There's no walking away this time. No midnight escape. No reinventing myself in some far-off city. I'm rooted here now, as surely as the ancient oak tree in the town square. This is my life now, for better or worse, and I've got no choice but to face it head on. I don't need money, Rafe, I say, quieter now. I know you don't, Mason, and I know you're not stupid enough to expect it from me, but you're not stupid enough to think that's what I'm talking about. I stop pacing, my eyes locking on the two men in front of me. They pull closer together, weapons still aimed at my chest. Two more men step through the door, scanning the room like they're trying to figure out why they haven't heard gunshots in a while. I glance at my watch. 4 minutes till midnight. Chapter 62. I strain my ears, listening for any sign of gunfire, but the night remains eerily quiet. The silence gnaws at my nerves. What's happening with Joey and the others? The uncertainty is driving me crazy. I picture them huddled in the kitchen, hearts racing, palms sweaty as they grip their makeshift weapons. Are they still there, frozen in place, waiting for the perfect moment to make their escape? Every second they delay increases the risk of discovery. Or maybe they've already seized their chance. I imagine them darting through the moonlit forest, dodging branches and leaping over fallen logs. Could they be halfway to safety by now? The thought both relieves and terrifies me. If they've made it that far, they might actually have a shot at getting away. But it also means I'm alone here, cut off from any hope of rescue. The two newcomers start poking around, their eyes darting around the room. I'm the only one they can see, but I know they're searching for the others. Their movements are slow, calculated, as if they're expecting trouble to jump out at any moment. One of them, a burly guy with a mean look in his eyes, starts walking towards the bathroom. His pistol is trained on me the whole time, never wavering. I keep my hands visible, not wanting to give him any reason to pull the trigger. The other guy, shorter but just as menacing, heads behind the bar. It sets my teeth on edge. As a bartender, I've always considered that space sacred. It's our domain, our refuge from the chaos of the rest of the world. Even in a situation as dire as this, I can't help but feel a surge of anger at his intrusion. I watch him rummage through the bottles and glasses, his dirty hands leaving smudges on the polished surface. It takes everything in me not to yell at him to get out. But I know better. These aren't the type of guys you want to provoke. So I stand there silently seething as they continue their search. At least ask, asshole. I think he's searching for Hannah and the others, but his attention shifts to the wall of booze. He reaches up to the top shelf and pulls down a Lafroig. Good choice, mate. He pours himself a full glass and raises it to me before taking a sip. I shake my head, waiting for the real reason behind Rafe's call. It's going to be midnight soon, he says, but I'm no longer interested in Billy's money. Now it's about the principle. And what principle is that, I ask. I've been wronged, and I intend to make it right. By killing you. I suck in a breath. I've suspected this. but I hadn't realized there was more to the story. So this isn't just about Billy then, or the fact that I've thrown a wrench in your plans. No, it's not. Before I can even open my mouth to respond, the door swings open. Rafe strides in, his presence filling the dingy room. Two more men follow close behind him, their eyes scanning every corner of the bar. With their arrival, the count is up to... shit. I don't know, but this has to be all of them. There can't possibly be more of these goons. Rafe ends his call and slides the phone back into his pocket. His gaze sweeps across the room, taking in the destroyed furniture and acrid, pockmarked walls. A slight sneer curls his lip as he speaks. Bit of a dump, wouldn't you say? His voice carries a hint of amusement, as if he finds the shabby surroundings beneath him. The other men shift uneasily, clearly uncomfortable in this less-than-stellar establishment. There's usually a lot less death in here, I reply, my voice echoing in the eerie silence of the room. But I haven't had time to clean. The bodies strewn across the floor tell a story I'm not ready to share. Rafe's footsteps creak on the wooden floorboards as he makes his way to the bar. His man, a hulking brute with a face like a crushed melon, stands behind the counter. The thug's meaty hands grip a rag soaked in butane, leaving streaks of the pungent liquid as he wipes down the surface. Without a word, the goon-turned-bartender reaches for a bottle of Lafroig and pours a generous amount into a glass. The amber liquid sloshes against the sides, nearly spilling over. Rafe picks it up, his fingers leaving smudges on the crystal. He brings the glass to his nose, inhaling deeply. The smoky aroma fills the air around him. For a moment it seems like he might take a sip, but instead he places the untouched drink on a nearby bar stool. His eyes never leave mine, a silent challenge hanging between us. I don't drink, he says. Did you know that? Until about 4 hours ago, I didn't even know who the hell you were, I say, my voice dripping with disdain. And you know what? My life was better then. I'd love to go back to that. The man across from me smirks. You rile people up, Mason. That's your superpower. He pauses, letting his words sink in. I've watched you from afar for about a year now. Heard about you even before that. I clench my fists under the table, fighting the urge to lunge at him. He continues, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. My men told me, there's a man who's a vigilante taking out marks for money down in Edisto Beach. I can't help but scoff at his words. Neat story, asshole, I spit out, my patience wearing thin with each passing second. But I didn't care. Edisto Beach? That little island. And your marks, good riddance. I was happy to see them gone. Fewer pedophiles, fewer degenerates, fewer enemies in my way. In a sense, you were doing my work, and I didn't have to pay you for it. I was self-employed. That's not what your daddy said. Chapter 63. I grit my teeth. Damn, he knows how to get under my skin. I haven't cared about my old man for years. Not since he ran off and left my mom and me to take care of my little brother. If he hadn't dragged me into this work with an offer I couldn't refuse, I wouldn't have known him at all as an adult. My father's dead. You know that. Rafe nods slowly, his finger tracing the rim of the glass. His eyes never leave mine as he speaks. He is, and soon you will be too. A chill runs down my spine, but I don't let it show. Rafe continues, his voice low and menacing. You see, Mason, death is like a disease. It spreads through populations, unstoppable and relentless. I take a step closer to Rafe, ignoring the nervous shuffling of his men. Their guns are trained on me, fingers itching on triggers. But I'm not worried. If Rafe wanted me dead, I'd be on the floor already. As I approach, I can see the flicker of interest in Rafe's eyes. He's curious to see what I'll do next. His men might have tried to kill me before, but now? Now I'm here on Rafe's terms, and that makes all the difference. No, now Rafe wants me for himself. I know it, he knows it, and we both know this is going to end here. I sit down in one of the chairs at the bar, taking my time, making sure Rafe and his goons understand that I don't give a damn about their plans. Cut the bullshit, Rafe. You've got a grunt working for you, doing the kind of thing I used to do, the kind of thing you don't want competition for. I grab his overpoured scotch, hold it up, and examine the color. That about the long and short of it? He nods. Pretty much. My guy got frustrated when our clients stopped paying what they used to. Not my problem. No, I suspect not. Not directly, at least. And good news, I'm not in the game anymore. See, Rafe says, I might have believed that. Hell, I did believe that. About a month ago. But here we are. And I wouldn't be here if Billy hadn't come looking for you. I don't care what Billy thinks. I'm done. In my line of work, Mason, there's distrusting people, and then there's not needing to trust people. Eventually, you stop trying to figure out who you can trust at all. You keep talking in riddles. I'm going to kill you, Mason. I laugh. Yeah, I got that part. That's why we're here. Right. Thing is, I'm not ready to go. We all die sometime, Mason. I glance down at the amber liquid swirling in the glass, then lift it to my lips for another sip. The scotch burns a familiar path down my throat. Yeah, I know that better than most, I say, my voice rougher than I'd like. But I'm not going out on your terms. Rafe leans back, the old wood creaking under his weight. His eyes narrow as he studies me, searching for any sign of weakness. After a moment, he raises an eyebrow. They told me you were arrogant. I can't help but smirk at that. It's not the first time I've heard it, and it certainly won't be the last. I take another swig of scotch before replying. I'm about 3 mirrors away from full-on narcissism. The words come out sharp and biting. In that case, I'm open to other terms. You die, my guy's happy, and I go home. And Billy? He's long gone by now, isn't he? Rafe asks. Hope so. Figured as much. He sniffs the air. I've got 4 guys left with me here. Overkill, I'd say, except that I started with 3 times that number. That pisses me off, so I'm not leaving until you're dead. I shrug. Fine with me. So, those are my terms. You get to die however you want, as long as you die. But I'll let you choose, because I'm a nice guy. I've known nicer. He stands, ignoring me. I'll wait. Any funny business, and my guys will make the decision for you. Got it? I push myself to my feet, meeting Rafe's gaze head on. Got it. But before we get on with this, my feet carry me toward the bar, each step measured and deliberate. Rafe's 2 muscle-bound lackeys shadow my every move, their guns never wavering from my form. They're coiled tight, ready to spring if I so much as twitch in the wrong direction. But they've got me all wrong. I reach the counter and slide open the drawer underneath. No weapons here, boys. Just a little taste of the good life. My fingers close around a few cigars nestled inside. They're nothing fancy, just some Robustos Joey picked up from Nicaragua. He'd been saving them for a special occasion. Well, if this isn't special, I don't know what is. Tonight counts. I offer one to Rafe, but he refuses. I also don't smoke. A veritable saint, I say. And this is just your normal personality? No substances to help you out? He smirks, but he's not amused. I light a cigar, then walk a few feet to the middle of the room, right where I stood an hour ago, in full view of the parking lot snipers. Moonlight and the street lamp pour through the bullet holes and shattered windows, casting eerie shadows. This feels like the perfect place for a last stand. My bar, my terms. I turn to face Rafe. His 3 men stand behind him, and I can feel the presence of the last man guarding the door behind me. I close my eyes, smell the fumes. Oh, the fumes. They've had plenty of time to start rising, filling the air, but not long enough to escape out the blasted-out windows. They've been here since I spilled them everywhere, waiting for their moment to shine. I smile at my little pun. Then I flick the lighter's igniter. The world erupts around me. Chapter 64. Everything is orange, white, yellow, red. The world has become a kaleidoscope of scorching hues. Heat envelops me, pressing against my skin like a suffocating blanket. Fire. It's everywhere, devouring everything in its path. My body's no longer on solid ground. I'm airborne, weightless for a moment that stretches into eternity. The ceiling of my bar looms above me, so close I can almost touch the smoke-stained wood. Then I'm spinning, the world a blur of flame and chaos. For a split second, I catch a glimpse of the floor far below. It's a sea of fire, angry tongues of flame reaching up towards me. The distance shrinks rapidly as gravity reclaims its hold. I'm plummeting now, my stomach lurching as I fall. The crash is inevitable. I slam into the inferno below, the impact knocking the air from my lungs. The flames that once seemed so far away now surround me, hungry and relentless. They lick at my clothes, my skin, my hair. The fire consumes everything and I'm at its mercy, engulfed in its fiery embrace. The sound hits next, ear-splitting. It's a mix of low, booming thunder from the explosion and the eerie whoosh of air being sucked out of the room. The vacuum feeds the monstrous fireball, making it grow larger by the second. I spot the man at the door, his eyes fixed on me. He's standing near the half-empty bucket of high-proof moonshine, waiting to see what I'll do next. But he's made a fatal mistake in his positioning. The flames move faster than either of us anticipated. They lick at the door frame, hungrily consuming the wood. In mere seconds, the inferno engulfs the entire entryway. I watch in horror as the man disappears behind a wall of orange and red. His screams are brief, cut short by the roaring blaze. And just like that, he's gone, swallowed up by the very fire he helped create. I hit the real floor now, spinning, scrambling to keep the flames from getting a real hold on me. I see Rafe and the others struggling against their own battle with the fire. The moonshine has been seeping out for what feels like an eternity. I've been watching it, transfixed, as it spreads across the floor. My mind raced, calculating the safest spot in this death trap of a room. Ironically, it's dead center, usually the most dangerous place to stand in any situation, but not here, not now. I almost laugh at the thought. Safe? No such thing. We're all dancing on the edge of disaster, and one wrong move could send us tumbling into the abyss. The high-proof moonshine has turned my bar into a twisted science experiment. The liquid itself isn't burning. That's not how it works. It's the fumes that are the real danger, invisible and deadly. And they're lighting and then igniting everything around us, turning the room into an inferno. It's basically a gasoline fire, the way the flames seem to feed on thin air. But this is worse, more unpredictable. I can almost see the vapors dancing in the heat, teasing us with their lethal potential. This was my plan all along. I'd hoped the fire would be enough to block the exits, to keep Rafe and his men trapped like rats. Now, as I watch the flames climb higher, I wonder if I've outsmarted myself. We're all caught in this fiery cage, and there's no telling who'll make it out alive. So far, it's worked. Aside from getting launched into the air and slammed back onto the floor, I'm alive. But the flames keep trying to latch onto my clothes, multiplying faster than I can put them out. The heat sears my skin, and smoke fills my lungs with every desperate gasp for air. Rafe, closest to the bar, fares the best. The blast threw him back, where he got tangled in bar stools. The flames encircle him, but he's protected by the bar's higher ground. I can see his eyes wide with shock, his body limp against the wooden furniture that now serves as his shield. He's dazed, more from the shock of the explosion and the hard hit against the bar than the fire. But I see the flames growing, creeping back toward him, licking around the feet of the stools. Time is running out. In 20 seconds, this place will be a raging inferno. The heat is already unbearable. Sweat pours down my face, and my skin feels like it's burning, even though I'm not in the flames yet. The two men behind Rafe near the kitchen weren't as lucky. One is already dead, his body slammed into the doorframe, his head meeting the hardwood at a speed no head should hit. I didn't see it happen, but the bloodied heap of man and shattered bone tells me enough. The other guy caught on to my plan. I'll give him that much credit. His eyes widened as realization struck, and he made a desperate lunge for the blasted-out window. It was a smart move, but too late. The explosion rocked the building, unleashing hell. The force of the blast seized him mid-leap, hurling him sideways like a ragdoll. His body slammed into the wall with a sickening crunch. The impact was so violent it nearly tore him in two. Now he lies there, broken and mangled. Jagged shards of glass protrude from his flesh, glinting in the firelight. His agonized groans barely rise above the roar of the flames. The fire, hungry and merciless, creeps closer. It licks at his clothes, his skin, ready to devour him. I watch as the flames begin their grim work. Soon his cries will be silenced, and there'll be nothing left but ash and bone. It's almost poetic, really. He tried to escape, but in the end, there was no outrunning the inferno I unleashed. I spin around, the flames closing in. The heat is something I never expected. Panic rises. I had imagined dying in a fiery blaze would be awful, but in this moment, I realize it's worse than I thought, and there's nowhere to go. I've set myself up here, in the middle of the room, to have the best chance of killing Rafe on my terms. I knew it would mean sacrificing my life. At the time, it felt like the only way out, the only way to end it all for everyone involved. I still believe that, but now I wish there had been another way. I think of Hannah. How long will she wait for me? Will Joey convince her to move on? Will they give up? Will they sit in the boat, watching the glow of the fire fade in the darkness of the forest? Or will they already be paddling Billy and Shalice to safety, leaving me behind, forgotten? Why didn't I think of this before? Why didn't I let myself think about the people I love before deciding to turn my bar into a bomb? Why did I focus so much on destroying Rafe and myself in the process? A flood of questions hits me in that split second, but then I realize there won't be any more wondering, no more thinking, no more questions. In 3 seconds, everything I've ever wanted to figure out will be gone. No. Chapter 65. A sudden urge to win hits me. Defeating Rafe has been my only goal tonight, and judging by the fire crawling toward his shocked-looking face, I've achieved it. I had been ready to go down with the ship, to sacrifice everything to take out a man like him, no matter the cost. But then I see Hannah's face in my mind, her perfect, beautiful face, those big eyes, that small smile, waiting for me, hoping I'm okay. She's out there, wondering, just like me. I look at Rafe one last time and decide I have won. The fire's on his back now, taking my bar and turning it into hell on earth. He's not moving because I realize he's trapped in the bar stools, each of them a tiny flaming tower that his legs and arms are intertwined with. He coughs, then vomits. Then the fire crawls up his chest and his face disappears behind that horrid wall of flame. Okay, I think. That's enough. Winning is a construct, a feeling, and I decide to feel it. I'm done caring about him. It pisses me off that he ever had the power to make me lose sight of what really matters. There is still the problem of getting out, though. The fire has spread rapidly, consuming everything in its path. Flames lick at the twin columns, racing upward with frightening speed. They reach hungrily for the ceiling, casting an orange glow across the room. The walls crackle and pop as the blaze devours them. Wood splinters and blackens, giving way to the inferno's relentless assault. The heat is intense, unbearable, smoke thickening the air with each passing second. Everywhere is burning, a hellscape of fire and destruction. But there's one spot that remains untouched, the window. Earlier, grenades blew it inward, creating an unexpected escape route. The blast has enlarged the opening, leaving just enough space for someone to make a desperate dive through. I'm out of time. The window offers the only chance of survival, a small beacon of hope amidst the chaos. It's a risky move, but with the flames closing in from all sides, there's no other choice. It's now or never. I run. The heat sears my skin, my throat constricts from the smoke, and every breath burns. I'm only 5 or 6 strides away, but my body is weak, my lungs gasping for air that's not there. 3 more strides, I tell myself. 3 more. 2 more. Then I hear the shots before I feel them. I don't have time to turn around. The bullets slam into my back, one just above my tailbone, the second to the right, somewhere near my spleen. I fall, 1 stride away from the window, 1 stride away from salvation, 1 stride away from Hannah. Blood fills my mouth, and I spit it out. It sizzles when it hits the floor, and I wonder if I'm sizzling too. I can't feel it, and I don't hear anything. I turn my head, looking back through the smoke and flames. Rafe stands where I'd been moments ago, a gun in his hand, his face covered in blood. How did he do that? He's very much alive. He's swaying. Maybe from the blast, maybe from his injuries. Or maybe it's just the fire warping the air around him. And I realize after a second that he's on fire. Like the devil, come up to earth to drag me down with him. I try to crawl forward. The heat feels like it's creeping inside me, burrowing into the gunshot wounds, burning me from the inside out. I can't move. I'm stranded. My killer behind me. My freedom just feet away. And I don't want to die here. I watch Rafe, waiting to see what he'll do next. He's laughing. The sound crawls out of him, a low, slow chuckle that shouldn't be able to cut through the roar of the flames. But it does. It slices right through the inferno, reaching my ears with unsettling clarity. The gun is still in his hand, dangling at his side like some grotesque extension of his arm. He doesn't raise it, doesn't point it at me. He just stands there, watching, waiting. His eyes never leave mine, pinning me in place more effectively than any bullet could. The fire rages around us, consuming everything in its path, but he remains unmoved, unaffected, as if the heat and destruction mean nothing to him. And all the while, that chuckle continues, soft, steady, terrifying in its calmness amidst the shouts. He knows. He knows he's won. The goal I had, to kill us both, has become his goal, but now he's going to achieve it. He took the high ground, pulled the trigger, and ended it for me. I try again to pull myself forward, but I fail. The flames reach me, licking at my skin, starting to consume it. I focus on Rafe's face, then it disappears. The beam supporting the roof collapses, crashing down onto Rafe's head. The wall of fire between us triples in size, the heat surging. I feel it on my face, burning the whites of my eyes, searing my nose and mouth. The blast is quick, passing over me and out into the parking lot. When the heat drops back to its previous intensity, it feels almost merciful. I close my eyes, thinking of Hannah, trying to picture her face. But all I see is darkness, illuminated by an orange glow, the fire raging in front of me. I pull myself forward. I'm sorry, Hannah. Still, I move. Against the flaming floor, over the broken, smashed window, I move. I'm sorry, Joey. I'm almost out, but so are the flames. They've gotten a taste for the humid, oxygen-laden air out here, and they're coming faster than I can move. But still, I pull myself forward. I'm sorry. Epilogue. Hannah leaned against the weathered railing, her eyes fixed on the boats moored at Eddie's Beach Bar and Grill. The gentle waves lapped at their hulls, causing them to sway in a hypnotic dance. She found herself mesmerized, trying to anticipate the direction each vessel would move with the next incoming swell. The bay was unusually calm today, a sheet of glass stretching out to the horizon. Perhaps that's why none of the 3 boats currently docked had their sails unfurled. Their masts stood bare against the cloudless sky, a testament to their captain's preference for motor power. Over wind on such a tranquil day. As she watched, a cool breeze picked up, carrying with it the salty scent of the ocean. Hannah inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar smell. The wind played with her hair, and she absently reached up to brush away a wayward strand that had fallen across her face. Her fingers lingered for a moment, twirling the loose lock as her mind drifted, lost in thought amid the peaceful scene before her. It was hot, the sticky kind of hot that only a humid midsummer evening in South Carolina could bring. She wished she could just run and jump into the water, splash around and act like a carefree young girl once again. But she couldn't. She hadn't been in the mood to run or jump or splash, and she was far from carefree. A young couple left the bar heading toward the dock, and she wondered if one of the small yachts was theirs. They were laughing, holding one another, and swaying as their hips bounced into one another, part dance and part flirtation. She heard the strains of a country western band from inside before the door to the bar closed once again. The couple settled at the end of the dock and sat, their feet dangling down to the water below. The man's feet almost touched. Hannah watched them for a moment longer, then turned to walk back to the bar. Joey's face surprised her when she did. "Hey," he said, "got you one of those beers you liked. At least I thought you liked them." "They're—" "It's fine," she said, turning the bottle around in her hand. "They didn't have much to choose from." "No," Joey said. "They didn't." She took a long sip of beer, and Joey waited for her to finish before speaking again. "You see Shalice?" Hannah nodded. "It was good to catch up. Glad she's healing well." Joey smiled. "Wish she was healing a bit faster. It kills me to have to watch her in pain. Shalice had joined Hannah earlier that day at Eddie's, and the two had shared a brief, quiet beer inside. The music had been deafening, but neither of the women would felt like doing much talking anyway. Joey had had to work, so he joined Hannah at the restaurant later, after Shalice had left for a physical therapy appointment. Now it was just the two of them, standing together in Eddie's outdoor picnic area as the sun prepared to set over the restaurant. Joey took a drink from his own beer, then turned to Hannah. He would have wanted this, you know. Hannah frowned. Wanted what? Wanted us to move on. Wanted us to be happy. I'm not happy. Joey winced. I know. I'm just saying he would have wanted you to be. That's cliché, Hannah said. Everyone wants to be happy. Why wouldn't they? So everyone wants everyone else to be happy. If you care about someone, that's true. Joey paused, looking at the water for a moment before turning directly toward Hannah. As hard as it is to understand, he did this for you. Hannah scoffed. Yeah? Killing yourself because you love someone? Sounds a little twisted to... He didn't kill himself, Hannah. We don't know what happened in there. They never found... I know, Hannah said. They didn't find any bodies. That's the thing about fires. Everything's either burned to a crisp or just gone completely. Hannah closed her eyes, fighting back the tears. There probably weren't any left, but she turned away from Joey and took a few steps toward the water, just in case. She remembered the moment they'd seen the fire, the smoke billowing from above the tree line while they were out on the water, the dark black particles barely juxtaposed against the lighter night sky. She saw the orange glow of the far-off flames, and she knew. It was a few days later when she saw the headlines and her worst fears had been confirmed. The firefighters had gotten there within minutes, but there was nothing they could do to salvage the building, or anything inside of it. Since the entire ordeal was a crime scene, details hadn't been released about who exactly had been inside, but clues in the newspaper stories hinted that it had involved some sort of crime ring altercation, and that all involved had perished in the blaze. She thought Mason would have somehow been able to save himself, but it had been 3 days since she'd left him there, and he hadn't even tried contacting her or Joey. It didn't mean he was dead, but it didn't mean he wasn't either. After escaping the bar, Hannah and Joey had rowed Billy and Shalice across the small inlet to the wooded area on the opposite bank, where they'd pulled the boat ashore and taken Shalice to Joey's apartment, where she'd healed from her gunshot wound. The bullet had gone straight through, providing a relatively clean wound, and Joey stood by, ready with antibiotics in case of infection, but no hospital trip had been needed. Billy, for his part, stayed with them the entire time, ensuring that Joey and Hannah had the funds and provisions to care for Shalice without needing to bring her to a hospital. As soon as her recovery seemed imminent, he went on his way, claiming to be headed to somewhere in the islands, though he wouldn't give further details. Within a week after his departure, however, Joey and Hannah both found a mysterious wire transfer in their name, originating from the Cayman Islands and in an amount that seemed unreasonably high, even considering the situation. Neither Joey nor Hannah had mentioned the amount to one another, and both had shied away from discussing details of that night with one another. The bank that had owned the mortgage on Mason's bar had cashed the insurance policy, then auctioned off the proceeds from the sale of Mason's few belongings, namely his yacht, the Wasamasaw. They placed the balance in an account to disperse to whatever next of kin they would be able to find, as Mason hadn't prepared a will or any executor instructions. To them, it represented a hard break, a restart, a do-over. After Shalice had healed completely, she and Joey had talked about moving somewhere farther south. We're doing it, Joey said finally. Doing what? Moving. Hannah raised an eyebrow. She felt sad, though she knew this was inevitable. Found a tiny little place in Florida, off the beaten path a bit. He laughed, then continued. It's pretty backwoods, and it might end up being a bit redneck, but still. An Italian in paradise, Hannah said, joining in his laugh. Something like that. Good for you, she said. I'm happy for you guys. He nodded. You should consider it too. There's plenty of cheap land around there, you know. You could have your little... Joey, she said. Thanks, but I don't know. I'm not sure what's next. I've been gone, Europe and all that. And before that, my dad and brother. I think it's a bit much right now. Makes sense. Still, if you ever want to visit or stay for a while, you've got our number. Yes, she said. Thank you. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Joey pulled away, and together they watched the horizon. She saw the gentle waves near the dock turn into a long, slow blur of ocean, and noticed a few boats out on the water. Two were smaller sailboats, one with its mainsail deployed and the other anchored, likely having decided to pull in for the night and rest on the water. The third was farther out, heading south across her vision, and she squinted to see it more clearly. It was too far away to discern the actual shape of it, but she could see that it was a luxury cruiser, the sort of twin-engine beast she'd come to know well. In fact, it looked low and sleek on the water from that distance, but she recognized the profile and knew it was a tri-level yacht, complete with a rear deck and upper lookout. It seemed to be moving quickly, pushing hard to beat the setting sun, and she wondered where it was headed. Joey saw her gaze, watched the yacht for a moment, frowned, then put his arm around her shoulder. He gave it a gentle squeeze, then turned away and headed back up the pathway to the restaurant. She squinted, trying to take it in, trying to force her eyes to zoom in and see it clearly. Yes, it had to be. She was looking at the Wassamassaw. The yacht wasn't the only one of its kind, but it was unique, and she'd never seen another in this area. But why? She felt her heart flutter. Could it really be the Saw? And if so, who was piloting it? She watched the yacht for another minute, until it was almost out of sight over the darkening horizon, then sighed. She closed her eyes, feeling a bit of sea breeze picking up and blowing her hair across her face, and she smelled the ocean. The salty air hung around her, and she heard the cackles of a few gulls flying nearby. When she opened her eyes, the yacht was gone. I hope you enjoyed this latest installment of the Mason Dixon Tropical Mysteries. And notice I said latest, not last. If you want to hear when more Mason Dixon is coming, I encourage you to sign up for my mailing list. Just visit www.nickthacker.com. Thanks for reading, and talk soon. Nick Thacker. Mark my words, Mason Dixon Thrillers, book number 3, copyright C, 2024 by Nick Thacker and Conundrum Publishing. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance of fictional characters to actual persons living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. All right reserved. No part of this publication can be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, photocopying, mechanical, or otherwise, without prior permission of the publisher and author, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles or reviews.